From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Safety net back there, so he drifts closer. Barzell stops, feeds it, score! For the second time this season, it's Horvat in overtime to beat the Dallas Stars.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is how we unfortunately start the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ live here, February 27th on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Usually it's just one extra day of February, but now we got two. It's a leap year, and as Peyton points out, it's always on a Wednesday.
That's right.
Always. Or maybe it's Thursday this year. I can't remember. One of the two.
Way to call Peyton out.
Yeah.
And
one of the two.
Not have the clarification.
I have no idea what I'm
ourselves. I don't know. Apparently we're skipping spring. That's what I saw in the newscast last night with the weather.
Well, spring's for Northerners. We don't do spring here. We don't do spring or fall. We do summer and winter.
The two best seasons. Oh, God.
I like fall. Spring, there's too much wind. Wind, rain.
The wind is at like 70 degrees.
No, I'm talking about the days where it's like it gets a lot of rain and then it drops. It's like 75, 85, and then 40 with wind on those spring days. Yeah, the 70 degree spring day with wind, that's fine. But you get the much more temperature up and down in spring than you do in the fall. So spring and the allergies.
The allergies are bad.
The allergies are bad. Hopefully we bypass that. Go right to 100 degrees like we did yesterday.
I hate talking weather with you so much. I hate it. The Texas tough guy, 2 seasons. But yesterday was a record setter.
It was hottest February 26th in over 100 years. Over 100 years. Hottest. I don't know what
DFW Airport hit 91? Is that what it was?
Yeah, 91. I saw 95 on my app that it hit 90. But yeah, DFW Airport hit 91. They said. Which was the hottest on record.
Why does DFW Airport get to be like the hub for determining the hottest weather?
I assume because of the airport, that's where the weather service is. But it's also the central part of the area. Like that is almost the geographical center of DFW. So I think they just kind of put it at that. Plus, it's a concrete jungle.
Yeah, I need all 4 seasons. I need a nice balance. I need my winter, my spring, summer, fall. I'm a big summer guy. You know, I'm a big water guy too. Love the pool. Love going to the pool. So I need the summer. I need to balance three months out of each season.
3 months? We don't get through.
I need it.
We get a couple of days of spring, which we will have Thursday, and I think next week it'll be spring as well, and then we're back to summer again.
Plus, you can get in the pool in February as RJ did.
And then not shower.
Chiafalo gets to the pool all the time in the wintertime. Cold tub.
Does he have a pool?
I think so. Or maybe it's an apartment, maybe it's a community pool or whatever.
He's in a house.
Is he in a house now?
Yeah.
Boy, shows how much I talked to him. But yeah, he used to get in the pool. He told me all about the polar plunge.
Well, today's high is 86, and then tomorrow's high is 54.
So nice.
We get the winter tomorrow.
So there you go. We get the 30-degree drop.
Yeah, you want spring? There you go, Peyton.
Tomorrow and Thursday, 54 and 55, and then back up to 71, 77, 79 during the weekend.
Yeah, I mean that's a great weekend. That's you want to throw these 54, 55s in, put them in on a weekday.
Yeah.
A weekend, give me those 70 degrees, man. You can't complain. You can't complain at 70.
The Dallas Stars lose again to the New York Islanders. New York's second win in 7 games, and the overtime score that won it for New York is the same exact thing that happened.
Yeah. Horvath.
Yes, same thing that happened in Patrick Waugh's debut, I remember talking about.
Yeah, it was. And look, the Stars had their chance in overtime. They had their chance in the third period, too. But especially in overtime, they had opportunities to score and to win this one. But look, they got pretty good net minding in the third period, but they got beat. They got beat, and this was and they even talked about this in the post. The Stars are clearly the better team, but the Isles are much more desperate, much more. They've got to win just about every game. Not technically every game, but they want to be in a position where they don't have too many games they can afford to drop in order to make the postseason.
Wild card chase.
Yeah.
And of course, the big story for the morning show is the young kid.
Here's Johnston weaving. He gets knocked by Pellick. Shot.
Stankoven with a goal and an assist on the 21st birthday. Stank acid. There was a very cool shot of his family right there in the crowd, so that was fantastic for him. That was awesome.
Very cool. He's a player, man. They had him on the ice. They're not kind of just letting him lightly dip his toes in the water here. I mean, they threw him in overtime. They threw him in big shifts in the third period. He is a player. That kid can absolutely play. It's going to be fun to watch. And of course.
Do you remember where he was drafted or acquired?
I know he's from Kamloops.
Okay.
Where I know he played there as a junior.
Kamloops, Canada.
Yeah, that's out in BC. But I don't know where he was drafted.
Second round, 47th overall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great number.
And already getting a ton of hype around
him.
He's
fantastic. They've got a really nice young core, so stank acid, baby. Let's go.
You think 47 is a good number?
I don't know. I feel like I'm about to be 47 soon. So I want to say.
Aren't you 44?
Yeah, but all the numbers of the 40s are good. Everything above me is good. 96, fantastic. 99, can't wait. Can't wait.
All the numbers in the 40s are good, and everything up is good for your age?
Yeah, I want to live.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to live.
So it's a blessing.
It's a blessing.
Blessing for you. So the Dallas Stars lose again to the New York Islanders. The chartwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Did you see the craziness last night with the Knicks and the Pistons? Bumper cars?
Dude, what is going on? What is going on? Like we can't control it. Is anybody under control anymore?
Moose Johnston would have been proud of what happened yesterday. It appeared like the Knicks got away with some physical contact with the melee that broke out. This was not a fight, but it was just short of it. And the Knicks end up pulling this one out in a wild ending over Detroit. And Monty Williams, Detroit head coach, is not happy.
Where's the New York media now?
The absolute worst call of the season. No call. And enough's enough. We've done it the right way. We've called the league. We've sent in clips. We're sick of hearing the same stuff over and over again. We had a chance to win the game, and the guy dove into Asar's legs, and there was a no call. That's an abomination. You cannot miss that in an NBA game, period. And I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of our guys asking me, what more can we do, coach? That situation is exhibit A to what we've been dealing with all season long, and enough's enough. You cannot dive into a guy's legs in a big-time game like that and there be a no call. It's ridiculous, and we're tired of it. We just want a fair game called, period. And I got nothing else to say. We want a fair game, and that was not fair. I'm done.
And then Josh Hart got the M1 at the rim.
Yeah.
He got the
M1.
I will try to say this for the referees. I feel like in that type of, in that type of mess, in that type of scenario, they may be more apt to let a call go. They were in the Garden, but like when 1, 2, 3 crazy things happen, turnovers back and forth simultaneously, it feels like they're going to let something like that go a little bit more often.
I mean, that's...
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. But he would get a targeting call in the NFL, right? I mean, he's diving head first right into the guy's midsection.
Yeah,
that's the Tom Brady rule. Tom Brady rule right there.
Yeah,
you can't do that.
Man, people are going off on NBA officiating this year. This is probably the worst that it's ever been called out and talked about and discussed. But I think it was DiVincenzo that dove right into the Detroit Pistons, and then Josh Hart gets the and one at the rim as they're going berserk at MSG. So there's another NBA issue that is getting discussed.
Yeah, that was like DiVincenzo,
right? Well, the white guy,
the only white guy out there.
The only white guy. Yes. All right. John Smoltz is going to join the show at 9:00 this morning. It's kind of took off on social media. Had a couple of Tolos DMing me, upset that we were even having John Smoltz on. What would be the point and the purpose of that? So the possible, probable Ranger hater, at least during the World Series, will join us at 9 on the home of the World Series champs. This NFL analyst getting $2 million. Choppy is upset over a TV show ending, but thrilled about a movie. And it sounds like the Cowboys have made a franchise tag decision. It's a Tolo Tuesday. Just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
Good morning, Metroplex. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean and RJ with you on a Tolo Tuesday. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. LeBron James, he went on a little Twitter tirade yesterday, and then you told me he deleted it this morning.
Yes, it did.
After these ESPN mocks moved Bronny back a year.
Yeah, he's not in the NBA draft this year. They said that he will, the latest mocks have him out of the draft, first or second round. They moved him into the second round of next year.
Yeah.
Which that can't be a good sign.
No.
He's not even in the first round of next year. He's in the second round of next year.
Well, he's averaging 5.5 points, 3 rebounds, and 2.5 assists a game.
Yeah. And
unless Jared Sandler's USC Trojans can pull off a major upset and win the Pac-12 tournament, they're probably not making
No, they're what, 11 and 17 or something like
11
that.
and 16.
Yeah, is that Andy Enfield still over there, the old Florida Gulf Coast?
Oh, remember when he was the flavor of the week?
Yes, I do remember he was the flavor of the week. But Bronny was, LeBron was not happy with the mock drafts, tweeting, "Can y'all please just let the kid be a kid and enjoy college basketball? The work and results will ultimately do the talking no matter what he decides to do. If y'all don't know, he doesn't care what a mock draft says. He just works earned, not given." And then he continues. "And to all the other kids out there striving to be great, just keep your head down, blinders on, and keep grinding. These mock drafts doesn't matter one bit. I promise you, only the work matters. Let's be real, or let's talk real basketball people." The peace sign with a king, the crown.
Well, LeBron, I am sorry to inform you that it does not work that way.
Kid can't be a kid when his last name is James.
And especially when you go around getting and trying to absorb as much attention as possible. When you social him all the time, when you throw him in commercials, which again, good. Way to be a pops.
Yeah.
Generate money for him, attention. It's going to come with the downside as well. And it's just going to come with scrutiny and people trying to figure out where he's going to go so that they can try to figure out where you're going to go as a possible NBA free agent. So get out of here on that. Just let the kid be a kid. And then the other hilarious part, he doesn't know, he doesn't care what a mock draft says, but you do. You do, clearly, because it triggered you and made you go ahead and respond on social. Now, I wonder why he would take it down. I wonder why he would erase it.
Yeah, I don't know why he would erase that. Did somebody on Bronny's management team, NIL management team, tell him to do that? Did his wife? Did he look at it as like, nah, I don't want to butt my head in. That sounds, who knows? I don't assume that LeBron has many people that will shoot him straight. Most guys of his stature have yes men around them. They don't have guys that will sit there and check him. If he does, great. He'd be the first, and that would be fantastic. But I don't suspect that's the case.
Yeah, and, the big story here is pushing back LeBron's possible free agent decision.
Yeah.
Now, just because ESPN mocks him, it doesn't mean anything, right? Because in basketball, you can go out after the first year, right?
Yeah,
Bronny can declare.
Yeah, he can
just
leave.
because ESPN put them in their 2025 mock does not mean Bronny has to come out in 2025.
No, he can leave this year. He could stay for 4 years, or he could grad transfer somewhere else, get a fifth year. They're done with the COVID years, but he can, or he's past them. But yeah, I mean, he can absolutely leave if he wanted to.
Now, look, LeBron has not taken this to a LeVar Ball level, but we all know who Bronny James is. We all know that he was overhyped from the beginning. When he was starting off in his high school career, he wasn't like super, super high up on these rankings or mock drafts. And then it felt like there was a later push in the end of his high school days. But now, and again, the kid, he's coming off a heart condition.
Yeah, right? That's the main thing here, man. Like, we got a player that's like, he's lucky to be alive. He didn't have much of an offseason. His offseason was spent in a hospital.
And again, the golden question of all this is, even if he averages 5, 3, and 3, where does someone take him in the NBA draft if they take him at all? That is what is so fascinating to me. Let's say he comes out and declares.
Yeah.
Does someone go overboard in the first round to try to get a 2-for-1 and get King James on their squad as the finishing piece? I'm fascinated. I'm all in with this.
I mean, I love the idea. I love the question, the talking point. I love it all. I don't know. I would take him. If I'm like, who's a bad? Just give me an organization that has nothing going for it.
Well, you want something going for yourself.
Yeah. I know, but if you're an organization,
like the Wizards,
right? If you're Washington,
they're at the 2 spot though. Do I need a lower pick here?
Yeah, I wouldn't take him at 2, but like, if you're Washington,
Toronto, Memphis, like Memphis in the 7 spot.
Sell some tickets, man.
Well, no, let's just. I mean, Memphis with Ja is a player.
With Ja, absolutely.
Right,
Ja and LeBron.
They're a contender.
They're absolutely a good team.
Atlanta's at 9. Oklahoma City is at 10. Oklahoma City tries to take the next step.
Yeah.
And you add LeBron James by taking Bronny at 10?
Yeah, because you're not picking Bronny at 10. You're picking LeBron. You're picking 42-year-old LeBron.
Yes.
But you're picking LeBron at 10.
OKC has 11 as well.
Yeah, that's who you're picking.
And like you said, what's the hit rate on whoever you take there anyway?
It's very low.
Versus Bronny not being worth the pick.
Bronny is he's not going to be anything, probably. He was the 20th ranked prospect coming into, on the ESPN top 100 of high school players. He was 20th.
Pelicans are 14th. Miami 16th.
Dude, the Pelicans, you get Zion and LeBron and CJ. That's formidable. It really is.
Knicks are 19th.
Yeah, and then if you're a team that's just bad, well, just sell some tickets, man. Take Orlando, just sell some tickets. Why is anybody going to a Charlotte game?
Does LeBron love his son so much that he would go to the Orlando Magic and waste away?
Is LeBron good enough at this stage to will Orlando to a playoff spot? They can barely do it with the Lakers with Anthony Davis. NBA's tough. It ain't easy out there. But, if you're one of those teams, try to sell some tickets. Why not? I get it.
877-881-1053, Truckwreck.com text line. Ryan Clark trending yesterday after he released a video suggesting he would leave ESPN, that there was disrespect with his contract being up, and the ESPN NFL analyst apparently got his deal at around $2 million a year.
Yeah.
$2 million a year for Ryan Clark.
And look, he is super popular on the network, and he does a lot of great things on social media with very, very engaging and entertaining, thought-provoking stuff on Football Mondays and stuff. But $2 million.
Dude, the TV contract, the TV money is out of control. We're sitting here like schlubs.
We are
doing what we're doing.
We are schlubs,
man.
And this is ESPN. They've been going through layoffs, man.
Yeah,
they're firing people left and right over there, and they're giving Pat McAfee whatever million, and Stephen A whatever million, and now Ryan Clark. God knows what Dan Orlovsky's stealing from that company.
And Todd McShay and others. I thought I saw yesterday someone say that Mina Kimes made 1.7.
Yeah, they should just got a new deal.
1.7 for Mina Kimes?
Well, she's the best football analyst they have over there. So I would do that for her, 100%.
Reading a few numbers qualifies you?
Knowing the numbers.
Analytics.
Knowing the numbers. No, that's it. I don't even know what the hell she's talking about. But I don't know how this works with the TV. I remember back in the years ago when I was over at ESPN, they would have these reporters would have number of days they could work a year, right? We're out, or somebody would come in. I can't work. I'm out of days. About a date. If you had a story like that, your Pedro Gomez was following Barry Bonds around every day. By the end of that summer, he didn't have any more days left to work. I don't know how that works with Ryan Clark, because Ryan Clark's on TV every day. And so is Stephen A. They're always on TV. I don't think that contract like that anymore. But what a cush job. What a great job that is. Whew.
So $2 million a year for Ryan Clark, and ESPN, they just decide to kick out the money when they want. John Smoltz at 9:00 this morning here on DFW Sports Station. Sandler is up already in Arizona. Again, USC fan. And he said, I think Bronny ends up a decent 8th or 9th guy in the NBA.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, wow. Okay. Based on what? What is his game? I'm seeing some PJ Washington stuff out there kind of on Bronny. Okay, his numbers aren't there, but defensively, doing some of the dirty work, kind of a little bit of a glue guy. So we'll see what Sandler says about Bronny, who ESPN moved back a year and into the second round. And the father, the king, is not happy about it. Are you happy about the Dallas Cowboys franchise tag decision? We'll tell you the tag deals throughout the NFL yesterday, and more importantly, the guys who didn't get tagged and are feeling disrespected. That's next on the Home of the Boys.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, 6 a.m. Club. Thank you for starting off your Tolo Tuesday with us. Sean, RJ, joined by our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we have a bunch of NFL running backs that are not going to be franchise tagged again. Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, DeAndre Swift, Gus Edwards of the Ravens, and the Tony Pollard. Thank God, not tagged at $12 million.
No Rico Dowdle either. Rico Dowdle was not tagged yesterday. I think both of those were equally expected, that you would figure that both of those guys would get the tag. They had clearly decided that Pollard was not worth that money. I think the Cowboys' approach on Pollard is going to be, if we can get you back on some sort of a deal, if you want to sign one of these Leighton Vander Esch, Morris Claiborne, your rookie contract ran out and we gave you a 1 year. We'll give you another 1 year if you like, but we're not here to sign you to a multi-year deal. I think they'd be okay with that. It's just a question of, is Pollard open to that? If he is, then I think you could see a reunion, but not for more than, few million, 4 or 5 million max, I would guess.
So we got his injury recovery wrong. The Cowboys got it wrong. We all got it wrong in terms of expecting that burst coming off the injury. We were wrong about it.
Initially, yeah.
I didn't see it throughout the year, basically.
I didn't see
initially
the same,
lasted for a really, really, really long time.
I didn't see the same burst, but I also don't know. I don't know what they were. Their whole approach to the run game last year was odd. The way that they ran things to the
outside a lot.
Well, they were running. They were stretching the field so much with him, and they were running him outside, and the blocking wasn't great. And so, to me, it didn't look like the same run concepts. That I don't know if that's what impacted it. He didn't get his same straight line speed going and stuff like that. But he did not look the same definitely early on in the season, and throughout the year it's just, again, one of these chicken and the egg things where you ask, all right, how much of this is what Pollard's able to do versus what's blocked up for him, and what the scheme is and things like that.
Speed needs space, and if he's not able to find that opening, that space, then he's just not going to be able to hit his top speed. How many running backs hit their top speed before they make their first contact?
Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, but
Barry Sanders.
There should be throughout the course of 17 games.
You should see something.
You should see something.
Yeah, it should flash once.
Yeah.
It should pop once. That was a very serious injury, obviously. It wasn't just the break. The thing he had, I think what they had initially said, too, was that even though it was broken, what he actually had surgery for was the sprain. It's he had a sprain and a break, and the thing he had to have surgery for was how bad the sprain was. And so, yeah, that's going to rob you undoubtedly of some of your explosiveness.
There's a lot of other fun around the NFL that I've been itching to get to. The Dolphins told Xavier Howard he will be released at the start of the league year. According to Peter Schrager, the 4-time Pro Bowler expected to have significant interest on the market. Good news here is that more shots were fired at the Eagles' new defensive coordinator, Vic Fangio. Jalen Ramsey went on social media to say his goodbyes to Howard and say, "I'll never forgive dude for wasting this opportunity with both of us together." So we heard these rumblings, Bob, when Vic Fangio was leaving Miami. The Eagles go and pick him up very quickly, and then Jalen Ramsey pouring more salt.
Look, you at least have to have some optimism with that, is that, boy, every single player on the Miami defense seems thrilled that he's gone. And if you're going to drop him into a team like Philadelphia that seems to already have issues with their players and their coaches and the way that they get along, that seems like the last type of personality that you'd want to drop in there. But look, the only thing that is you probably have some comfort with if you're Philadelphia is, look, we had him in here. He was an analyst on staff the year before. Guys are familiar with him. This isn't completely new, but this is somebody who is a old school throwback coach who does things a certain way and is going to, not just in terms of X's and O's does things a certain way, but the way that he approaches players and the way that he handles players is a different sort of way. And so,
we have here.
That's the question. That's the question that you got to ask. Is he too? It's the same question with Zimmer.
Choppy, you may absolutely love this.
Hear it.
Yesterday, by the way, 6:20 this morning, we have the schedule for Rangers All-Star Weekend.
Well,
So that's coming up at 6:20 on the home of the World Series champs. Yes, John Smoltz, they did win the World Series. John Smoltz live at 9 o'clock.
can't wait to tell him at 9 they won.
I know. Breaking news. All right. So yesterday, buried in the news of Peter King, longtime NFL columnist retirement, is this little nugget here that he thinks the Chicago Bears keep Justin Fields and trade the number 1 pick. Here's what he had to say. Listen to this team building, Mr. General Manager.
All right. Let's hear it.
RJGM. I suppose the Bears are going to trade the top pick. I know nothing, but that seems to be the way the wind is blowing. Here's what I say. The Bears could keep Justin Fields and should trade the first pick down once or twice and build the kind of supporting cast that a team needs to contend. Here's the scenario that Peter King suggests. The Bears trade down from number 1 to number 2 with Washington. Washington takes Caleb Williams. Chicago then trades that newly attained number 2 pick to Atlanta for the number 8. So for moving down 7 picks in the first round, they could end up with 9 picks in the first 2 rounds overall of the next 2 drafts. Instant infrastructure. So Peter King, little trade win, saying keep Fields, trade 1, move down to 2, and then go ahead and take number 2 and do what you will.
All right. I mean, look, the idea of that doesn't sound crazy until you realize that, like, there's just as good of a chance that you miss. Who's to say that you hit on those 9 guys? You could miss on all of them. And then where are you? You're still with Justin Fields. It's the same thing as, like, just.
Well, I mean, this is your NFL dream scenario. You get all the picks and you hit.
Oh, no. My dream scenario is just get the quarterback and you hit. That's the hit, right? Just get the quarterback and you hit. Now, look, that now you got to make your decision on Justin Fields. I don't think it's crazy if you're still not sold on Fields, keep Fields and draft Caleb Williams and see how Fields plays. If he plays great, trade him, like in the offseason, because you could give him that 5th-year option. You could do that. But, I mean, this is the same thing as it's the take the points crowd. Oh, just take the points. Well, who's to say you make the kick? And who's to say you hit on these picks? You get the 9 picks. I love the idea of getting 9 picks. It's great. It's fantastic. But, Justin Fields we don't know what he is still. I mean, a lot of people know what he is. Some people are still holding up because it's too early. Caleb Williams could be Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
That's the thing. If you don't have an elite quarterback, you don't have a chance for sustained success.
But you don't, when you say you have just as, like when you say you may not hit on Caleb Williams, but I mean, who's to say you're going to hit on these 9 guys? Maybe 9 guys as individuals, but you're going to hit on some of those 9. You're not going to.
I don't know. Washington's been picking very high for about 20 years. They haven't hit on anybody.
No, that's not true.
They hit on Sean Taylor.
That's not true. They hit on they hit on guys that ultimately maybe they trade.
The safest pick ever was Chase Young.
They hit on.
I mean, we could not possibly take Tua or Justin Herbert. Mm-hmm. We've got to take the next Lawrence Taylor. He will definitely hit.
Chase Young, you could argue, might be a better player than Tua. Montez Sweat hits, okay? Montez Sweat hits. You've got Jonathan Allen that hits Deron Payne. They have hit on guys.
Okay, they've hit on so many good guys that they can't win more than 7 games.
My point is they did hit on guys. And what's interesting is Louis Riddick echoed this thought yesterday because Dan Patrick had talked about this Peter King article and the nugget that was dropped in it. And Louis Riddick had said on Twitter, he's same, that he's hearing the same sort of thing, that he thinks this is trending towards Chicago, which I think you're talking about all-time stones from Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus to say, we're going to put our job on the line, walking away from Caleb and running it back a 3rd time with Justin.
All right, here you go. Let me ask you this. Take Mahomes out of it. Caleb Williams' ceiling is who?
Take Mahomes out of it?
Yeah.
Like a comp?
Yeah, I don't want to put Mahomes on. That's not fair.
I mean, Mahomes, he's so unique. Mahomes is the one that makes the most sense to me.
His ceiling. His ceiling is what kind of player? Josh Allen?
Sure. Okay. Similar. I wouldn't say they're similar styles, but in terms of ability, the ceiling would be we're talking about him as one of the 2 or 3 best in the league.
Okay. This is this is the argument for Williams, as opposed to taking those 9 picks. If you hit on Caleb Williams and he becomes Josh Allen,
Yeah.
you would rather have that than if all 9 of those picks you got became all pros.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's the difference.
9 All-Pros and Justin Fields I might take. If it's All-Pros, like you're talking about, like literally. I would
Versus
probably
Josh Allen and league average.
Yes. I would take 9 All-Pros and Fields.
I'll take the quarterback.
I'll take the quarterback.
Is Russell Wilson?
Y'all will lose. That'll be fine. You'll lose to my football team.
Yeah. Is Russell Wilson a fair comparison? What you just described?
No, so it's different. He's big. Like he's a thick built guy.
Who?
Caleb Williams. Like
Okay.
he's bigger than Russ.
He's like taller. He ain't thicker than Russ.
Yeah, he is. He's taller. He's thicker than Russ. He's not like as
Russ
built
thick,
as Josh, but he's bigger than Russ, and he's somebody who I think arm talent wise and everything else, he's got a ceiling that's higher than Russ, and his ability to improvise and throw off platform and stuff like that is up there. It's just he's so unique. The best comparison really is Mahomes.
I'm drafting Caleb Williams. This is crazy. I hope the Bears do it. I hope the Bears do it, and Will Chambers keeps drinking his Kentucky bourbon nonstop, just beer bonging bourbon over and over. Now we got this from Merrill Hodge, who said Caleb Williams is not a superstar. Friend of the show, Merrill Hodge from the Super Bowl. He said he would not draft Drake May in the first round. And Bobby, this one's for you. Merrill Hodge says the Commanders at 2 should take Jaden Daniels. Quote, Drake May, extremely inconsistent. His processing is inconsistent. He's not extremely athletic. I find him more stiff. He's got a longer throwing motion, which allows more picks. So that is Merrill Hodge saying go Jaden Daniels at 2 instead of Drake May.
Okay, so this makes me feel like he's just doing the old school Mad Libs where you fill in adjective, verb, and stuff like that. Because if I do agree with what he's saying about Drake May in terms of there's a lot of inconsistency there. The reads are not always sharp. There's a lot of things to question about Drake May. But to me, if you're talking about Jaden Daniels, all of that applies to Daniels as well. Like it's Daniels is an elite athlete, but there's a lot of stuff that you have to question about Jaden Daniels. I think Drake May is by far a safer player than Jaden Daniels, who won the Heisman, but to me it was similar to the MVP that Lamar just won, where it's like a kind of a vacant landscape and he wins the award. But he's got a ton of issues, Jaden Daniels. He cannot throw to the middle of the field.
You have an opinion on Daniels versus May, Choppy?
I don't have an opinion on Daniels as a pro. Look, he was great in college. I don't know. I never thought that he was. I didn't think he should have won the Heisman. I thought it should have gone to Penix, or even Nix if Nix had won that game. But they split votes, and I never thought Daniel should have won the Heisman. Drake May. I mean, I like Drake, but Bobby's right. I mean, he's very inconsistent, very inconsistent.
And now you have noise around the number 3 pick with Minnesota and New England.
Now.
I love it. I love all this stuff. I know yesterday the boss was like, chill out maybe a little bit.
He said top 3. He said top 3 was okay.
On the NFL draft talk, but I think he'll be up at like 620, 635.
Yeah. The rumor has it that the Vikings have approached the Patriots about trading for the 3rd overall pick.
Yesterday, a lot of people were talking about Cousins getting a $51 million deal as well out there as a free agent.
Yeah, and that this would come with 3 firsts to get up there.
Woo!
I mean, you're jumping.
Where's New England?
New England's 3, Minnesota's 11.
I'm sorry. Minnesota's 11.
So the Patriots have about $87 million in cap space. They can add up another $13 million by cutting J.C. Jackson and make it about $100 million. So there's that. And then there's this report that it will be a minimum of 3 first-round picks for Minnesota to move up. That is from the Pioneer Press, which I assume is in St. Paul.
It is. Yes, the Pioneer Press is in St. Paul.
3 firsts from 11 to 3?
For your for the 3rd choice at quarterback?
Which, yeah, they're going up. Now, like having a quarterback available like boosts the price a little bit, right? The way it is.
Right. I mean, there would be one available at least, but I mean, you're going up for like the leftovers. You're going for the scraps that the top 2 teams didn't want.
Or you do the deal contingent upon your guy falling to 3.
Sure.
You do
yeah,
it,
you can do
on the
that. It's
clock.
like, hey, we're going to sit and wait.
You can do that, but they may not like I mean, look, Minnesota may see, all right, we know Caleb's not going to be there. The guy we want to get ahead of for JJ McCarthy. They may want him.
I don't know. This whole discussion, if Chicago really bails out and hands the first pick over to Washington and lets Cliff Kingsbury have Caleb Williams and Dan Quinn build that defense, Washington becomes concerning pretty quickly, I think.
All right. What does history say about the Rangers repeating? And we have the schedule out, and RJ says Fort Worth is going to be the absolute star for Rangers All-Star Week. That's next on the Home of the Champs with Sean and RJ. But let me go ahead.
Brought to you by State of the All Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a part of the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Special VIP Tolo shout out to those watching on Twitch and YouTube. You are appreciated. You're appreciated. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. The schedule is out. No more taking off in July for All-Star Week, at least this year, if you're in Sports Talk Radio.
Crap.
Yeah. Make it another time.
Just told you yesterday I was probably going to take off in July. Not now.
Yeah, well, you can't do it for All-Star Week.
Not now.
Because the game is taking place July 16th at Globe Life Field, of course, and we have all the events surrounding it.
Yes, sir.
The HBCU Swingman Classic on July 12th. The All-Star Futures Game. The All-Star Celebrity Softball Game on July 13th. All-Star Workout Day and the Home Run Derby on July 15th.
Go look at tickets for that.
For the Derby?
Derby.
Is it crazy? What is it? What are they?
So,
by the way, can't we flex a little bit for press passes to all these events?
Oh, I would think so.
Yeah.
Wouldn't we?
Well, how many are we going to be limited to as a
I don't
station?
know. That's true. We weren't able to get press passes into the actual playoff games. So, you know.
Ask Will Chambers, y'all.
Yeah.
right.
Text Will on the weekend about that.
Yeah. If he shows up for a show because he's so angry about it.
But Choppy, I could see you instantly going, you obviously already did, your desire level to go ahead and hit up all these events.
yeah, it's super high. Super high. We went
If
to...
I gave you this, or I know it's too soon, too real, the World Cup final.
Oh, this.
If I gave you the semifinal and the final for the World Cup, this
Home Run Derby all day.
Home Run Derby.
Home Run Derby.
Ooh,
That's where I want to be.
okay.
If you are a solo...
Does Bennett Glazer have Rangers tickets?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Bennett Glazer has every ticket.
Private.
He has
plane
several. He has several sections. If you're a solo...
They almost made a big mistake, though, the other day on the group chain. They were talking about you, actually.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Someone was talking about an alcohol that you liked, and Bennett Glazer, Southern Glazers, dominance in the alcohol liquor world. He's like, I don't believe that's one of mine. And I was like sitting back, like, ooh, ooh. And someone had to like tiptoe and creep in and be like, no, I think you may have misread
He
that.
misread because I used it's my fault. I did a douchey short name moniker of it.
Oh, way to go.
It was
You made Bobby look even worse to Bennett.
It was because it was your Woodinville thing you had. That's one of theirs, and I
knew Sarah sold that,
and I called it Woody.
Oh,
and he thought it was another type of bourbon.
Nope,
So,
I got some Woodinville cask strength,
Yeah.
116 proof.
Great stuff. Great stuff.
Really smooth.
So if you're a single, you just need one ticket. I could get you in the second row of section 318 for $416.
Oh,
If you need more than one together, the cheapest get-in-the-door price in the upper deck, section 310, is $635 a piece for the Home Run Derby.
Wow.
If you want to be anything outside of if you want to be in the 100 section, you're looking at close to $2,000.
So that's improvement.
You know what the answer to this is.
no. The answer is no.
No.
You don't buy tickets for $2,000.
No.
Like that's in the home run. The home run area is gonna be like the expensive ones. Luca looked up these up. He's like, yeah, we can't get in for like $2,000. And I'm like, oh well, we'll find a way.
Okay, so yesterday we got station rating news that we finished number one in the whole city. The whole station finished number one. We need to work out a deal with Brian Purdy, the GM, or Spittle, if something to that degree continues, till how long the whole station should get to go in the suite for all this.
Yeah, with kids.
Oh, gosh.
I gotta go. I gotta be with the kiddos.
Well,
and the lady friend. We also call her fiance.
Yeah, I'll just have 2 kids by then. The third will be kicked out of the house at that point.
Oh,
so
we're 18, huh?
I don't have to worry about.
So
that.
yeah, that home run derby is going to be in. There's a lot of tickets available.
So what is the price comparison from the Derby to the game?
I have not looked up the game.
Okay.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do that weekend, though.
Let me give the rest of the schedule real quick. The draft begins on July 14th in Fort Worth and will be open to the public. It's going to continue for the following 2 days as well.
I'm going to do that. Are you kidding me? The MLB draft, which is like not this big spectacle. They're trying to make it one. They're trying to turn it into the NBA draft or the NFL draft. But it's not this big spectacle like those are. But, man, you tell me I get to be out at a draft, a big old party in the stockyards, drinking, getting loud, obnoxious. Oh, you will see me on the television. With the draft in the stockyards, I will end up on TV out there.
Real quick, the All-Star game is about $600 a ticket at StubHub for two.
Just like
the 300 level.
Just like you promised you were going to be on TV, ESPN Plus, all shirtless and behind Choppy.
Okay, so they didn't put me behind Choppy, first of all. Second,
they put you courtside.
Exactly, it was better. I'm not complaining, but I was not behind Choppy, so I couldn't do that. Second, I was seen on TV taunting one of the players. You can see me on the TV screen arguing with him, and I was on TV. So I showed up and showed out, and I'll do it again.
You did.
I will streak at the draft.
So the MLB draft will be in the stockyards. It's going to be great. I mean, now listen, they are going to
because best walking area.
Yeah, Fort Worth in general is the best walking part of DFW. Like you can do Sunset Square, you can do the stockyards, wherever. I don't know where they're going to set it up exactly, but like it's going to be fun. Now they are going to play up every possible stereotype. If you thought that they did the stereotypes, they do the stereotypes for NBA games and when TNT rolls into town.
Get A-Rod and Jeter riding out on a horse to
A-Rod
the set, just like Barkley and them.
Greg Amsinger is going to have a cowboy hat on. We're going to see Jim Capel wearing boots or something.
Capel, I don't think he's alive anymore.
Oh, well, whoever.
They're going to have it's going to be crazy.
So starting on July 12th, All-Star Commissioners Cup, then the Jenny Finch Classic, Capital One All-Star Village, MLB Draft opening night on the 14th. Draft will continue July 15th and 16th. All-Star Workout Day and the Home Run Derby on July 15th, and then on the 16th, the Red Carpet Show, followed by the All-Star Game.
Can I say I don't love that sports leagues are trying to get going? Are these red carpet events, like treating it like it's the Oscars? Like the NFL does this with their NFL honors and everything else. I'm not a big fan of treating athletes like they have red carpet events. That I'm not a big fan of.
Weird take.
They probably like it.
No, because I'm sure they like it.
They're great looking, great dressed people.
But this isn't like a like I think it's dumb when the NFL has turned like their awards into when in the past it was just here's the AP releasing what the award is. I think turned into like an awards dinner where it's like the Oscars is dumb.
Well, okay. Wait, thanks, old man.
You're welcome.
How else?
Let me know if you got anything else.
How else will we see people from the Ringer getting high outside of the show?
That's too specific. Too specific.
People from the Ringer blazing outside the NFL awards show on the streets of Las Vegas. So that is the schedule. Now, that's for the future. What does history say about the Rangers repeating?
Well, now this may be more of a problem. The history of them repeating is, let's just say it's not good. Okay. If you go back, you look at the last 10 World Series champions, the following year, half of them missed the playoffs.
It's not good.
3 of them in a row. The Red Sox won it in 2013. The next year, they went 71-91.
The what?
The Red Sox.
Yeah, and then the what year?
The next year.
The next year.
Yeah. What did I say?
I didn't know if you said last or next.
Oh, next. Then the Giants won in 2014. The following year, they went 84-78, missed the playoffs. The Royals won in 2015. The next year, they went 81-81, missed the playoffs. Cubs win, lose NLCS. Astros win, lose ALCS. Boston and Washington back-to-back missed the playoffs. Dodgers 2020 win, kind of a win.
They won.
Yeah, they won. They lose the NLCS next year. The Braves lose the division series the following year, and then the Astros lose in the ALCS. So we haven't had a repeat. We haven't had a team.
Hang on. Peyton, last team to repeat World Series wins.
What was the Yankees, right? 90s and then the 2000. They won 3 in a row.
Peyton Russell,
well done.
Ring yourself up.
Very
young
nice.
man. Well done. And you weren't even looking at us. I thought you were doing something else. That was a good win for you.
He believes in 3-time champions.
You recovered from the stroke yesterday.
So that's a bad. All right. Now, look, it's very, very the baseball playoffs have become a crapshoot. It's very, very difficult to win. But even more troubling is that these 10 teams, finished an average of third place in their division the following year. The last two World Series champs both won their division, Houston and Atlanta. Dodgers were second, Nats were fifth, Red Sox were third, Astros first, Cubs first, Royals third, Giants second, Red Sox fifth. So it's just, it's a look, the last 10 years it's been up and down a little bit. Half the time you make the playoffs, half the time you don't, which is surprising because baseball has continued to expand their postseason. Over the last decade and a half, they've continued to they're going to keep doing it, I'm sure, as time moves on. But there you go. Average finish of third.
What I'm hearing is the World Series champions are due for a repeat. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, all you're telling me is that they're due and that eventually something's got to give, and why not start with Texas?
Well, according to all the data with the nerds and everything, after they crunched it all, the Rangers are likely to finish third in the AL West with a 50% chance of making the postseason. So that is from Bet Texas.
Where'd those nerds have them last year, huh? Where did your data get you last year, nerds?
Probably third, right?
Yeah, and they were wrong.
Same
So
place.
take that for data,
Same
nerds.
place we did, except for Peyton. So that's what history says about what the Rangers will do. John Smoltz live at 9 o'clock this morning. Bobby, you were looking at some of the feedback when I tweeted out that Smoltz was going to join us.
It was it wasn't great. It was it was similar, I feel like, to if you would have said, hey, we're having a very prominent politician on. Like, it's the same sort of screeching feedback that we would have gotten. This was a lot of unhappy people who were saying, you had said, what kind of questions should we ask him? And several people were saying things like, ask him why he hates us, ask him if he still thinks the Diamondbacks can come back in this series, ask him, who peed in his Cheerios, like whatever.
They got personal.
This might be the most unfavorable opinion that DFW sports fans have about a broadcaster. Probably is. I don't know that there's anybody worse we could have on. We could have on Skip Bayless or anybody else. I don't know that it's as nasty, the replies we got on Twitter yesterday.
People hated Joe Buck, but not like this. Like they hated Buck during the Cardinals World Series, but nothing like this.
It got so bad yesterday, I was a little worried about the PR people canceling it. I'm like, do they know what we're kind of all getting into right here? But they know that we're, respectable journalists, professionals.
Balanced AF, isn't that you're saying?
Going to try to handle it the right. This is really a huge loss for us. There's no way, short of telling John to go F himself, that we can come out of this a winner.
You guys are all in the same spot I was now with Orlovsky, where when I was sitting there, the only way that I was going to get approval from people on Orlovsky was if I got fired.
But you know the big difference. We're going to sit here and conduct the interview rather than throw a hissy fit and cross your arms and suck your lollipop in the corner.
Yeah, baby.
I was ready to talk in that interview. I was frozen out like Isaiah Thomas.
The commissioner of college basketball says, arrest everybody. Is that the right solution? Next.
But first, let me tell you about my friends at Kissable Dental.
Here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
1.8 to go. Duke down by 4. On the inbounds, it's picked, and the party is on in Winston-Salem. Kyle Filipowski is being helped off by members of the Duke staff, and you saw the immediate bear hug surrounding him as this court storming is in full effect with Filipowski hobbled. Wow.
Final call on ESPN. The topic of the day yesterday was court storming. What to do with it. And I think the overall opinion of this show was basically nothing. It's college sports. Let it continue. Now, the thing that I do worry about in our sick society is now that this is such a loud topic for right now, what dummy out there tries to get themselves to blow up on TikTok, to be in a national headline by accidentally bumping into a player and making themselves a big star. That's what I worry about. Copycats, a sports copycat that's out here like you have a Super Bowl streakers. But that was the topic of the day. And Jay Billis, I think after listening to this, maybe a little unfair reaction to the guy that people say should be the commissioner of college athletics. This was
headline. They read the headline.
They read the headline. So you agree with what I'm saying here?
I don't know what you're about to say, but I think so.
Okay. Jay Billis on ESPN with his court storming reaction and possible solution.
But the truth is, nothing's going to change now. We're going to talk about it. It's going to go away. And nothing's going to change. And if they wanted to stop it, they could stop it tomorrow. The administrators will tell you that security experts tell them that it's not a good idea to try to stop the court storming, that could cause more problems than it would solve. But you don't have to stop the court storming. one time, all you have to do is once they're on the court, don't let them off. Just say you're all detained and give them all citations or arrest them if you want to. And then court stormings will stop the next day. There's no accountability for this. The fans feel like it's an entitlement, and the universities like it, and the truth is we like it.
Okay, so this immediately became Jay Billis says
Arrest him. Throw away the key.
I think this is, correct me if you disagree, I think this is kind of like, hey, you want to really stop robberies out there and stabbings, you take someone's arm in the middle of the public square and you chop it off. If you really want to stop it. Now,
Public display of public punishment.
Yes. Now, am I saying to do that? I think Jay's just like, look, he's saying nothing's going to happen. This is going to go away in 2 days, which it probably will. If you really wanted to stop it, this would be my idea to do it. So that's why Jay Billis blew up yesterday. And apparently there is some behind-the-scenes Jay Billis dislike at the 4-letter because Richard Jefferson went on their ESPN NBA show. He, of course, played at Arizona, and he went on a 1.5-minute rant destroying Jay Billis with Malika Andrews rooting him on and agreeing in the background.
That's got to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire... Did he say detain 10,000 people? Did he say give 10,000 people citations? Me and Becky were talking before this because I asked the Hall of Famer Becky Hammond. So what do you think? She goes, if you don't make stupid rules, you don't have to enforce them. And that is silly. First of all, I get it. As an Arizona player, Duke players, typically the really good teams, I've had the court stormed on me 4 or 5 times. It's a part of it. It sucks. You don't want to see this. There has been things that happen, but this is about college basketball. This is about college football. To say something, and I love Jay Billis, a legend in this game. That is asinine to suggest that, because for me, when you look at this, yes, get your players off the floor. We saw the situation with Caitlin Clark. However you feel, left or right about that, was it a little bit of a flop? Was it a little bit of an embellishment? I get it. But this is a part of college sports. It always has been. For 40 years, 50 years? You know what? Even in football, you're going to stop all the people from running on the field when Alabama loses to Florida A&M? No, you're not going to stop it. So figure out a way to protect your players. And again, we're talking about one situation, 2 situations over the course of how many court stormings. We get it. But let's not get old and get off my lawn, get a citation, let's arrest them all. Do we know what we're talking about when we say these things? Like, come on. To me, if you paid your tuition and you go and support your team and they're an underdog against a high-level Arizona, Duke, North Carolina, Kansas, Kentucky, and you get the win, look, you deserve to storm the court. That's my opinion. Let's not arrest or give citations to 10,000 people. What are we talking about?
So there's Malik in the back. Totally agree. Richard Jefferson going after Jay Billis.
Yeah, I don't know what the where the hate came from, if there was any. It seems that there is some, but look, you got to let sports fans be sports fans too, I think. And part of it is that is a part of it in the college realm. Now it does get overboard. All right, there should be strict, and I do mean strict, rules as to who is allowed to storm the court.
Well, how do you do that?
Well, I make the rules. Okay, I should make the rules.
Let's hear your rules then.
All right, Duke can never storm the court.
Oh, we're okay.
So my favorite suggestion yesterday, they said if you want court stormings to stop, have Duke fans storm regularly, and everybody will get tired of it, and they'll start hating it because Duke fans do it, and then nobody will ever storm the court again because it'll be something co-opted by Duke, and everybody hates the Blue Devils.
By the way, even if you detained and gave citations to all the Wake fans, I don't think that stops it.
No,
because everyone's waiting for their moment to go ahead and do it, and they're like, they can't get all of us.
No, it is fun. I've been a part of a couple that's fun, but yeah, it's dangerous. Of course it is. But you want to let sports fans be sports fans. It doesn't mean that anybody knuckleheads. But yeah, I don't know the rule. Duke, by the way, Duke rushed the field in football this year against Clemson. Was John Shire complaining then?
Probably not.
Was Jay Billis saying arrest them all? No.
By the way, where did Jay Billis go to school?
He went to Duke.
Oh, Duke. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
So yeah, look,
Q-tip looking.
Q-tip.
You can only rush the floor against your chief rival or a team in the top 10. That's it. You can't rush the floor or the field against like the 17th ranked team in the nation.
So are you saying that Wake was unjustified in rushing?
What was Duke's rank? I don't remember what Duke's ranking was at the time, but if Duke was outside the top 10, now listen, you could argue that if you're Wake Forest, Duke is your chief rival.
Yeah, and it's Duke.
Right? So yeah, Duke, Carolina, Kentucky, Kansas, you beat one of those teams, fine. Alabama, you beat Ohio State or Michigan, fine in football. But like short of that, I mean,
Duke was 8.
Okay, they're fair game.
They were 8.
Fair game.
Any great solutions, suggestions on the fan text, or all this talk about nothing? Just let them continue to
put up nets like in baseball.
What what are we? To me, it's and to I think a lot of people, it's like, what are we solving? Like when we say like, what are the solutions? What are we solving? Like this is an outlier. What happened yesterday, or what happened, to Filipowski is an outlier, and I don't think it's something that we can like routinely say like, oh, this is an epidemic that we need to take care of. Now, Jay Billis did suggest his approach. One of the things we could do, other than arrest everyone, was he talked about how, look, the media, you guys are partly responsible for this too. He said it was network policy not to show that because we didn't want to encourage it. So what does it say about the way we use media and these images now? We can't deny we encourage it, or at least tacitly approve of it. So he thinks it's like one of these approaches, like whenever there's a mass shooting or something like that, where it's like you don't mention the shooter's name, or you do something like that. If you show images of them storming the court, people are going to be encouraged to do it. So media, you're complicit in this too. They're talking about like it's some national tragedy that Kyle Filipowski tweaked his knee. Like, it's ridiculous.
Here are the conference fine rules around college sports. SEC, first offense, court storming, $100,000.
Oh yeah, we don't tolerate that stuff in the SEC.
$250K for a second offense, $500K for a third offense. Pac-12, $25,000 for first offense. Big 12, they fined UCF $25,000 in January. Big East $5,000.
Oh man.
Big 10, no fines until the third offense.
Oh man, they are millennial parents right there.
And the ACC does not currently fine for court storming. So far and away, the SEC is the leader in punishment with $100,000 for the first offense.
Damn cult.
Could you imagine not even fining them, having no penalty? None? Like, all these conferences have a penalty of some kind. And the ACC is like, nah, we're not going to do that. The Big Ten, those Midwest values. You know what? 3 strikes.
Rub some dirt on it.
Yeah.
Quit crying.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line, live on the Fan Cam and Twitch.
The solution we're getting on the truckwreck.com fan text is win the game. Win the game if you don't want people storming the court.
Okay.
Just same thing like I said yesterday. You don't want somebody dancing in the end zone, keep them out of there.
Middle seats are becoming a problem for NFL draft picks.
Shame on the NFL.
We got to get a choppy timer. We got to get a choppy timer out.
Why?
It's amazing your drag out habit. It's hilarious. It's funny.
Let me
I was just doing the shame on the NFL for effect. Trust me. I do that. This was not one of those times. I'm not going to let you guys get me on that one this time. This was not one of those times. That's not it.
Okay.
The NFL is sending fat people in the middle seats. All right, 320-pound defensive linemen, offensive linemen, to the scouting combine. This is from Pro Football Talk.
Well,
in middle seats, in coach for their flights to Indianapolis. It's travesty. It's crime. Major League. I asked Derek Holland this.
Well,
I said, you get called up from the minors. What's your accommodations? First class, seat, hotel, 7 days, 7 nights in the team hotel, which according to league rules, generally a 5-star if they have it in town.
That was awesome to negotiate that in.
And a first-class plane ticket. These are NFL players at this point, basically. They should be given the NFL player
treatment,
CBA treatment.
So
they should be in first-class seats. Not a single one of these players. These are 6'5" guys who are 300 pounds. You want to put them in a middle seat? Because you booked them on basic economy?
So the NFL,
what, Tim Collins working for the NFL now?
Right?
The NFL booked this then? Because I know that
according to Florio, this is what they did.
Okay, because I know that a lot of times, like, accommodations are made, like, you're responsible for your own accommodations, like in terms of travel and everything, and that those are typically on agents and things like
Should
that.
the NFL be paying for or booking everyone who's coming to the combine?
I don't know, because I mean, not everybody who goes to the combine makes it to the NFL, so I mean, they don't all become players.
No, they don't. They don't all become players, but like this is like they're your guests.
I think they view it as
you have to be invited, right?
But I think they view it as like it's an invitation. It's like when you've talked about, Chop, when you get invited to you get invited to one of these tournaments or whatever else, like people got to raise the money for these like travel baseball teams to like go out there, even though they're invited. Or like, I mean, I don't know, maybe they need Alyssa Milano to help them raise funds and upgrade their seat or whatever. But no, typically I've always thought, and Florio could be totally right here, I've always thought that this was accommodations were made by the players themselves.
Why your wife is going to be obsessed with the Rangers and Major League Baseball this season, Stank Assen trying to save the Stars, and Peyton Russell. Peyton apparently playing for the Detroit Red Wings next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to the greatest of diamonds.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's Johnston weaving. He gets knocked by Pellick. Shot. Score! Stankoven! His first NHL goal on his 21st birthday. Logan Stankoven. It's perfect.
What a night for Stankoven. Logan Stankoven, as Gavin Spittle, the Hockey Hawk, is listening, so I had to make him proud with the Spits and Suds podcast. But the Stars lose to the Islanders again. Same thing with an overtime ending. Matt Duchene with his 800th point, but the Stars could only score twice. They lose 3-2 in OT to the Islanders. They're in a bit of a scoring slump, not scoring more than 2 goals in a game in their last 4. And now you have a tough back-to-back tonight in Colorado. The Stars are currently 4 points ahead of the Avalanche in the Central, but awesome night for Logan with the goal, the assist on the 21st birthday with the family in the crowd.
Yeah, that was very cool. They put the family up, and he gets a nice little goal. He had a good game. I mean, he really did. He was active, got good minutes.
Goal and an assist.
Yeah, and then obviously they go to the 3-on-3 in the overtime. They had chances. Their goalie made a really nice save for the Isles, and then about a minute later or so, it was game over. Game they could have won, should have won. They should have won. They were the better team, but I mean the Isles just it's hockey, man. Just one of those things. But that was a fun one for Stankoven. Stank acid. Sorry, Stank acid.
And
as we call them, yeah.
They have lost 5 of their last 6.
Ever since putting up 9 against the Predators, and they've scored 12 in their last 6 since then.
And the Preds, they canceled their the Stars killed off U2, and then ever since it's the curse of Bono. The curse of Bono.
The Bono curse. Whoa, that's definitely going to become a thing if they continue to struggle for sure.
And apparently Peyton Russell plays for the Detroit Red Wings. I'm looking at you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I teased it.
Yeah, no, I was listening.
Cindy Crawford.
So, how old do you have to be for not being able to know who somebody is of that stature? Cindy Crawford is Peyton. You have no idea, right?
She's a model, right?
Hey, look at that.
She's a model.
On fire today.
An all-time sex symbol.
Completely unacceptable that some guy named Bob Bouffer, or whatever the hell his name is, Bouffer, Bougher. How would you pronounce that? Stankassen.
Buffer.
He has no idea. So Derek Lalonde is the coach, preparing his visiting team's coach's room with his assistants, and one assistant had no idea. He goes, I noticed that's Cindy Crawford. He goes, I have no idea who that is. He had no idea who Cindy Crawford was. This guy was drafted in 1989. This is not somebody who was drafted like in 2018. 1989.
That's unacceptable.
You're in your 20s, in her prime, and you don't know who Cindy Crawford is.
This is equivalent of if you two didn't know who Britney Spears was, or if Peyton didn't know who like Mila Kunis is, or something like that. Like this is bad. This is right in your prime. This is like having now. What I guess what he could say is like, I was so focused. I was just so focused on my career. Didn't have time for those jeans commercials or whatever else, or the Pepsi.
Yeah, and it's not like this guy was from Russia. He's from Canada. Like what? Like he's from Ontario. It's like Detroit and Buffalo.
I bet he knows who the daughter is because she kind of looks exactly like the mom.
Oh, really?
22. Oh, she's drop dead gorgeous. It's unfair. It really is. It's scary and unfair how good looking the daughter is.
Mole in the same spot?
I don't know. Kaya Jordan Gerber. Don't know why you.
Oh wow, yeah,
right.
That's like if Cindy Crawford and Kylie Jenner had a child.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. All right. So how is Major League Baseball going to fix this freaking pants issue? What the heck is going on? We have see-through pants.
Yeah.
For the major league.
And last year, see, teams are using last year's pants right now. Like the Padres.
Yeah.
They used last year's pants the other day.
So Eduardo Perez, this was all during team photos when everyone saw, it's like if you have like, the white dress shirt tucked down, and you could see it through the pants somehow, some way.
Yeah.
And Eduardo Perez was trying to explain what was going on with it. He said the MLB logo, that's usually up by the collar. That was brought down. And because it was brought down, the names have been brought down. And because the names have been brought down, the brand also has been brought down of the team. And that's a decision. This was not made by Nike or the players or the teams. It was made by Major League Baseball. And they want to get the brand out there. So you want to be able to showcase it. You want it a little bit bigger. And he said, these are the sacrifices that are having to be made. This is ridiculous.
But I don't know what the hell it has to do with the pants. That's on the jersey top. Look at this. Look at this photo of this Giants guy.
That's not real.
That's real.
He looks like he needs to be milked. Do not send that to Ryan. Do not send that to Ryan to put up on the fan cam. Oh my Lord.
Goodness.
Yeah, you got guys out here looking like John Hamm in gray sweats. All right.
John Hamm known for this?
John Hamm is known for having a hammer.
World.
He is known for having a hammer, man.
I guarantee he's got the Mount Rushmore dudes.
It's like
that.
Greg Norman on the beach. John Hamm.
Sean Payton in the coach's photo.
Yes, Sean Payton, the coach. He did have.
You were talking all about that.
Drake. We don't know if Drake's is real or not. Okay. We don't know.
May have been using PEDs.
Yeah, very, very. Yeah.
The Corey Majors angle, side angle.
Tiger showed that one photo.
I don't remember that.
Oh, it wasn't a 2-iron.
They have to change this as quickly as the NBA reversed the basketball.
That was quick. They did that a handful of games in, month in or so.
They have to.
Yeah, they've got, because this is a nightmare, and the teams are taking notice. So the gray pants doesn't really show up on gray pants. If you're wearing your home whites, you could really see through. You could see full jockstrap. You could see exactly what they're working with down there. Nobody wants to see that. Like, when you show up, if you're a baseball player, no. You got to have 2-ply. This is single ply.
All I can think of is Troy's wife and your fiance now just being glued. When the Rangers got Ian Desmond, she was obsessed.
I'd be glued.
You'll be
glued.
Yeah,
I want to see.
Now women, girlfriends and wives just being absolutely glued to Mike Bassick on Bally to check out these pants.
Look, they won the kids over.
That was my other tease job.
They won the kids over with their with their changes to the game last year. Now they said, how can we pull in more women to our fan base? And they went, let's go see-through pants. Sex sells. I like it. I like the
Have
approach.
the players spoken out a ton against it? I haven't seen a lot.
Yeah.
There have been players talking. I know Chiafalo, in the midst of his joke interviews yesterday with Sam Huff and Danny Duffy, he had asked Sam Huff about the pants. And Sam Huff was not a fan of them and said that guys are not a fan of them and that they can, it's the fit and everything else that guys are just not really big on them.
Well, the piece of audio I have here is Eric Chiafalo asking Sam Huff yesterday in surprise about his fingers.
Have you picked your championship finger? You're going to put that ring on? Do you feel like your fingers are more, is it a length thing for your fingers or is it more of a girth thing? You got those sausage bad boys. Oh, no, those are Jimmy Dean's. I see those.
Length. I'm not really girthy, I don't. My hands are my hands, but they're just rough from all the swings I take and stuff. That's about it.
You know what Jorge Posada used to do during spring training to get his hands ready?
Pickle juice?
No, dude, he used to pee on them. Would you do that? You've heard that?
I've heard that. I've heard guys do that. I've never had that issue because I've been out here my whole life. So my hands are always dry, so they just callus right up.
Gotcha.
So it's maybe humidity stuff. They have rubbed your hands raw, but I've never had that issue yet. Depends on where I'm at, though.
But as a teammate, if you're one of your teammates needed you to pee on their hands to strengthen them, do you feel like that's a bond that you shared?
If you do it, yeah. I don't know if I'd do it yet. I don't know if I could do it with anyone in here.
If you had to pick one guy to do that with, who do you think would be that?
I don't know, because I
just one of your friends you just want to, I'll pee on your hands so that we can win, for the team.
Probably J.O. I know him pretty well. He's from Arizona, so.
J.O.
Jonathan Ornelas.
The dude who wears the pants tight?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well done, Eric.
He basically decided he wanted somebody to pee on his hands because of the state he was from. He's got the good Arizona water in his urine. That's what I want.
Jameis Winston told us about growing up near water. Maybe it's something being away from water.
Does anyone not wear the championship ring not on the ring finger?
No, so actually Sam Huff,
right?
apparently one of the things he said was middle. He said a lot of the people when they size up your ring, they say that for weight distribution and balance, they said middle finger is usually the one to wear.
Wow. Yeah, plus it's if someone tries to steal, you could punch them, and that middle finger little bit more kind of strong alongside the wrist.
Adam Schefter reporting that Tony Pollard among the NFL running backs who are not going to get the $12 million tag, along with Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, Josh Jacobs, and Saquon Barkley. So thank goodness, no tag for TP.
Boy, the running back market, it's become a total...
When are they going to have another meeting?
Empty. Yeah, look, they're going to have their little Zoom meetings that then... What, Pollard's going to tell us, like, yeah, I wasn't part of those. I don't know what you're talking about. Definitely wasn't in one of those meetings like he told us at camp, which was a little awkward.
Yeah, he probably doesn't even know the meeting took place, just like he didn't know about Dan Quinn leaving.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, he's focused on other things, getting his payday. But, I mean, this is just another example of the running back market is dead. Like, you had all these guys getting tagged last year, and then heading into this year, it's something where teams are like, okay, cool, we'll sit back, we'll just approach things, straight ahead. After we saw that, like, the highest paid running back on the market last year, David Montgomery, and what he put out, it was $6 million. It's half the tag. Why would you bother, tagging a guy like that? And so I think that most teams at this point are saying we're hands off, and you guys are basically 2 down linebackers at this point in terms of value to us.
And look at Josh Jacobs. I mean, he screwed my fantasy team. I went and took him, and look at the absolute fall off that took place. Now, he's 26 years old, but 2 years ago, he had an MVP type season. And then last year, he dropped down to 3.5 yards a carry. He went from 1,653 yards to 805.
Well, look at this. I mean, he had 340 carries in 22. That's a lot. A lot of carries. And then he went from averaging 4.9 to 3.5. Okay? If you go back and you look, the moment the running backs start to see decline, it hardly ever gets back to where it was. They don't usually decline, they go back up. And you may get that one unicorn out there every now and then it does. Like Travis Henry, even him, he went from 5.4 to 4.3. That's a huge drop. That's still good. But that's only good because he was otherworldly before.
There are a lot of things you can... there are a lot of metrics people try to use, or like markers people try to use throughout somebody's career of like, oh, when you turn this age or when you get this amount of workload, there's a pretty hard baseline that's shown to be consistently reliable is 27. When you turn 27 as a running back, you're done.
And then Sean McDermott talking real big, saying it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when the Buffalo Bills win a Super Bowl.
Yep, that's what he's saying to Tim Graham over at The Athletic when they were talking to him about when they were talking about the Bills and the disappointment that they've been, that he said, like, look, we got to stop talking about these things of like if we don't win or whatever else. He says, like, this is going to happen. It's like you mentioned, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. To me, this is up there just as much with McCarthy saying, well, we're a championship team. We just haven't won a championship yet, guys.
Right.
Like, I mean, to me, it's just as worthy. That's some tough talk from somebody who, as much as we've all been disappointed by the Cowboys, would we agree Bills have been the biggest January disappointments over the last 5 years or so?
Yeah, I mean, look, they at least went to a conference championship game, but yes, absolutely.
But in terms of, like, we're looking at that team as they've been talented enough that they should have been a Super Bowl champion at some point, I think, over the last 5 years. One of these years, they should have had the opportunity. You can't lose to Buffalo. You can't lose to Cincinnati at home in the snow.
Yeah, they got beat.
That's bad.
But they're the Sacramento Kings. They're the Mavericks. They're the Phoenix Suns running into the Lakers.
That's what they are. The Kings.
They're running into
a
them.
Great example.
Maybe they're like Peyton. They just don't believe in world champions.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, look. I mean, when you don't believe in champions, everybody can claim champion because it's not even a real thing. Peyton.
I went back and listened to that clip. It didn't sound as horrible.
It always doesn't.
On repeat.
You're right. It did. The reactions did. The reactions were the key.
I disagree. I think it sounded worse, Peyton.
Or
I think
Venetian Hotel in Vegas.
Oh, Venetian Hotel.
Oh, that's unfair. You can't do that.
There go the ratings.
Just show them your hat, Bobby. Yep, there it is. There goes number one with Twitch and YouTube. Sean, RJ, and Roberto on DFW Sports Station. John Smoltz at 9 o'clock this morning, but we have the Expressway commercial free with Ask Reddit and part 2 of the Mozzie Smith locker. Mozzie wants his stuff back. Should he get it? Expressway commercial free after this.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
By the way, one of our top Tolos, Emilio, asked if we could send a birthday shout-out to his brother in Phoenix, huge Cowboy fan, and a Tolo. His name is Jose, so Jose, happy birthday. And Emilio, thank you for turning it on, leaving it on.
Just like everybody else in Phoenix, big Cowboy fan. That's Cowboy country, Phoenix, Arizona.
Is it?
Yeah, because the Cardinals were so bad in the 90s that they all became Cowboys fans, essentially.
All right, so yesterday I saw part 2 and 3 of the Storage Wars type video of Mozzie Smith's locker. Mozzie Smith having a bunch of stuff in a storage unit, obviously did not keep up with the payments, and when that happens, they need to get rid of that locker.
Yep. That's how the show Storage Wars came about. Is this just unpaid lockers, and they try to contact you, they give you X amount of time, and then after a while, and then stuff's just sitting there. They got to run a business. They got to sell that unit.
That's how
They're not making money on it.
That's how I became a Cowboys fan. An unsold storage locker. That it was. We had a friend who worked at Public Storage, and when they didn't get sold, they would just divide it up amongst themselves after a while. And somebody had every Cowboys game from the early 90s on VHS and gave it to me as a kid.
What?
Wow.
Yeah. So I had like every game from like 91 to 94 on VHS and watched them all.
Wow. And you didn't feel the need to tell that during the first Mozzie story?
I didn't pop in my head in that context. I've told that story on the air before.
The first year of the show?
Yeah, the first year.
That's interesting. So I think this guy paid like $1,800.
Yeah.
And in part 1, we were seeing some shoes. We saw some cleats. It's clearly Mozzie's. He's like, okay, this guy was drafted first round 2023. And the grand reveal for his TikTok following was going to be this gun safe. And also what other type of Louis Vuitton clothing, whatever else is going to be in there. So here was part 2 of the Mozzie Smith locker reveal on TikTok.
Check out what I found in this $650 storage unit. I paid a little bit more than I wanted to, but I got into a bidding war with somebody. But here's what the unit looks like. This is what the pictures look like as well. You can see some shoe boxes, that Gucci box, and those mattresses. The Gucci box was the first box I opened, and it was a dud. There was the dust bags in it, but that was about it. Something that I was pretty jacked up about was there were 2 TVs in this unit that were hiding behind the mattress. Crazy enough, the next shoebox I opened was a pair of dead stock Jordan 1 Fearless, and they sell between $400 to $500. And then after those, the hits just kept on coming, with almost every box in the unit actually having shoes in it, which is kind of rare. Normally the shoes aren't in there or they are really beat up. These were actually in really great condition. Other than the shoes and the TVs, that was it for the unit. And the TVs worked, which is awesome.
Okay, so he did not hit like the grand treasure. He opened up the gun safe. It was empty. So nothing in there. And then his third video, not even worth playing. It's just a bunch of like different Michigan t-shirts and stuff.
Yeah, there's some Supreme brand like winter hats and other stuff in there. It was cool. I mean, a lot of cool stuff, but nothing that's gonna be selling for $1 million or anything.
He's trying to say that Mozzie's shoes in total are gonna add up to about $20K. So big hit for the locker.
Good day.
Yeah, very, very, very good day.
Yeah, and I mean, how much would that gun safe be? Like I mean, for $1,800 that you're paying for, the gun safe itself is probably worth a bunch. So
unless you broke it trying to open it.
Well, you could have done that.
You know what I mean?
Well, now Mozzie Smith has gotten legal involved.
Levi McCathern. So the Daily Mail had this story up that the Cowboys, Mozzie Smith wants his stuff back, and they reached out to the representation for Mozzie Smith. One, Levi McCathern, which those of you who know the intimate details of the Dallas Cowboys know Levi McCathern is frequently quoted in stories whenever Jerry's got a lawsuit or if there's something legal that Jerry's going through, because Levi McCathern is sort of the unofficial team lawyer. He's not legal counsel, but he is one of the lawyers that they use frequently. And Levi McCathern actually offices out of the Star. So if you've ever been in the Star, the main hallway, the offices are like at the end of the hallway there. And so
this is who Michael Irvin has been using.
Levi McCathern is frequently used by people associated with the Cowboys. And so that's This is indicative to me of not just, all right, this is Mozzie representation. This is Cowboys have been made aware of this situation and are doing their best to help out. And this is what Levi McCathern told them. He said, obviously, Mozzie has been in constant motion since being drafted last year. Maybe that's why he's lost 30 pounds. It's because of all the cardio he's doing, being in constant motion. In the course of moving and changing banks, payment for this unit somehow fell through the cracks. Mozzie obviously wants his possessions back, and we will immediately begin working towards that goal. We are hopeful that the individual in possession of Mozzie's unique personal items will cooperate with us on their speedy return. And to me, I think that sounds like, how much are you willing to pay then?
Right.
Because you're not you don't have legal standing to say you should get this back. Yeah. So, and if you need cooperation.
And a lot of Tolos yesterday responded and said, tough, we want the draft pick back. So that was the number. That was the number one response.
Yeah, there's still time for Mozzie. Okay, short of payment, if you're looking to get your return back, are you asking for stuff from the Cowboys? All right, well, I want tickets. I want tickets. Yeah. I want some sort of specific autograph memorabilia from the team.
Well, first you will be made whole in your $1,800.
Yep.
Right? So you want the cash of that. And then, there's a realistic situation where he would ask for, like you said, either the tickets, memorabilia, but also a portion of what the value was in the storage unit. Let's say
if the belongings are that important to you, pay me for the value of the belongings. You can have the belongings and I get the money.
Right. And
pay me for them.
And generally, it would be, there's a time value thing here. If you're the guy, okay, it would take a lot of legwork to sell these things for $20,000.
Yes.
If you give me $10,000 right now, I'll give you everything.
Yes.
Or whatever it would be. You know, and there's a way to negotiate
but
this.
legal standing wise, right? This attorney has nothing to stand on.
I would assume no.
I'm guessing that's why he used the word cooperate. He's we're hoping that they cooperate. Hey, come on, play ball with us a little bit here. Is because I would assume that to them it would mean we know we don't have legal footing. We're just hoping you'll be reasonable in some of these things that we're going to offer up. But that's what you'd have to offer, right? You'd have to offer hey, we'll bring you out to practice. We'll give you the VIP tour. We'll give you tickets to these games. We'll give you a suite.
This guy has to live in DFW. We should find this guy, get him on.
Vincent Broadway, yeah.
Is his name what?
That's what it said in the Daily Mail piece.
That is a fake name.
I'm sure it is.
Vincent Broadway.
What do you want? Look, but I do think that, this is something where this has got to annoy the Cowboys a little bit, right? Not just this, but just in general when it's we have to come up with capital for you to trade.
And if this was a 6th-round pick, would Levi McCathern be getting involved? Or they're Mozzie, you're first rounder. You still have high status.
I think they tend to get involved for their players on matters
and maybe this is not them getting involved, by the way. We don't know that.
It's even if the Cowboys are not directly involved, I'm sure this was their recommendation. Yeah. So they have there are certain people within the organization who are help guys out with their transition. One of them, a big guy in the organization who helps out young players in their transition, is Brian Wansley. And so I would imagine Mozzie probably went to Brian Wansley, asked about this, and this was the recommendation.
Yeah, I'm probably settling at 12, 13K, so I don't have to go and resell all these things and get them appraised and then wash the clothes because
pain in the butt.
A lot of them, so I don't know. And then, half season ticket package. There you go.
Yeah, which costs the team nothing. They give it comp tickets all the time. It's just.
Well, how good do the tickets have to be? Are you wanting a suite,
right,
with sideline passes before every game or something like that? Or are you wanting the Bennett Glazer
seats?
Give
me Bennett Glazer seats.
Yeah.
So he can wave to Chris Christie.
What if Bennett Glazer ends up spending the whole season next to Vincent Broadway?
There you go. That is the other one. The sideline passes. Give him tickets on the sideline. That literally costs nothing. There is no seat for that.
But that's also not he would have to be a fan or want to do something that's he can't sell that.
No. You gotta go.
So he's going to want something that he would want to sell, I would imagine.
All right, the D3 email that RJ says we have to hear.
Dude, okay, so when you have a baseball coach or a professor who gets entangled into a fight, this is what happens. This is a D3 school, and there's a former major leaguer that got involved in all of this. The professor in question is a guy by the name of James Duggan. Duggan or Dugan, Duggan. This is a D3 school, and they have kids that are going on this trip. All right, this travel trip for their baseball team.
Mm-hmm.
This is the write-up here. Some of you will be traveling to Florida with your sports teams. As a former D3 athlete, I disagree entirely with sports at this level interfering with academics. I hope your coaches have impressed upon you all of where D3 athletics will get you in life and where they will not. I hope your college education presents opportunities for you upon graduation, and I'm quite confident you will not be making a living as an athlete. Sorry. Nonetheless, I have adjusted my schedule for the midterm to accommodate those of you who will be traveling. We will still review the first half on Tuesday. The exam is up and available for you. Have a safe trip and have fun, but keep things in perspective.
Okay. So basically saying you're not going to be a pro athlete, don't forget your studies.
Basically saying that. And he's getting destroyed. Former major leaguers, this is bad. D3 students deserve better. A student athlete reached out to me yesterday, didn't know how to respond.
Former major leaguers?
Yeah. This is really, really bad. If I was a baseball coach or any type of coach at that school, I'd have a very firm conversation with this guy about those comments. Like just the absolute minimizing of what they're doing at school. Like, you're not going to make the majors. You're not going to make the NBA. You're not going to make this or that. Which, fine, they may not, but
you're probably not.
Yeah, probably not. But these are still kids that are high athletes with dreams, and that's not the job of a professor, is to squash the dreams of anyone.
Sour grapes. Guy had his own dreams squashed.
But did he write something in there that was that flagrant? Was that like offensive? It sounded like the wording of it wasn't too harsh.
I think I am quite confident you will not make a living as an athlete. We'll do it. Like, who the hell are you to tell me what I'm not going to make a living in?
Okay, so you guys are never going to have this talk. You're never going to. Let's just say Luka's not going to be a major leaguer. Let's just say that.
Okay.
When are you going to tell him that?
When baseball tells him that.
Okay.
It's not my job to tell him that. It's baseball's or football's or whoever. Like, when they tell him that he's not going to make a living in it.
Yeah, look, when
unless he's like completely uncoordinated, and then it's like
maybe this professor should be given props.
No, it's not. It's not the professor's job. Let them live their life. Let them. Look, that's to me, it's either the job of parents or loved ones to communicate that. That's not the message of the, D-head professor. Like, that's not his job. Sorry, hacksaw Jim Duggan. It's not up to you.
Now, listen.
What was his famous go-to?
I don't know. I just know hacksaw Jim Duggan.
And you don't know the thing?
Nope.
Pretty incomplete.
Now
What's
listen.
incomplete?
There are 9.
I don't know what
sport.
he's known for.
It's not even a real sport.
Well, you don't reference it then.
I know who he is.
Obviously, you don't.
He's a wrestler.
He is a wrestler.
Yeah,
Very good.
but you have to know the thing that he does.
He goes like this.
Do you know?
And he pretends like he's sawing people.
Do you know Hulk Hogan's finishing move?
No.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to see how far we could go with
I know who he is, but again,
good. I'm glad you know who Hulk Hogan is.
Yeah, you have the same beliefs as him, probably.
Right. For reference.
Hell yeah, brother.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
He says, hell yeah, brother. He drops his elbow. The people's elbow, Hulk Hogan.
Kevin Hagman rolling in his grave.
So for reference, each of the last 3 years, there's been 6 D3 players taken in the draft. Okay, so 6 in the draft over the last 3 years each.
This is
D3. MLB. 23 were picked in 2010. That was the record. There's 9 active players on MLB rosters from D3. Most notably, most famous ones: Billy Wagner, Joe Nathan, Tony Womack. So it's not like Womack. So it's not like you're guaranteed in. Obviously, it's a long shot to get in. Former college baseball players have wrote this in. Seems to be someone killed his professor's dreams when he was a young adult, and he's continuing that dream. Another one. The only course he's qualified to teach is the introduction to pound sand.
Oh.
So not happy with Hacksaw James Duggan.
Hacksaw James Duggan.
Yeah. I mean, look, one of the guys that we're all buddies with here, Derek Holland. Derek Holland was
Speak for yourself.
He was a community
JUCO.
college pitcher. He went to Wallace Community College. I'm
what do you freaking do?
Because
you have these,
all right.
You have these Hallmark stories.
Yeah,
no one is more of a pessimist and a cynic than you are. You'd be the first one. You'd be the first one telling your daughters, "Hey, enjoy this WNBA game. Your jumper is hideous. You shoot like Kevin Duckworth. That's who you need to study. Shoot it down. Keep them grounded. Be reality instead of building up these fake soft dreams. Like Jalen Mills is probably listening right now, pumping his fist towards me.
You ask. At what point do you have that conversation, Jacob? It was 8th grade when he's on C team and he's not wanting to make any contact on special teams. I told him, I was like, you should drop this.
Okay,
you're not playing. But that's my responsibility. That is not the professor's responsibility.
Okay, fair.
And the reality is, there is a chance he is telling someone who would make the major leagues. There's a chance he's telling someone that they're not going to make it. And if that's the
microscopic chance.
But that is still the potential discouragement to get what? His stupid midterms graded or whatever. Like, screw you.
Yeah, ultimately y'all are right. It's the,
it is a job of the parent.
It's the kid's choice to, do the work or, you don't have to rah-rah them into doing the work. They do the work and they pass, or they don't and they fail. So there you go. But there's a teacher trying to take the extra step. And
he's really trying to pour into these kids. It's obviously coming from a place of love.
You know what? There's going to be some people, I bet, on the Charge.com text line agreeing with, keeping the expectations realistic. Not be these dreamers like you.
Look, 254, I agree with the coach. If a kid is wasting a free education, you're doing him a disservice if you don't put things in perspective.
Yeah.
That's the perspective.
Not showing up to class because you think that you're going to get drafted. What are you, Bronny James? Pretending.
Bronny needed this professor.
Expressway. Commercial free on a Tolo Tuesday. That means it's time to ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Oh, truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Also, you can chime in on the Twitch and the YouTube. We appreciate you guys there, and we'll kick around these topics here in the studio. It's Ask Reddit. We do this every Tuesday. It's where we take the most viral questions being asked on the 45 million member Ask Reddit forum. And I got the first one up for RJ Choppy.
Share it.
Chop, what is way more common than people realize?
That's a good question. I think way more common than people realize is people realize it though. Like social media creeping. People realize that. That is way more common. That happens even if you don't think it happens. It happens.
Sure. I had Bonte Hill like something of mine on Instagram back in January.
Oh,
yeah,
San Francisco morning show host.
Yeah.
Baby.
That's a loose term to call him a morning show host. He's more just a placeholder until they get
all the overnight dancers.
Yep, exactly. You know what my answer to this is, and I guess it's just didn't realize it until a certain point. I did not. I don't think that a lot of people realize until they get into adulthood. As a kid and a teenager, I had no idea how widespread certain narcotic usage was among adults until I got older. You see how prevalent some of that is, and it's like, wow, I kind of thought.
Which narcotics?
Let's say, for instance, I had no idea until I was an adult how prevalent cocaine usage was just among adults. That it's out there a lot more. That was something that as a kid growing up, I thought like, oh, that's just something that happens in
Miami.
Yeah, like Miami or like the top floor of some rich penthouse or something like that. It's like, no, that kind of happens in a lot of different places in middle class areas. That's not
my top 15 friends. I'm gonna assume that maybe one of them does coke. Maybe. I could be naive to it. I don't know. Yeah. Not has ever done. Sure. I mean, consistently does.
Yeah. I don't
know anyone that does it. Well, I do know one.
I know one.
I do know one. I don't know if he's still in the friend group, but TBD.
All right. I don't know that anyone in my friends group that does either. I mean, now, like, I think you could take it with, I don't think a lot of people know this or knew the scope going into adulthood, how many 40-year-olds are smoking weed still. Now everyone, yeah. Now we all know. Pepe, do you have an answer for this? What
is more common than people realize? I'm having trouble with this.
Well, it's something we talked about on the show about a month ago. It was sharing your location with others. How you guys thought that no one does it, but then it's not just the significant other that you do it with, it's friends as well. The whole Los Hombres, my friend group, we all share our location with each other. So we know when someone's going to show up to the casino, the party, if they say, I'm about to leave, are they really leaving? Just keep an eye on everyone.
Yeah.
So it's sharing location
the lack
with
of
others.
trust. My son does this with his girlfriend. They're 60-something days in, because I know that because
2 months.
Valentine's Day she gave him 61 photos for 61 days of the relationship or whatever.
Whoa.
And so whatever that is, plus 10 or 13, they share location.
903 says nose picking, way more common than people realize.
Isn't there some scientific study you got from the New York Post about nose picking? Was it Alzheimer's?
Yeah, at least the dementia or Alzheimer's, which is great because I have it on both sides and I pick my nose like crazy.
Not to be a downer, not to be too sad, but 205 is right about this one. Miscarriages, those happen a lot more than people talk about or have discussions about. Swaggy Booties on the Twitch says hanky panky in the workplace. That would have to happen way more often than I'm aware of because I've never worked somewhere where I felt like that was happening among people at all.
Really?
Wherever. Nope.
My first radio station, it happened with the PD and a smaller individual. And she came storming up this ramp. I saw this slow-mo. Saw her storming up this ramp, and it was a big problem. Humongous issue. Inter-office relationship.
That's uncomfortable. Honestly, I live for the drama.
We had Richie and Sybil here forever.
That's right, we did.
I'm all about the drama. I love the drama. You love the drama. Other people's drama.
Other people's.
Yeah, OPD. We're down with OPD. Other people's drama. I would love it if I knew that was happening regularly. I'd have all this tea to discuss, but I feel like it's never happened in any of the workplaces that I've been around. Okay, Sean Sharif. What is a phrase that only trashy people say?
Get her done? I don't know.
You know what? I wrote get.
Get.
I don't think that's trash.
Here, it's not a phrase. It's a word, though. Somebody pointed this out to me a couple years ago, and I hadn't ever considered it before, but the more I thought about it, I was like, oh, that's true. Fancy. Generally, when you say fancy, it's somebody who say fancy is described something that by far is not fancy. Like they're like, oh,
Here's your
that's
one chance, fancy. Don't let me down.
Exactly. Here's your one chance, fancy. Don't let me down. Just be nice to the gentleman, fancy. He'll be nice to you. Fancy generally said about things that are definitely not fancy. Like,
What?
oh, that's fancy. This is fancy.
You think?
Yeah, and it does not match up to the definition of the word at all.
This is very nitpicky of me. Well, two things really. One, I think it's trashy when people say that Fast and Furious is not a great movie series, or they make fun of the phrase "never turn your back on family."
It's silly. It's a silly thing.
But it grinds my gears, which I don't know why I would say that phrase, but when people say "conversate,"
oh, you don't like
conversate's not a word.
But that's not trashy.
That's
I
an old.
think it's poor English. It's poor grammar. That to me is it's
Biggie
defined.
used it. Biggie
Yeah, it's
said
okay in a
conversate.
song. It's okay in a song, but I'm going to conversate with you. No, you're not. We're having a conversation. There's such thing as conversate. I don't know.
I think both of y'all's answers are the total opposite. Conversate and fancy. Like, how can fancy be trashy?
214. Do you know who I am?
Yeah.
That's generally a trashy.
I think
person.
that's douchey. That's not trashy.
What's are we splitting hairs with douchey and trashy though?
No, I think trashy. I'm thinking Joe Dirt.
Joe Dirt would say fancy.
That's what comes into my mind is Joe Dirt. Do you know who I am? You're an arrogant douchebag.
Yeah.
That's different from trashy, in my opinion.
It is. I think it's a little different.
Peyton?
So this one, I've hated for a long time. The mama didn't raise no B. Usually said by a B. So yeah, it's an excuse for confidence. It's like, if you're going to take the shot, just take it. I don't need to know about your mama raising you as a B, or didn't raise you as a B. So that's one that I thought was pretty
like
trashy.
anything that maybe Kid Rock would say. I don't know. That Joe Dirt look. Something like that. What else is on the fan?
We've got a couple contributions here. 972 on God. On God shop. They're saying
I can't say that anymore.
214 trashy people say library instead of library.
Okay.
I feel like library is just like you're having trouble like getting the word out. I feel like that's
You know what? Just watch. All right, I finally have my answer. Just watch Mama June.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just watch that whole entire show. Maybe you say supper.
Supper's a southern thing. Supper's just southern.
Country. That's just country.
Yeah, but watch Mama June.
All right, that's fair.
Watch that entire show, and there's your answer for all of them.
That's Here Comes Honey Boo Boo, by the way.
Yes.
For those of you that don't know. Okay, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan, truckdirect.com, Fantex 877-881-1053, Twitch, and the YouTube. Who is a celebrity, Peyton Russell, that you used to love and now you hate, and why?
Well, it's Kanye West. I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
You're really good at these answers.
Yeah, you are good at these.
Thank you. I mean, like growing up, like I really liked his music, like the albums, like listening to him. But now it's just, I mean, self-explanatory. He's just not a great person.
He's kind of gone away a little bit. Did you watch the documentary?
I did not.
Is it good? It's awesome.
Really?
Yeah, you need to watch it.
My answer here is Will Smith. Will Smith, I used to love. Like, I loved Fresh Prince. The music was fun. He was super cool. And, like, the more he's... Even before the Chris Rock slap thing, he had just become so... Like the Tom Cruise energy was strong with him, the older that he got. And then after the whole slap and the big show of it at the Oscars, I was just like, I'm out on this dude. This dude sucks.
I never personally, like, loved her, but, like, I got her glow and her shtick and the likability. Ellen. I mean, Ellen is a total complete 180. When you hear the nightmare stories behind the scenes. Jimmy Fallon, I'm not on a hate level with him, but you just hear so much stuff. He doesn't ever do anything. I never see anything that seems hateable, but some of the story. Oh, well, I mean, Diddy.
Oh, Diddy with all the accusations, all the lawsuits he's got going.
He got
right
more
now.
Yesterday that came out.
James Corden is one that gets a lot of people are like, that dude is a jerk behind the scenes. He gets crushed. The Twitch is throwing out a couple different names.
James Corden is that's probably my answer.
Opie World says R. Kelly. We've got EJL Viking says Bill Cosby. What do you got, Chop? You don't have it inside of you to hate many people.
No, I don't. I'll tell you this. Like, I used to
weird dislikes though.
I do have weird dislikes. You will be stunned when I say this. I like ever since he retired. Like I have like nothing for Derek Jeter.
Interesting.
I used to love him as a player.
He's Michael Young in pinstripes.
No, I used to love him as a player.
Not as good.
But like now as a retiree, it's just like, all right, like you don't offer anything, you don't say anything.
But he was like that as a player.
He was like that as a player, but as a player, it's okay to be like that, right?
Right.
And now that you're not, like
he's boring.
I think
vanilla ice cream.
Yeah, I think his analysis, like I think he's smart as a baseball analyst. I think he's the best one of the bunch in that show, but like he doesn't say anything, and like his whole shtick is just, oh, I just wanted to win. I was just a winner. Like his whole Hall of Fame speech is all about winning. Okay, great, man. We get it. Like, you like to win. Like, cool. Give me something else.
903 LeBron James respected his game, but now he's a crybaby. Another 903 says Howard Stern. 972 Kimmel. 214 The Rock. I think there are a lot of people, even before this whole wrestling thing, we're starting to kind of turn on The Rock a little bit. Yeah, so that one has, and we're getting a lot of people. Yes, I see your jokes. Hilarious. 469-817-214. Dak Prescott. Yes, I see it. That's hilarious. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy.
Yeah.
And I'm going to throw this at you because I know what your answer is. What's normal at 2 p.m. but scary at 2 a.m.?
Someone at your door?
Oh, that's good.
Great answer.
I thought that I knew both of y'all's answer, and that's Oxnard gas stations. At 2 p.m., you're like, yeah, let's go right in. At 2 a.m.,
I'm actually
you guys
rooting.
are like, please,
I'm actually rooting.
Save us, Bobby. Running, get the coffee.
I'm actually rooting
We're
to get
so
shot
scared.
at, stabbed.
We're so scared.
I really am, because you'll be the biggest big.
Yeah.
You can't even deal with an earache.
Yep.
So I hope you get shanked. I hope someone sits there and scares the living hell out of you.
Did you just learn all your slang
You
from
know what?
PG-13
You know
movies?
what? Wear the gang colors every day.
Yeah.
Wear the gang colors every day.
What, the Raider and cowboy gear? Is that what it is?
Yeah, something like that. And we'll park at where you get the gas filled, and you make the walk up to the convenience store and back every day in the anti-gang colors.
I'm about it. I'm about that life.
About it.
That's why I bought that El Chapo shirt
I'm
at the
about
gas
it.
station. Sean, normal at 2 p.m., scary at 2 a.m.?
Scary. A phone call.
I was about to say the phone ringing at 2 a.m. is never good.
Yeah,
that's the thing. That's not going to be a telemarketer or anything else. If the phone's ringing at 2 a.m., something is wrong. Either somebody. The best you can hope for is somebody dialed the wrong number. But if somebody's calling you at 2 a.m., that's usually a bad sign. Peyton, normal at 2 a.m., scary at 2 a.m.
Driving down Deep Ellum. You know, the daylight looks like a very nice place. You can see everything, but man, at 2 a.m. you better hope that light is green. You better hope you just keep going and start ducking at red lights, man. It's scary.
I'll rock while scared of Deep Ellum over here. All right, next one here, Sean, and I'm guessing you're not gonna have an answer because you're Mr. Hate Music. You can only listen to one musical artist for the rest of time. Who are you choosing? One musical artist, so you get their whole catalog for the rest of time. Nothing else. Can't listen to anything else.
Mine's probably going to be a softer type answer. Someone that I like instantly in my mind, but I feel
Peter
like
Cetera.
I've no, it's not that far off. It's not that far
James
off.
Taylor.
But like a Michael Bublé type.
Okay.
Oh, really?
No, his catalog's great.
Yeah, but I think of him now as everything is
too.
Christmas.
You got Christmas, and he's got this great his crooner stuff.
Yeah, and then it gets a little bit too like Sinatra-y. I don't know.
Oh, it's good. He's recorded a lot of songs, recorded a lot of classics. You get all his covers, everything else.
Yep.
Mine is easy. Peyton, did you get mine?
Nope.
Oh,
Yeah,
of
I
course
got
you
it.
did. Okay, good. This is my answer right here. 1975, baby.
Oh, is this what you and the sales guy?
Yeah, is this what you started liking when you found out he liked him?
BS. Love the 1975 before they even had their first American record deal. Thank you very much. I've followed around with the 1975 for 12 years now, and they're my all-time favorite band. Easy, no doubt about it. And enough of their albums are different. Like, they essentially reinvent themselves every album that I can listen to. It's like listen to different genres. So 1975 is the answer there. Chop, what do you
I've
got?
never heard of this band. I only know because of you two. I've never heard a single song of theirs.
You've
a
heard
singular
Chocolate.
artist. I mean, I could listen to Morgan Wallen all day, Garth Brooks. I could listen to 2 Chainz all day, but
Beyonce now is doing country.
Yeah, but if I had to choose one song that I would listen to on repeat every day for the rest of my life, that's simple because if I need a song, if somebody says, I need you to have you're down today, I need you to pick it up. It's simple. You just play this fire anthem.
Wish that I was on old Rocky Top down in Tennessee Hills.
I hate you.
Ain't no smoke, smoke on Rocky Top.
Ain't no telephone bill.
Is it Dolly Parton?
Osborne Brothers. That's a guy.
This is a guy?
Osborne Brothers.
The sweetest soda pop.
All right, everybody sing along.
No.
Rocky Top, you know where
So this is your artist then?
The Osborne Brothers. No, I couldn't tell you.
But
one
this
other
song,
thing.
you're just
It's this
listening to
song
this
on
song
repeat
forever.
for the rest of my life. Stranded on Desert Island. I've been running through the T.
We're getting all the text. We're getting Post Malone, Jelly Roll, Lil Wayne, Metallica, a bunch of different answers there. Peyton, what's your answer?
Well, the fan text stole it. It was Post Malone here. He's got so many different genres. Everything he throws out there just touches me, and this is one I like.
Always going for it, never pump. 4th down, last call, Hail Mary, Prescott, touchdown.
Oh, now Bobby sings along with that, of course.
Yeah, of
Ask
course.
Reddit, Tolo Tuesday, commercial free. Thank you all for the text on the chartwright.com text line and for the answers on YouTube and Twitch. Are the Rangers having Buster Posey 2.0 performing for them right now in surprise? Do we have a new Buster Posey sighting? Little spring training update on the home of the World Series champs, John Smoltz at 9 a.m.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
On this 1-0 from Javier, Seager hits a high fly ball, deep right field, a bomb in the first. Right away, a statement. Right away, shock value. Watch where this pitch is. It is at the top of the zone. When you think about where that pitch is and that location of the strike zone, he crushes it.
Hey, that wasn't so bad. That was John Smoltz during the World Series. John Smoltz is going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning, known throughout DFW as the World Series Rangers hater. And yesterday, I tweeted, what questions would you like us to ask for Smoltz? And the Metroplex has not forgotten. No, that became crystal clear with all of my social media replies. John Smoltz at 9 today.
Which, I wasn't sure, and I should have known better. But sometimes if you win, you get the last laugh.
Yeah.
You could get past all that.
Right.
But Twitter is not necessarily the world. Twitter doesn't forget things. You may forget in your regular life, but the moment you go on Twitter, you become the petty guy.
Yeah, I'm looking through some of the suggestions we got here. Do the Diamondbacks still have a chance, and why? That's something that we need to ask. Just say Orioles and then sit back and relax for the rest of the segment. You won't need to say another word. Ask him why the Braves lost so many World Series, and was it his fault?
Yeah. People went after the hairline.
Man, they did. If he still thinks Arizona can make a comeback to win the World Series.
Look, I got to give it to this Arizona crowd, man.
How much better was Glavine than you? I mean,
hang on. Play that again, because listen to the background. It's dead silent in there when he talks about the Arizona crowd.
Look, I got to give it to this Arizona crowd, man.
Yeah, I mean, you can hear individual clapping.
Why was he such a hater? Why was he biased? Ask him anything related to male pattern baldness.
Jeez.
Yeah, they were going in. Why is he a hater? Questions we can't read on the air.
Is there any way that John Smoltz is unaware of any of this? Is there any way, while he was calling the World Series, that this did not get back to him? Is there any possible way? I don't think he's on social media. He's not on Twitter. Is there any possible way he's completely unaware of what we're going to hit him with at 9 today?
I think there's a small chance just because he's not on social media, but I could have swore.
Yeah, who is he? Tony Pollard?
Yeah, right. I could have swore he alluded to the haters at some point.
Well, we've asked him about the Joe Buck stuff before. We've asked him about this topic in general.
There's no way he hasn't come across at least a handful of Rangers fans walking into the stadium or anything else where somebody has yelled him, "Why do you hate the Red?" Like he has to hear it. He has to know that's the opinion.
Yeah, but I wonder if he groups that in with all the other general, thought from fans, or he knew that this became a thing in DFW during the World Series and during the playoff run.
I mean, he genuinely hates the Rangers. So, I mean, he has to know that it's a real thing because the way he called those guys, he did at times. It was, here's what the best explanation I could have for it when it was going on was he's trying to, especially during the Rays series and the Orioles, he's trying to present some level of interest. Like, hey, we got to create some level of intrigue.
Here's how they can come back.
Yeah, there's got to be some. We can't just sit here and watch the Rangers run through. I mean, the Astro series was great, but the other series, the Rangers were running through teams,
right?
And so he's got to present something of like, hey, we're in the entertainment business here. We've got to create some level of conflict or interest.
Yeah, and I'll try to present this like during the season. The Orioles and Rays were bigger stories than we were, right? So, at
least the Orioles. The Rays had been there, right? The Rays had been there for years and years and years. But the Orioles were the 100-win team, and they were a great story. I think once,
the Rangers were a cute wild card sneaky.
They were. No, yes.
Let's make no mistake about it. Like Tampa Bay, they were a 99-win team. They had the historic start. I'm trying to equate this to if the Warriors are the 1 seed back in the day during their prime and they're down 2-1 in the series, right? The 8th seed is not getting the attention from Mike Breen and Van Gundy and Mark Jackson. It's what's wrong with the Warriors? Why are the Warriors struggling? What do the Warriors have to do to come back? And I wonder if Smoltz treated the Rangers like that 8 seed versus not the Baltimore and the Rays or the Yankees and the Red Sox, but I wonder if they're like, these are the higher seeds. These are clearly the better teams. That does not explain the World Series.
But we did get that. We did get that here in Dallas. Like the 06-07 Warriors beating the number 1 seed Mavs, the 67-win Mavs. The entire series was look at these little ruffians, these Golden State Warriors, these 42. Look how fun they are. Look, they are just the Mavericks are totally like. They're totally confused by them. Don Nelson, what a genius, the way he's bodying up Dirk. He's figured this out. And they did cover the Warriors like they were the story.
They did. I think, though.
Oh, John Smoltz was on that call, too?
He was not.
You made the comparison.
Breaking news.
You picked one series.
You made the comparison. I showed you we had it.
No, the comparison I made was legit, to where the mighty team. Now, the Orioles and the Rays are not mighty, but you're picking a one-off. The point is,
but also
the higher-up seed is going to get the majority of the attention.
Generally, they are.
Like the Commanders, if they're in first place this year at the midway point, the Commanders are going to get very little attention for that. It's what's wrong with the Cowboys and Eagles.
Right, that's it. The Mavericks case.
Learn.
I think that was a situation of
learn.
Basketball people looked at that Mavs team as an affront.
You can't make your big time point and then
put your
lip balm on, put your burp peas on.
Yeah.
I'm chapped. You've chapped.
I think that the basketball people just hated that Mavs team because
they did hate the Mavericks.
They were an affront to the NBA. They were soft. They weren't physical. It was like, how dare these people have 67 wins? I thought that's how they looked at them. I think that's why they did that. This was different. Like I get what you're saying, and I agree, Sean, about like the Orioles were being like they were the story. Like, what's wrong with the Orioles? And then it's Houston's like the juggernaut, right?
Yeah,
they've been in the World Series or the AL. They're like the Chiefs. They're the Chiefs of baseball.
Yeah, the story is Houston losing, not the Rangers winning.
Now you get to the World Series, and it's like
nationally.
Now you do the World Series, and maybe Smoltz just likes the NL better, but that's not, he played for the Red Sox too. Or it's that the Diamondbacks, since they had to go through the Dodgers and the Brewers and Philly, they just went through a gauntlet of a great team, whatever. I don't know. Or maybe he was just so used to rooting against the Rangers that he was just like, well, shoot, man, let's just stay on brand now.
All right.
That's what it is.
We'll ask him. 9:00. Let's see. Here on the Home of the World Series champs. Ask him if he still has Diamondbacks in 9. So we'll throw out all these different things. Why is Buster Posey's name coming up in surprise?
Boy, that is a lofty comparison that you're going to make, and it was given to one Justin Foscue, the Rangers' first-round draft pick in 2020. Another Mississippi State contribution. Boy, the Texas Rangers are the pipeline for Mississippi State. Because what is it? Foscue, Nate Lowe, Mitch Moreland. Wasn't Rafi? Rafi was Mississippi State.
Will Clark.
And then of course we have Dak Prescott in Dallas as well. I mean, if you want to just continue the DFW Mississippi State love. But Justin Foscue, the article from Kennedy Landry up there, she spoke to a couple different people: Bruce Bochy, Donnie Ecker, the offensive coordinator. And the praise that they're giving to Justin Foscue is really, really high. Donnie Ecker said, any player that walks more than they strike out, it's a timeless principle that's really going to help them at the major league level. He's already got that foundation that we really like, and then you add in his contact ability. His demeanor in the cage is very much the way Buster Posey was. He was very quiet, very detailed, very internalized, and it's just a trait that you see with a lot of the best hitters. I like his hitting IQ. His IQ and game plan are major league ready right now. And that's the biggest thing we continue to hear about Foscue with him coming up is people just saying he's a professional hitter. Like, that's what he does. He is just a pro at the plate. Now, what Sandler had mentioned to us yesterday was that if you've got Foscue here, you're looking at he's just going to be your DH, basically. That there's not really a spot for him in the infield to do anything, even though last year he played at AAA Round Rock. He played second base, third base, DH, and first base, and has said he's comfortable playing first. He's taken a lot of work at the corners so far while he's been in Arizona, but the idea is that essentially he'd be just a DH up here, and that's the only way that he's getting work. So now the question becomes, okay, how much of what Foscue brings to the table is this the same question that they were asking about Willie Calhoun? Remember Willie, where it was like he's DH only, there's nothing else that you can get from him, and is the hit tool good enough that you can justify having a guy who's only going to contribute at DH for you?
Man, I'll tell you, like I know the game has changed, but like I just hate the idea of using somebody who's in their early 20s as a DH. I know the game has completely changed, but like that is a position where You've got somebody who's in the league. You know that they could play, and you're using the DH as a way to give them.
You don't know if they can defend sometimes.
Right, but like Edgar Martinez, right? He couldn't stay healthy, so they DH'd him, right?
Yeah.
Not that he was a terrible. I don't remember the 1993 Mariner defensive metrics.
Yeah,
but you get the point, right? He couldn't stay healthy, so you got to DH him. I get it. That's a smart thing to do. Taking somebody who's 23 years old and saying, "Here you go, just throw it out there as a DH." I don't know. If they're a great hitter and they can rake at this level, then sure. But I don't know. It just seems like a bad idea.
Who mentioned Posey, by the way?
Donnie Ecker, who had worked with Posey before in San Francisco. And so that's somebody who's got experience with Posey and says that. Now, Justin Foscue had told Kennedy Landry, he said, obviously there's more to my game than just hitting, but I think I'm going to be used more as a hitter in some parts of the season, and I need to be prepared for that. In terms of playing first base, he said, I feel comfortable. There's some things like double plays, pivoting, and maybe bump plays or holding guys, all the intricacies and non-normal plays about first, I probably need to get more work in, but I feel as comfortable as I can over there as I do it. So, I mean, look, if you've got him up here as a DH, is he an option look, Nathaniel Lowe, does he need a break? Does he go through a stretch like he went through last year where maybe he's got a tough few weeks? That's why Peyton was trying to get him kicked off of the baseball team last year, as you recall. That if he's going through a tough stretch, can you get Foscue some work in there? Give Nathaniel Lowe a day off? Can you, if there's an injury like we saw last year to, guys getting hurt at different points of the season. Josh Young's got a calf issue right now. Can he step in? Can he play third? Those are the sort of things that maybe you hope that he can contribute at. But in terms of consistently contributing, it sounds like he's DH or nothing right now.
Eric Chiafalo wreaking havoc in the Rangers clubhouse yesterday. One of the relief additions, Danny Duffy, being asked about clubhouse pranks from Chio yesterday on G-Bag.
In your time in baseball, did you have a team or a teammate that was Mr. Prankster guy?
Myself in Kansas City, for sure. We got after it in the clubhouse, trying to get laughs and keep people loose.
If you need any pranking tips, you should ask your position coach, old Mad Dog.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You heard about his brother.
Yeah. Listening to those conversations and around Greg and him, it's a lot of fun. Those guys will keep you on your toes.
That dude was peeing on guys.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Greg was doing some golden shower stuff. Yeah, he was. It was a no joke situation around Greg. You got to be careful. You got to be careful around Mad Dog too. Probably.
I'm gonna keep my head on a swivel. That's for sure.
Is pantsing still a thing? We're not doing the pantsing thing anymore.
No.
You never did the pants and then you step on the shorts and then you push him down because he can't do anything about it.
I have never.
That's not the move.
I've never done any of that. I don't think I want to get reported.
Man, Eric asked this so calmly and coolly.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I'm happy to be wrong here, but I'm going to assume that one of the bosses heard this on G-Bag. I'm pretty sure we're not supposed to play that.
It was played in the expressway yesterday.
Well, someone must have had a meeting. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to play the act of that. I'm pretty sure. I'm happy to be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But Eric Chiafalo getting it done.
Has Ollie pantsed you in public yet?
He came close once. He was playing doctor the other day, trying to make my father happy finally since his two other sons failed him, and getting the stethoscope, he's trying to do every part of the body.
Every part?
Yeah.
Whoa.
He finally got to the last part, and I had to have a little discussion with him. Had to have a little talk with him. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Had to say, no.
No.
This is a no-go area. This is a no-go.
I never got the pantsing situation from the kids.
I did.
They know better. They know that they'll get a swift backhand if that occurs.
Julian did, middle of South Lake Town Square. We were walking into
everything.
Oh, so bougie.
Yeah, he got a hold of everything. He just brought him down. We were
fancy.
Yeah, big time. Had to return some stuff, and there they go. There they go. Pants all the way down.
Wow. Would you ever get pants in public, or you get the nut shot?
Oh, pantsed.
Yeah, I'd rather get pantsed.
I'd rather get the nut shot.
Nut shot is just.
I'm talking about in public. Everything pulled down.
Yeah,
I'd rather have the nut shot.
I'd rather have everything pulled down than get that. That is the worst feeling in the world.
Terrible. Nauseated.
Yeah. By the way, I don't want to hear anything about childbirth until those ladies feel the little shot down there.
Perfect segue. Congratulations to Zach Walchuk flying back as soon as he landed in Arizona for his baby girl being born. So congratulations to Walchuk and soon to be Mrs. Walchuk for the Little one.
Absolutely,
news.
that's got to be an anxious text to land to. Open up with like, "Hey, water broke. Time to hop on a plane."
Yeah,
jump back.
Exactly. Spittl's like, how many paternity days are we losing here? Sharif, you're taking yours. Like, no more. You put down a chastity. They're gonna get fan chastity belts.
Yes.
Here for our next giveaway.
We've reached our quota of paternity leave for the year.
Paternity leave.
Changing my first name to Chastity.
Are we being too mean to LeBron's kid and get ready to pay peak pricing for your fast food? Next on Sean, RJ, and
samples for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
What are you guys arguing about as I'm in the bathroom?
This is like the Sean versus Sean, which is the same pronunciation, basically.
Say it again.
Sean. Your name is Sean.
No, it's
his name
Sean.
is Sean.
Sean.
We just said the same thing.
No,
but
we're
saying
saying
it like sounds kind of like with a U.
We're saying Sean. You're saying Sean. There's a difference.
Okay. So we were talking about, I was looking at his Michigan shirt, and I was reminded of GaylordGolfMecca.com, and I was thinking of Mackinac Island, and I had seen a note that the longest tenured mayor in the country is in Mackinac Island. And I just had asked him if he knew that, and he got all caught up on the fact that I said mayor.
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 Like
Mayor.
the horse.
Like Mayor Eric Johnson.
Mayor?
Mayor.
It's all right. So you're not saying mayor.
No.
Okay.
Mayor.
Do you think that the MAYOR has one or two syllables?
It's one syllable word. Mayor.
It's a one syllable word?
Mayor.
I do believe the dictionary would say it's two syllable.
Peyton agrees with me. Well, the dictionary was created by mainstream leftists.
if,
chopping out.
If Peyton agrees with you on English, that's typically a loss.
Look, we say y'all down here.
That's
we say
fine.
Sean. We say lots of things.
All right, well,
Mayor.
Mayor. That's what I said.
Mayor.
yeah, there's two syllables in mayor.
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 So you're wrong.
Mayor.
Mayor. You're like Bob Baffert over here. You're talking
East Coast elites.
horses.
Once again.
Dirty.
Mayor.
Listen, okay, when Goldie Wilson ran for mayor in Back to the Future
I'm going to
Part
be
1,
mayor.
he didn't say to be
someday.
mayor. He goes, I'm going to be mayor.
All right,
That's what he said.
y'all tell us who's right on the
Mayor.
chartright.com
One syllable.
text line 877-881-1053. It's like saying crown.
Oh, is it a crayon?
Yeah.
Crown.
Oh, no. I say
Who says
crayon.
crowns?
There are some people say crown, and some people say
think Roy
crayons.
said crayons.
People say crayons.
Yeah. Mayor. Is it one
Mayor.
syllable or two?
Mayor.
And Bobby's saying mayor. Isn't mayor young?
A mare, M-A-R-E, is was a young female horse, I think. Or,
Yeah.
Sure.
That's
like that.
that's what you're saying.
Old female horse.
Yeah.
All right.
Like pear instead of payer.
The what?
I'm saying like pear, like it sounds like pear instead of payer.
Yeah. Payer
Payer.
is not right. You know that, right?
Well, I'm saying, yes, that's not right. Just like mayor is not right. It's mayor.
Okay. Well, let's see what the fan text says, and Twitch and YouTube. LeBron James is not very. He's not very happy over ESPN's latest mock draft.
No, he's not. Their latest mock draft has Bronny. Let's see. Where do they have Bronny? Oh, not in the draft. That's correct. Not in the draft. Now, they have him in next year's draft as a second rounder, which is not a great sign. Now, Bronny was the 20th overall rated prospect on ESPN's Top 100 going into this year, like from the recruiting profile. And look, he's 5 points a night at USC. He's a rotational guy. Nothing to be ashamed of, but not necessarily what I think a lot of people thought he was going to be.
Yeah, Sandler is diehard USC. Went there, said he's a complimentary player. Guessing he'll become a better spot-up shooter, good passer, smart player, far from a star. Just a freshman. It used to not be a bad thing when a freshman averaged 5, 3, and 3.
Yeah, look, I mean, and college basketball is so different. I mean, the 30-second shot clock, it's more ball movement. It's not an isolation situation. The games are shorter. It is not uncommon to have a really, really good player score 11 points a night. Like, that's not uncommon, right? This is 5. So this is even less than that. But LeBron did decide to chime in on social media, and these are he has since deleted these.
Soft.
Yep.
And this is these are his tweets from yesterday. Can y'all please
Acting
just
like a mayor instead of a king.
That's right. That's not even a strong mayor.
Yeah.
A weak mayor.
A female mayor.
All females are mayors. They're female horses.
Whoa!
I'm talking about the female horses.
Carry over from yesterday's post-show meeting.
I'm talking.
Wow.
Again, just like the post-show
That was
meeting,
an
you
all-
guys
that
are
was an all-time.
misunderstanding my joke.
That was an all-time meeting.
It was.
Here's what LeBron says about Bronny, basically about the mock drafts. Can y'all please just let the kid be a kid and enjoy college basketball? The work and results will ultimately do the talking no matter what he decides to do. If y'all don't know, he doesn't care what a mock draft says. He just works, earned, not given.
Sounds like he doesn't care. Sounds like you don't care, LeBron.
The next tweet.
I might have to throw him into my ask credit from like to unliked. He's so unlikable. He's so triggered. He's so thin-skinned. He's so hypocritical. You put your kid in, and good for you. You should. Fine. You put your kid in commercials and movies and Hollywood production and hype. And then all of a sudden, someone doesn't include them in their mock draft. Did not have some type of insulting write-up, moved him to the next year, and you get all butthurt about it.
Yeah.
And then you're just like, leave him alone. No, don't focus on him. Don't pay attention to him. The prince. I'm the king. He's the prince. But don't pay attention to him, even though you've tied yourself. You made the story really about you, at least to someone like me, because Bronny being drafted to me is not about Bronny as the player. It's about LeBron as the free agent. You're drafting possibly LeBron if it works out like this.
Plus, he's a terrible father.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, his kid's only 6'3". He's 6'9". That's very selfish. I mean, he didn't give his kid his height. I mean, that's just terrible.
Okay.
That's him. That's him for
it's all
sure.
him. Yeah.
LeVar Ball gave,
he gave his kids
he gave LaMelo 6'7".
Yeah, I mean, come on,
what a generous father.
What a terrible father. Selfish dad. No, I'm just kidding. So he continues. And to all of the kids out there striving to be great, just keep your head down, blinders on, keep grinding. These mock drafts don't matter one bit. I promise you, only the work matters. Let's talk real basketball, people. The peace sign and then the king crown. Look, on the surface, I mean, just keep working. Like the mock drafts will come. Well, LeBron's never shied away from publicity, and to kind of not want it out there now is just like, all right.
What this says though is either LeBron really cares about this and is calling attention to it and is doing the very thing like working against what he says his son is doing, which he's got the blinders on. Where you're not throwing up blinders, you're putting this in everybody's face. So it's either that or you're lying and it actually did bug Bronny, and that's why he took to Twitter to complain about it. So either way, it's not a good look, and that's probably why he ultimately deleted it.
Yeah, I'm surprised he took it down. If you are the Memphis Grizzlies at 7, do you call the James family, call Rich Paul, and say, come out this year? We're taking you at 7 to have Dad come along. We're going to get Ja back. We're a Western Conference contender, right? Memphis is one of these teams next year that people will have top 5 in the West.
Yeah.
They're picking at 7. Come on out. You still make a wink-wink deal if you're Oklahoma City at 10 and 11. You bring LeBron James to freaking Oklahoma City along with his son. You're a possible contender with a mid to late first-round pick. You're the Pelicans at 14. You're still guaranteeing Bronny, come on out. Don't worry about all this. We'll take you.
Sure. I mean, what? People are always willing to guarantee, like, Giannis's brothers a spot. Those dudes aren't very good. And so
Miami at 16. Well, that's a little different. I don't know where Giannis's brother's drafted. What?
I was coughing. I didn't hear what you said. What did you say? No, I was trying to figure out. What did you say?
I said, where was Giannis's brother drafted? That could be different than burning the number 7 pick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Versus, okay, we'll sign you as a free agent off the street just so we can make the Greek
pick
freak
60.
happy. Okay.
But by the way, real quick, this is how bad those teams are at the very, very top. The bottom 3 teams in the NBA, which would be the top 3 in the draft, have lost 27 of their last 30 combined.
Wait, right now?
Right now.
Wow.
Awful. And then if you add in teams 5 and 6, Portland and Memphis, only because Charlotte's been 500, they're 7 and 43 in their last 50.
Ugh.
That's just awful.
Okay, so that's LeBron not happy with ESPN's mock draft, putting Bronny second round 2025.
Which the fan text is in general on LeBron's side on this.
Or maybe the Mavs can just use Basic's first round pick and we can take him.
Right, yeah.
We can pull this off.
They're saying, relax, he's being a dad, he's sticking up for his kid. But to me, it's like, okay, but I don't feel like that's just natural protective dad behavior to go, hey, you didn't include my son. Like, that feels like Karen behavior to me. Like, why isn't my kid included? Like, that doesn't feel like
You're supposed to be way above this to respond to something like this. You know what I mean? Like when you are like Taylor Swift isn't responding to these New York Post or whoever wrote the articles about her being a lesbian. Now her attorney, right? But she doesn't give time to it.
Right.
Sheep's wolves.
She gets Kanye thrown out of the Super Bowl.
Right.
She doesn't actually do it herself. She tells somebody to do it.
I mean, look, he didn't have to respond to this. Now he could have said, why is this even an article?
It's a mock draft.
Yeah, like
that's why.
Yeah, I know, but like somebody wrote an article about it. Obviously, it was like, oh, LeBron's kid is not in the mock draft. Like, okay, like they're obviously using his son's name, to promote a mock draft that he's not a part of. Is that a low blow? Yeah, sure. I mean, it absolutely is. Like, you don't need to use his kid's name to promote your mock draft. Just promote your mock draft by the substance that's inside it.
That is the name, though.
Yeah,
like regardless of what happens in this draft, that is the name.
All right, are we getting peak pricing for fast food?
Surge
pricing.
Surge pricing. This is potentially coming to thousands of locations, courtesy of, I believe, a very underrated place, Wendy's.
Dude, Wendy's is strong.
Yeah.
I haven't been there. I don't go there. It's not top of mind.
The chili, the junior bacon cheeseburger, the double stack, it's all good.
Spicy chicken sandwich,
spicy
fantastic.
chicken nuggets, the spicy nuggets.
Yeah.
The Baconator is legendary. It's great stuff.
They have 6,000 locations, and they are going to do this, do a test market kind of thing, to conduct surge pricing or dynamic pricing. You see airlines do this, like as the flight books up, you may be sitting in your seat, you paid $150 for it, and the guy next to you paid $575.
Sure.
Right?
I've always said I want more companies to act like the airlines.
So they're saying that, let's just say, for example, that during peak lunch or peak dinner hours, that a quarter pound burger would be $1 more or $1.50 more or $2 more.
This is garbage.
In order to, I don't know. The reasoning is they're going to test it out to see if it's, help with staffing, bring fewer people to the restaurant, more revenue, fewer people, less workers. See if it actually works for them. I think it's a lunatic idea. It's crazy. It's probably smart. It's probably smart to make more money, but it's crazy.
I don't know that it does. I think people start checking out of fast food restaurants more.
I mean, do you think that fast food consumption has gone down in the past 2 or 3 years when there's no such thing as a dollar menu and you can't go get an extra value meal for less than $10?
Yeah, but if you start hitting them with like dynamic pricing and saying like, we're going to start surge pricing you if you order it between these hours, like people are just going to start ordering from other places.
Yeah,
like
I would.
Like
it's
with
BS.
With as expensive as everything, like I would just, I love Wendy's. On principle, I just wouldn't order from there anymore.
I agree.
Because that's ridiculous. Like I'd want them to see like, hey, this is consumers telling you cut this ass out.
It's crazy. I mean, I get it. You're busy at what do you want to keep the line shorter? Is that what they're looking to do? Or are they just looking to bilk people out of money?
From Tolo D, data shows that U.S. consumers spent more than 11% of their disposable income on eating, whether at home or at a restaurant in 2022, the highest percentage since 1991.
I assume that's because costs have gone up on food. That's my assumption in there, which it's gone up on everything. Food, no different. It sucks. Good luck going to a grocery store. These things are double. You want to buy those Keurig pods? I mean, they're like $13, $14 now for like if you don't want to get the donut shop ones.
Are kickoff returns coming back? And is the NFL going to fix the fumbling problem? Part of Below the Belt, then John Smoltz right here on The Fan. But we're talking about
Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Kickoffs might be back, but the worst rule in football is definitely back. More on that in just a second. First, Below the Belt is brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores. Sean Sharif, you have said repeatedly, worst rule in all of sports is?
I'm trying to figure out if it's the worst rule. I'm trying to decide what's a worse rule. The fumbling through the end zone, or right up there at the top is down without contact in college football. I hate that. I've been praying for that to cost someone a game, for that rule to be changed.
Oh, it has.
Someone breaks away.
Oh, yeah. Throughout the course of the history of the sport.
Has it?
Oh, yeah. At the
I'm
Cotton
talking about
Bowl.
someone breaks away. They're clear as day for the final 10 yards.
Turf monster.
They look up the video board, and no one is within 15 yards at the Cowboys defense against the Packers.
Ouch.
And they stumble, fall down at the one, game over. They need to change that. Change it to like the pros. Who else did it cost?
It happened in at the Cotton Bowl back in like the 40s, where a player was running on the sideline. He got tripped by a player that was off the field. Right, he got tripped by a player that was off the field, fell, hit the ground, didn't score.
Isn't that interference though?
They didn't see it. They didn't see it.
That seems light. But fumbles going out of the end zone does feel like we've tried to come up with a rule on this.
We argued about this last time.
Yeah, how do you set things up to like what's fair? Because it definitely feels like
not change of possession. I'm open to arguments. It just cannot be the ball goes to the other team.
Yeah.
When you have an 80-yard drive and you get down to the one, you try to reach out and it goes through the end zone. It cannot be possession to the other team.
I've said my thought has been first and goal at the 10. Or just do first and 10 from the 20, something like that. Just move it back a little bit, reset the downs, make them go again. Now, obviously, what they'd have to guard
against
is
from the 10.
What they'd have to guard against is somebody doing something squirrely to like get an extra set of downs, right? Like to end a game, you're trying to milk the clock. So, I fumbled out of bounds, fumbled out of the end zone, reset the downs. We get another 3. You guys are screwed. You got your stop, but I fumbled out of bounds and I fumbled through the end zone. So now you got to give it back. Like they'd have to guard against certain little, like Belichick would definitely do that. Belichick, if he was coaching, you get a stop on 3rd and goal and just like, just fumble out of the end zone if you're about to score a touchdown. Don't let them let you score the touchdown. Just throw the ball out of bounds and you get to reset the downs and we'll milk the clock out on. Well, the NFL's competition committee discussed yesterday the rule about fumbling out of the end zone. And according to Judy Batista of NFL Media, It didn't gain much traction. They're not very interested in changing that rule. This is one of those ones that it feels really obvious, like something needs to shift. But I don't know. Is it going to take a Saints-Rams play? Like, is this going to have to ruin a Super Bowl? Is somebody going to have a Super Bowl decided on one of these fumbles? And everybody's like, well, that was awful before the NFL has any movement on this. But they are not. They don't feel like it's, while some feel that it's an unfair burden, apparently the general sentiment of the competition committee is that it is the ball carrier's responsibility to control the ball, and it's not a rule that needs to be changed. So similar to, you don't want them to dance, keep them out of the end zone.
I keep going back and forth with this because I'm with you. I think it's a dumb rule. It's too penal. But my problem is that if you just give them the ball back, that's not penalty enough. So I don't know what to do. I mean, you know what I mean? I just don't know what to do there. Like, I don't know.
Knock them up. It's got to be a yardage penalty.
Yeah, or lost down too. But like, what if it's on third down?
Right.
You know, like you lost it down. I don't know. I do think that, like just giving the ball the 10-yard line first and goal, I mean, that's not much of a penalty, especially if you're on third down.
It's tough. It feels like when the Raiders-Cowboys game a couple years ago, we're talking 7 years ago now, when the 2017 Raiders-Cowboys game ends with Derek Carr reaching out and the ball just like his elbow gets hit and it just happens to like, if it's 6 inches further back, it's their ball at the 1, but because it's 6 inches forward, it's a touchback and it's Dallas's ball. That seems a little stupid. But I mean, it's the type of thing where the NFL competition committee says, oh, control the ball. Stephen Jones has come on this very station and said he has no interest in changing the rule, that he's fine with it. And so people like Stephen are in favor of it. They're not going to move on that one. One thing that there does seem to be some momentum behind is figuring out kickoffs. And not figuring out kickoffs in the way of totally eliminating them, which it has felt like everything that the league has done in recent years has been a move to get rid of it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if, putting Devin Hester in the Hall of Fame made them realize, hey, we've got to get this play back a little bit. We can't just, rob the people of this. But Judy Batista said that on Sunday, the competition committee discussed at length the XFL kickoff, which I am a big fan of. So the XFL kickoff basically has the kicker back at the 30 or 35 or whatever it is, kicking the ball off, and you've got the opponents on each side, the blockers and the kick coverage team, basically are like 5 yards apart, and then once the ball is possessed, then they start blocking and they engage. So you don't have these car crash collisions the full length of the field that everybody thinks are so dangerous. But what's interesting is, and Mike Florio said he doesn't think there's enough people here to get the 24 votes out of the 32 to get it to pass right now, but Judy Batista says that the NFL wants to repair this, that they feel like there were too few returns this season and that they want to find a way to bring it back into the game while making sure it's safer, which I'm all for. You want to find a way to make it safer, fine. But I've just thought this entire time the whole push to essentially eliminate it was stupid, because it's one of the most exciting plays in sports is when you get a kickoff return.
Have you found that you've missed it a ton? Obviously, Bobby has.
I mean, I think the way it is now is, it's pointless, obviously. Have I missed it? No. Do I wish that, do I think it would add to the game if it was back in it? Yeah, I do. I don't necessarily miss it. Like, if you told me tomorrow they were just going to give you the ball at the 25 and not even.
I would think if you're Dallas, like Stephen Jones, you're on the competition committee, I would think you'd want to argue for this. Like, you've got a sincere advantage back there returning kicks for you right now. Like, and that's something that is being wasted. You've got a guy who has the potential to score every time he touches the ball in that sort of an event, and it happens so infrequently. The ball's kicked out of the end zone every time. I hate that look,
we know this all happened because of concussions.
Yes.
And we know head injuries caused all this. How much they want to trade off and seesaw bringing it back versus the number of concussion and head issues. This seems to be a win for the National Football League with the way it's gone. I have not missed it. If you ask me right now as a consumer of the sport, I'm like, you're winning the concussion battle with it. You don't really have to bring it back that much. The numbers are through the roof. I haven't heard a ton of people complaining about kickoffs. Yes, it screws over returners, no doubt about it. But I think this has been a win for the NFL in terms of the health issue.
Is there, if you were to think back over...
Think about it. What's a bigger issue, health and safety-wise, for the NFL right now, publicly and reality? Turf or concussions?
Publicly? Oh, it's concussion still.
Okay, I would disagree.
I think public sentiment is turf. I think public sentiment is talking more about turf than concussions at the moment. Yeah. I think people view concussions as a more severe thing, but I think they they view it as it's not as routinely causing problems.
What's
like
a bigger
turf.
issue? Like in the NFL, it's turf right now.
I see. To me, it's if you can find like they say, if you can find a safe way to bring it back in though, and the XFL one, if the data shows that the XFL returns were not causing concussions, introduce it back in the game. Because to me, the most exciting, think back over just the last 30 years. Who are some of the most exciting players in the game? We would talk about, obviously, Barry Sanders and Randy Moss and people like that. But you start throwing out names like, Devin Hester, Dante Hall, Josh Cribbs, Eric Metcalf. These were exciting players that...
Mitch.
Brian Mitchell. These guys have essentially been neutralized. Their impact on the game has been pretty much neutralized at this point. And that's kind of an era that I miss. Dante Hall was one of my favorite players of all time. I loved watching... There's that punt return against Denver that's... been on highlight reels for years. They've just missed out on a lot of exciting opportunities. And the Cowboys, specifically, to be selfish, the Cowboys have missed out on a real advantage that they have over a lot of other people in the league. And so if you can find a way to introduce that back, I'd be all for it. Caleb Williams. He's going the Lamar Jackson route, gentlemen.
No agent?
No agent.
Wow.
Which, if you were to say...
I think Marvin Harrison not showing up to the combine and no agent as well. He's not hiring an agent. Appears he may not work out at Ohio State's pro day either.
He feels like he's shown everything he needs to show, and it could only possibly hurt me. What do I have?
His dad's going to be his agent, just intimidate the entire room.
Right.
Making him off.
What
Making him
are you
off.
going
Can't refuse. Put a horse head or something in the bed of the Bears. But no, you look at Caleb Williams entering the league without an agent is interesting to me because a lot of these rookie contracts you don't necessarily need an agent for. Like, you're already slotted the money. Historically, they've talked about the third round being the round where you might need an agent because of the uniqueness of certain provisions that get built into contracts. But for the most part, everything's kind of laid out before you, and it's just kind of signed it. So that may make sense from that point. But is there anybody that needs an agent more just of the prominent players that we are aware of entering the draft? Doesn't Caleb Williams stand out as one of the guys that you probably could use somebody in your ear to help you answer some of these questions about your leadership, your maturity? Like, do you really want to handle all of that on your own? I don't think so.
From his standpoint, devil's advocate, because I agree in general, but from his standpoint, there's probably nothing he could do that would make him not go number one outside of a scandal coming out, right?
Sure.
Number two, is the rookie contracts not standard?
That's what I just said. The contract aspect of it is unnecessary.
But there's no negotiating he can do with the money. He can't even negotiate little terms within the contract, right?
It's negligible what you can negotiate or what can be manipulated. It's like
you can't even say I want a suite on every road.
It's it's tiny provisions that you're able to negotiate with. But to me, the biggest thing is there are so many questions about him and his mental makeup and his maturity and things like that I would think you'd want somebody experienced dealing with teams to advocate for you. Even once you are picked. Like, once you're picked and you're in the NFL, I think you need somebody on your side to help you navigate
This is another flag for me.
It's a problem.
It's not a red flag, but it's a yellow flag.
It's just a question. It's another question that he's introducing into the equation.
Let me throw this at you. You've seen him play. You're a scout or whatever. You're a team. He refuses to do any interviews. He won't meet with any teams before the draft. He won't throw it ever. He's still going number one, right?
I'll tell you this. What if it comes down to is this not this specific thing, but are the questions about his maturity and stuff enough that it teeters a team like Chicago to bail out of there?
Right.
And Chicago feels like we've got a quarterback potential.
Tolo D just sent us DJ Moore saying no quarterback in this year's class compares to Justin Fields right now. So the number one target for Justin Fields showing that support in Chicago. John Smoltz, Ranger hater, misunderstood. Let's get ready for John Smoltz on the home of the World Series champs right after this. And apparently John Smoltz is a humongous fan of Hurtado Barbecue. I think Jared...
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Look, I got to give it to this Arizona crowd, man. They have stuck in here, and they are cheering their team on in a 10-1 game. Hardly anybody has left. It's impressive.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. This is your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. We'll head out to Surprise with Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. We got Peyton and Rai in the back, and we are getting set to be joined by John Smoltz, who DFW believed, and many of us, was not necessarily rooting for the Rangers during the playoff run.
Hater.
That's the way it came off to a lot of it. Peyton trying to get Smoltz on the phone. Apparently, he is out on the golf course, and that would be interesting if he did not show up. But I've always liked Smoltz. I have always liked Smoltz. This is going to be painful to do what we're going to have to do here in just a second.
He was a great interview last year. We had a great conversation leading up to this event.
He's always a great interview. You get him on, college basketball, you get him on golf, you get him on youth sports, and he always crushes it. We have John Smoltz on now via the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean and RJ. Good morning, John. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing good.
What hole are you on?
I'm on hole number 5.
How are you playing?
Even par, lip out a few. I'm in a really bad putting funk right now that I'm trying to work out before I get to Dallas. But everything else is right where I want it to be. I just got to get the putter going.
What is the best part of your game?
I always felt like it was length, and now that I'm 56, the length, it's relevant, but it's a little bit different than it was. And I always felt like I was a decent putter, never really 3-putt. And then the final stage in Q school this past year really put me in a funk. I've been trying to battle back since then.
This was like Barkley on that. What was that show where Hank Haney? Was this a Barkley Hank Haney thing where a technique or something got stuck in your head and you can't get rid of it?
Well, kind of what more or less, as an avid fan of golf, I never used to understand why do guys from the West Coast not putt well in the East and vice versa. And I get it. When you change surface, and that's what happened. The first stage was in Florida. I didn't have a round over 25 putts. The second stage was in Arizona, and I have a round under 38 putts. So wow, that's kind of the story of what has been, and it's really just it's more or less speed oriented for me. I lose my speed, and then I lose that connectivity.
John Smoltz here on 105.3 The Fan. John, you know that we've had you on multiple times. We love having you on. But we do have an elephant in the room. Do you know what that elephant is?
Oh, I probably do. It's every year around this time after a World Series. Does it have something to do with the World Series?
Yes, it does.
and the ALCS and the ALDS.
Yeah.
All the S's.
It's the most ridiculous it's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball, but it's all right. I was told that's what's going to happen when I get into this job. People are so used to their local broadcast that they have no conceptual idea that we come in neutral. And our play-by-play guy, Joe Davis, is going to call a home run as excited for the other team as excited for the other team. And Joe Buck told me, he said, listen, when you get into this, don't pay attention to everybody thinking you're rooting for somebody else. Just do your job. And that's what I've done. It really is ridiculous. Atlanta in the World Series against Houston, I got more criticism from the Atlanta fans that I wasn't a homer and I wasn't rooting for the Atlanta Braves. So if that doesn't tell you all you need to know.
Now, did you hear about it's just every year the same, or did you hear about the Texas Ranger fan base complaints during the playoffs or the World Series? Do you get that feedback?
No, I don't pay attention, and I could care less. It has no relevancy whatsoever. And so I don't have any social media, and my job is to call a game neutral And like I said, when I did the Atlanta Braves series, which was the hardest series that I've had so far, just from a perception standpoint, everybody felt like that I wasn't – everyone knows I played for the Atlanta Braves. And so that comes without anybody having to look it up. So the calling the World Series all the way back from the Chicago Cubs to this one, nothing has changed. And thank God I don't have any social media because I'd be meeting some people in places.
John Smoltz joins here, 105 through the Fan. So just like nerding out here, like do you or to Joe Buck or Joe Davis, do y'all like approach a series with like a storyline in mind, like going into it and then react from that, or is it completely cold?
Yeah. Well, basically, you know, Joe Davis, and I'm sure a lot of people have a little bit of the same tone. A lot of people may think I'm saying certain things. Joe Davis is talking about the storyline, and he's calling the game as any play-by-play should. I'm looking in the game for moments that could change a series or what a player is going through or what he's thinking, and I'm looking at it as if I was playing against the other team and vice versa. So when I'm talking about what a pitcher's trying to do to the hitter and what a hitter's trying to look for a pitcher, that's just studying and working and seeing trends. This World Series and this playoffs was unbelievable. Nothing made sense. And that's what made it so unique and so great. And that's why it's one of the best championships I've seen in a long time from the route that the Rangers took. And they have something special, and I said it throughout the entire broadcast, even though it seems like none of your fans listen to it. I said it, that they have a special sauce in their locker room that the analytics cannot explain, it's just something you can't explain. And it's because the manager and the management were so connected. And they did things in ways and made moves and just hung in there. And it's just a credit. No way ever will a team go undefeated on the road again, ever. And that is just, I shake my head. I go, man, having gone through this and done it my whole life, this is not what you're supposed to be able to do, and they did it.
So for the record, Chris Young never kicked your dog ever. You don't have a Diamondbacks hat on. You're not waiting for Game 9 to take place so Arizona can come back. For the record, John.
No, not at all.
That's good. It's good to know the Diamondbacks fandom didn't affect the objectivity. Then that's good. So, when you look at this Rangers team as they're trying to bounce back, John, and carry over the momentum into this next season with a lot of injuries to the pitching staff. They've got Corey Seager, who's going to be missing time during spring training. Now Josh Young is hurt. How do you look at Texas's prospects entering this year in a tough AL West?
They just got to hang in there till they get healthy. They got to piece things together like they did last year. They won't be – what they went through last year will serve them well. It's not a game plan or a strategy you want to live by. Like, you don't want to keep pulling off those kind of triumphs. But when you go through tough stretches, you've been there, done that. When you're back is when you got to win all those games on the road like they did, done that. So you're not going to be – no deficit or lead is going to bother this team, and that's pretty special.
John Smoltz joins us here at 105 through the Fan. He'll be playing the Invited Celebrity Classic coming up in April. When y'all won in 95, did you find that in 96 that there was like because you guys have been building to that. The Rangers came out of nowhere and won, so maybe a little bit different. But was there like a honeymoon period, or did the fans get like hungrier that they finally got a taste of the title and they wanted it even more? And there was more pressure the next year.
Yeah, I think 96, we were going to prove to the world, we were built for this and we were going to go on a 4 out of 5 run. Had we won in 96, we would have done that, no doubt. We lost in 96 in a really brutal way, and it changed our team, our roster. People got traded. It really dramatically changed the direction of our club.
John, when you look at DeGrom and Scherzer, I'm on the pessimistic side of, okay, whatever you get back, they're not going to come back and ever be, especially Max with some of the age. But you have the injury and age concerns over both of them. As a Hall of Fame pitcher yourself, what do you think we can expect from these two studs?
Well, the good news is they know how to pitch. So when they get healthy, that's not going to be something they got to relearn. The Browns challenge is going to be one that, look, it's the second Tommy John. And when you go through two, you're trying in your mind, I would think, to try to do things differently so that you don't repeat the same thing over again, right? So whether it's training, whether it's certain regiments, hopefully he can get back to the place where he was, because he's the most dynamic starting pitcher in our generation. As far as Max and the others, I mean, they've been there, done that. It's just a matter of time, really. And that's the one good news about a veteran pitcher when he's been through his share of injuries. Nothing's really going to bother him until he's able to get back out there and be healthy and prove he knows how to pitch.
John, there's still a lot of guys unsigned around the sport. Jordan Montgomery's one of them, and I know the Rangers would love to have him back here. If he were to come back, in the next week, would he have enough time to get ready for opening day, or are we kind of already past that?
Pitchers can kind of get their reps in on their own. It's still not the same. You kind of really need to get in some game action. So to say, would he be ready? Maybe a little bit, but not game ready. And that's the one thing spring training does for pitchers. They're going to be in shape, but it's the game reps. It's the up and down. It's the things like that you really, really need to get yourself going for the start of the season. You can throw your side sessions and simulate and do all that, and you'll be fine. But to be fair, some of these guys who haven't signed now, it's going to take them a minute to get ready.
Yeah, John, we've had a lot of discussion here in DFW about Jack Leiter and just the expectations that were placed on him. And he's had a lot of struggles these first couple of years in the minor leagues. He's entering spring training now, hopefully has worked on a lot of this. How tough is it for a pitcher like that, kind of a legacy guy, being, he's Al Leiter's son. He was a big-time SEC pitcher, top pick. How tough is it to come up through the minor league system and achieve that potential and that kind of weight that's sitting on him?
Man, I tell you, he's got it. He's got a hard from that standpoint, he's got it hard. But he's a young kid. He's got his head on right. He's got his dad obviously pitching in the big leagues. Tremendous talent. He's got to put in his work. Try not to chase results in the minor leagues. That's easier said than done. You got to be able to make quality pitches and learn how to adjust on the fly. And he's going to be a big contributor to the Rangers, I think, especially given what they have going for them right now, in the starting pitching department, and they could use some depth.
And not just Leiter, but you look at the youth movement that Texas has. They obviously got there with a lot of big-time veteran players, Marcus Semien, Corey Seager last year. But the outlook for the Rangers with a guy like Evan Carter, who came up and had the contribution he did in October, Josh Young making the All-Star team last year, and then Wyatt Langford, who everybody seems really excited about, and drew some comparisons pre-draft from some people to like Trout. When you look at the Rangers' future in that core, specifically with Carter and Langford in the outfield, how bright is that, and how quick do you think those contributions could come?
Well, certainly young players who contribute now are this is unbelievable how many young players contribute. It's a young game, right? They've got them in, you're getting them done, they're prepared. And the Rangers went through a lot of rough patches to get to this point to utilize that draft picks and those talents. So they're in a great place. And winning their first, which is always fun to see. You want a team to get off that schneid. I'm a diehard Lions fan, so if that doesn't tell you all you need to know about me and my rooting ability for my team to win their first, this is a great thing for their organization. And moving forward, like I said, they've got a sustained run in them.
He mentioned like Wyatt Langford. He's only played 44 games in the minors. Like, is there a too fast, even though he's like shooting up the system all the way to AAA, is there a too quick approach to get him up to the majors?
Well, I like to think that's going on throughout the game. I mean, I just can't imagine being thrust in the big leagues 2 years earlier than I was ready. But these guys are playing in showcase games. They're ready. They're doing things we never did. So they're more ready for the moment. There is a danger. You got to know the kid's personality and how he's going to handle failure, because that's right there in front of him. And if he can handle it, then it's going to serve him well. I mean, the guys you mentioned, they're going to be really good, but don't think they're going to come out and be studs all the time. They're going to go through their moments. They need to go through those failure points so they learn to become even better.
It's going to be the Celebrity Classic. We're going to be out there. So will John Smoltz, Las Colinas Country Club, April 15th through the 21st. Are you feeling better or worse of finishing sixth, what you did last year? You're going over or under last year's sixth place finish right now?
Oh, I'll be better. I'll be better than six. I did not have a really good tournament, but that's okay. And maybe I should I change my apparel, because I did have a Diamondbacks hat I was going to wear. Should I change that?
No, go full heel mode. Wear it. Absolutely wear it.
You might feel like you're playing in enemy territory, like you're going into an NL East, enemy territory.
Yeah, I don't even own anything other than golf hats, but
Sure.
It'll be a lot of fun. The tournament has got a great cause to it and component, and it'll be a lot of fun.
John, thank you for the time, man. Thanks for being a good sport. We'll see you out there. Enjoy the rest of your round.
You got it. Okay, thanks, guys.
John Smoltz, D&M Leasing Hotline, InvitedCelebrityClassic.com. Romo Pudge, DeMarcus Ware, Pujols, Greg Maddux, Clemens, Marcus Allen, Joe Carter, Reggie Bush, Vince Carter, Adam Thielen, Larry the Cable Guy, all going to be out there. Let's react to that. And Jay Billa says, lock up all the college basketball fans next on Sean and RJ. But
Car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-3333, or go to truckwreck.com.
All right, John Smoltz reaction after the Fox analyst and Hall of Fame pitcher just joined us to talk about the Celebrity Classic taking place in Las Colinas.
Let's just say they're not buying what he be selling. Okay, they're saying some people said one person said he was a good sport. Awful, never have him back.
Hold on. The one person that said he was a good sport. Could you give me that area code, please?
I don't know it. It says 678.
Oh, 678, Atlanta. Oh, okay.
Is that Atlanta?
Yes, it is. 678, 404. Those are Atlanta area.
Let's see. Good sports. He's blank and lying. Awful, never have him back. Boo this man. You guys are radio professionals. Let's see.
That may be an insult, actually. You shouldn't be so professional.
I hope you guys ruined his golf day. Get him off the air. We don't care what he has to say. I dislike him even more now.
Wow.
He was so smug. His smug butt came on and proved me wrong.
Here's that's you said in recent weeks the greatest heel of all time is The Rock.
The Rock.
The Rock.
He should go full heel.
Nope. Now it's Smoltz. Smoltz is the greatest heel of all time. He gets confronted with that. And what does he say? He goes, I wish I had social media. I'd be challenging guys to fights. We'd be meeting up in parking lots. I'm going to wear my D-backs hat to this invited celebrity classic. He is leaning into the heel. He doesn't run from it. I'll give him that.
If he wears a Diamondbacks hat in this tournament.
Oh, my gosh.
That would be, listen, that would.
And he's going to be here for All-Star Week.
He is. That would completely turn the tables on everything. You would have no choice but to love him as just a sign of respect. In fact,
respect, not love.
We're gonna be out there. I might buy him a Diamondbacks hat.
Oh my god!
And say, here you go.
Yeah,
you have to. Please wear this.
You want that heat?
Wouldn't be heat for me.
You'd be responsible for purchasing.
I'd be
the
calling
Diamondbacks
attention
merch.
to that. I would be. That's it.
You know how much I like. I'm out here. We're at the Tarleton State game, right? You remember the full length, the full court putt? Did you notice the Tarleton guy who was doing that? He was wearing a Diamondbacks jersey. You know the obscenities I was screaming in that guy's ear about Smoltz and everything else. We're not going to support the Diamondbacks. Chop, come on.
And the first two games of the World Series, and really the first two rounds, I wasn't buying this because I always think fans overreact to this, and it's silly. We think every announcer hates us. People hate Greg Olson now. But I did feel like he didn't celebrate the Rangers. Like, there's a number of different factors. I feel like he wasn't celebrating the Rangers enough. There's a number of different factors. Number one, from a Fox perspective, and the rest of the country, really, it's a fact. It is a ratings fact. It was a boring World Series. It's a very boring, lackluster World Series with the two teams that were in it.
Combined wins were like the lowest ever.
I think the ratings were the lowest ever, or second lowest something. I don't know.
Yeah, because people didn't want to listen to Smoltz.
Yeah,
just turn it off.
So it's a boring World Series matchup. How did the Rangers are still this surprise, but it's not like a true Cinderella like Arizona was as they were going through the AL playoffs. What was the Rangers up in this? Were they up 3-1? What was our lead
in the World Series? Yeah, they won. They won at 5. It was 3-1.
Yeah, so they were up 3-1, right? So you were trying. It's like these are all devil's advocate.
Yeah, the game 5 is the most justifiable one for him.
In a blowout and a beatdown at halftime, the announcers want to try to keep you around, right? The defeatist Al Michaels. He hates calling these boring, terrible Amazon Prime games. And I thought maybe he missed working with Joe Buck. I don't know. He got a new play-by-play guy in there. So, but is it really possible for you to go into, hey, Brad Sham could, answer this, or, maybe a non-local team broadcaster. Is it really possible for you to go into every series having zero extra dislike for someone? I don't think that's possible.
Here's the thing. When he just came on here, was describing their run, he was being very positive. It's the little things that I think drive people nuts. So what's being subtly lost here, or subtly insinuated, is that we're talking about, that Rangers run, it was magical. They had some secret sauce. There was just something about it. I think what Rangers fans hear there is, you guys had no business beating any of those teams. You're not good enough. You just had magic on your side. Like, I think people hear that from Smoltz. That it's like there's no credit to, you have one of the best shortstops in the game. Probably, arguably the best shortstop in the game in Corey Seager. You have, Marcus Semien, who's been great. This rotation stepped up in a big way. Evaldi's one of the best postseason pitchers we've seen recently. There was none of that. It was, oh, look at this magic. Wasn't magic. Like when is this carriage going to turn into a pumpkin for the Rangers? And that's what I think people hated.
Yeah, it felt like we weren't being put like on a pedestal. It's like Sports Center, right? Like, why aren't the Mavericks the lead story?
We're Sister Jean to John Smoltz. We're what Sister Jean is to Choppy. That's what the Rangers were to Smoltz. Like, yeah, they're the Cinderella that I can't stand, and I'm tired of
here for a free lunch.
Yeah. I'm tired of the free lunch for Jordan Montgomery or whatever.
So there's John Smoltz. We'll crosstalk with KMC coming up at 9:40. The sports topic of the week so far: court storming after what happened between Wake Forest and Duke. And Jay Billis yesterday, and by the way, Tolo T. Rainey was right. He heard Jay Billis right, who had a solution if we really want this to stop on ESPN.
But the truth is, nothing's going to change now. We're going to talk about it, and it's going to go away, and nothing's going to change. And if they wanted to stop it, they could stop it tomorrow. The administrators will tell you that security experts tell them that it's not a good idea to try to stop the court storming, that could cause more problems than it would solve. But you don't have to stop the court storming. One time, all you have to do is once they're on the court, don't let them off. Just say you're all detained and give them all citations or arrest them if you want to. And then court stormings will stop the next day. There's no accountability for this. The fans feel like it's an entitlement. And the universities like it, and the truth is we like it.
Jay Billis going with the old Sonny from Bronx Tale. Now you can't leave.
Yeah, right.
Now you can't. Peyton, never seen that movie, have you?
No.
I can't kill him for
I
that
can't kill
one
for that
too
one.
much.
It's very fringe.
Bronx
Great movie.
Tale?
Yeah, it's a great movie, but very, very fringe.
You never seen it, Bobby?
No, I've seen it. I don't know that I'd refer to it as fringe. I think like we referenced Bronx Tale last segment or something about better to be feared than loved or respected than loved.
Fair.
Well, it's not Casino.
It's better than Casino.
It's not Casino Universal, though.
It's better than Casino, though.
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm saying.
It's De Niro. It's Chaz. It's Vanilla Coke Man.
What's his
whatever
last name?
Chaz Palminteri or whatever.
That's right. It is. So that's Billis, but I feel like Richard Jefferson is the only one in media, and really every coach is also coming out saying, "Get rid of this." Bill Self, get rid of it. John Shire, the Wake Forest coach, get rid of it. And Michael Wilbon on PTI said this.
This has to stop. There's no other opinion. Any other opinion is stupid and lazy and ignores the safety of the athletes and the fans. I've heard people say, oh, they should just delay it 30 seconds and let the fans. Fans have been hit by goalposts. Fans have trampled each other. This is stupid. It's got to stop. The NCAA morons at the top of the pyramid and the conferences, the SEC has been actually the progressive leader in this by saying, no, you will be fined 6 figures. Make it 7.
Yeah.
You got to have real security, not people just, working in retirement who come out of their houses and stand with a blue jacket. No, security. And they have to enforce it. And the schools have to be on board. And this is just another dumb thing that the NCAA has let go, and it cannot go on. What do we have to see? A kid being stretching
like
off the
Marcus
court?
Spears when you say you need more security. I was disappointed in the Wake AD. It was a really weak statement. He didn't even refer to Filipowski by name. He called him the Duke student.
The Duke student? What was that?
10,000 miles away.
Thank you for mentioning that. Come on.
Here. Let's go.
Look, I understand it is a risk. I mean, it is dangerous. There's no doubt about that. I don't know what the right thing to do is. I don't know about arresting them all. Banning it. I mean, look, you can't stop. If 10,000 people want to get on the court, they're going to get on the court.
Right.
I don't care what you do. Now, what do you put a net up? Maybe do hockey. Put glass around.
Right.
They can't get through that. Okay, fine. But if 10,000 people want to get down there, they're going to find a way to get down there, whether you find the school or not. Like I said, I've been in 2 of these. Like, they were fun. Were they dangerous? Sure. Was it a different world? It was the 90s. Of course it was. Our parents just let us go outside and play without a cell phone.
Oh my God,
and then you just come back home whenever you come back home.
I'm getting in this fight with my wife as we speak about playing outside. We don't have time for it right now.
It was a different world. Kids played in the front yard back then. Now everybody plays in the backyard. Nobody plays in the front yard anymore.
Wow.
It's just a different world we live in. You got to adapt to the times. I get it. I personally I think storming the court is part of being a sports fan. It's part of the fabric of being a college sports fan. Now, if you want to eliminate that, fine. Like I said yesterday, move the kids back. Don't have them on the floor. You reduce the home court advantage. That's the other option. You're not going to keep them away. If they want to get on the floor, no matter how many security you bring out there, they're going to get on the floor.
I can respect this more from Wilbon than I can from that bowling pin looking MF Duke alum Jay Billis.
Whoa!
Because Wilbon at least has been consistent with this for 20 years that he hates court storming. Like, this has been a rant of his on PTI for years.
Well, is Jay saying that should happen, or if you wanted to stop, that's
Say if you want it to stop.
No,
and where was John Shire when Duke stormed the court or the rest of the field against Clemson? I didn't hear him say a word.
Probably on the field.
Probably on the field.
Yeah, he was probably storming it with it. This is just, I think Billis is suggesting something, but I think it's definitely clear when you hear Billis talk, he is not in favor of it. And it's probably because it happens to Duke so often, and he hates that. And he's another one of the soft Dukies. That's what that is.
What is that thing called where two groups of people meet as one? The circles where the
orgy?
meet? No.
Oh, the Venn diagram.
If you took anti-court storming and anti-transfer portal people, I bet you it matches up
It's
with
just a
that.
circle.
I bet you it's a flat circle or whatever it is. I bet the same people who are against the transfer portal also want to ban court storming.
So there are the solutions, at least from Michael Wilbon and Jay Billis, and we still say, just keep it going. Just try not to run into anyone.
Pro storming.
But keep it going. Back out to the home of the Rangers. KMC Crosstalk is next from Surprise. But I want to sit here and talk to you about
than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Getting set to crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. Heard they're heading back up from the Rangers clubhouse where Eric Chiafalo did all his damage yesterday. In case you did not hear, Zach Wilczuk having to fly back immediately after the birth of his baby girl. So G-Bag, a man down. I saw them already having brought us drinking beer yesterday.
Oh, on the air, yeah.
Was it on the air?
Yeah, they were having beers. They had like a beer counter that they were doing during the show.
So Broadus was drunk on the air again?
I mean, he sounded like he was buzzing maybe a little.
Wow, they just started this on a Monday.
Yeah.
Drinking on the air.
I mean,
wow,
it's
being
funny.
number one has its perks.
All the feedback I get about my drinking on the road, and here they are doing it on the air. Geez.
The other number one show is the KMC Masterpiece Crosstalk from Surprise on the home of the Rangers. Who were you guys talking to? What were you doing, Corey?
We were having a chat with David Robertson, who is the new relief pitcher for the Rangers. 3 kids, all pictures right there up on his locker. Nobody else in the clubhouse has pictures of their kids up in the locker.
Mr. Quadruple Double, right, Kevin?
Man, you really called him out for that, too.
Is that a call out?
No, like the rest of the locker room.
Oh,
you
yeah,
really
the rest of the
called them
locker room
out
needs
for
to get it together, man. Make this place home. So, yeah, we were hanging out with him. We also we caught up with Davis Wenzel for just a little bit. I think it's interesting when it comes to his career, because he has Josh Young right in front of him. He was paired with Josh Young as they were drafted together. And so it's like, okay, now he sees Josh Young going off and having World Series success, and he's trying to, like, still find his way and push the buttons to get him that shot. So I think it's an interesting conversation we'll have with him later on today.
So you guys have not broken code or anything in the clubhouse so far?
That's not us.
Okay.
We don't do that.
Well, yeah, Adrian Beltre wanted to hit Kevin.
Uh-huh.
I guess that was in the parking lot.
That was just for his face.
Yeah, that was.
Oh, that's weird.
No, that's because I parked at the last close parking spot that was there, and Adrian Beltre just assumes that's his. So that's how he is. Yeah, that makes sense.
What's coming up on the show?
Guys, it's going to be a great show today, and I just can't wait for all of it because right out of the gate, is spring training actually the most important to Nate Lowe? We have a good conversation to get into there. We got some stars discussions right out at 10:20.
Big game tonight versus a team that I think is better than them, and they cannot beat in the playoffs.
Yeah, and then I don't know if y'all heard yesterday. I'm hoping we get to do this again. I'm hoping there's more B games because what we did yesterday, if you ever have heard, the 2 live mics or the 3 live mics that G-Bag's done while they're out there at training camp, Mike went down to the B fields and watched some games yesterday, and I just thought the insight that Mike has on being able to see pitches and talk about what these guys are doing was fantastic. And then he had a beautiful home run call for Evan Carter yesterday as well, as he was like,
oh, that was the most half-ass call I've ever
Mike, let me ask you, when I was growing up, they used to call them split squad games, and I'm sure they were split squad when you were playing too, and now they're A and B. Did they stop traveling? Did they stop doing that?
Somewhat. So there's way more B games or split squad games now. Now, split squad would mean you're playing here at home and you're sending a team on the road.
Yeah.
This was an inter squad game. But what was really cool about it, if you're listening yesterday at the time, is there were only 6 guys that were batting, and it was 2 of them were Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford. So literally every 6th batter was going to be Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford. It didn't matter who was pitching. There were only 6 batters in the game. Every other inning, you had 17-year-old, 6'4", 200-pound Sebastian Walcott, the 17-year-old playing shortstop, who's, as soon as Evan Carter graduates from the prospect list, which will be the first 2 weeks of the season, when he hits his 30 days in the major leagues, he has to go off your prospect list. And then when Wyatt Langford goes off the list, Sebastian Walcott is your next, what they're hoping to develop into a superstar franchise-like player. That's 3 years down the road because he's not 18 years old yet. But to get to go down there and see Wyatt Langford and to see Evan Carter, and Evan Carter hit a bomb about 410, closer to center field, but in that right center gap against John Gray, and then to see Sebastian Walcott playing shortstop, and you're just up against a fence. You're watching it like you'd watch Choppy, your son, play baseball. And it's like, this is freaking amazing that you're this close to the action and getting to see everything. Michael Young was right in front of me. He was on the other side of the fence, obviously, watching and probably giving his opinion on what he's seeing and everything. But it's really fun. They do that more now than when I used to play.
You guys heard the Buster Posey whispers when it comes to Justin Foscue out there? Have you heard any of that?
Yeah, I heard y'all's discussion on that this morning, and I just don't. I can see the temperament discussion on the way that he approaches the game, but there's clearly a difference in the skill level of the player.
John Smoltz joining us here in Crosstalk.
Listen to this. I guess you'd know better than Buster Posey's coaches, Corey.
Well, I mean, you got a really good point there. I also would love, if I'm a coach, if I'm on this in this staff, I would love to talk really highly about a guy that could be a really good trade piece at some point. I would love for people to think that you're getting a player like that. So, but I'm not. This isn't any whispers or anything like that from around here.
Well, Buster Posey was Rookie of the Year, won the World Series, and then won 3 World Series in his first 5 years, while then changing the catching rules about touching a catcher because he got blown up and had to miss a season. And they're like, we're changing the rules. This is a franchise-changing player, and we got to protect these guys. Is Buster Posey, you have to remember, I have a tough time comparing him to Justin Foscue in this way. He's catching 20 different pitchers a season. He's having to come up with game plans in his head versus every hitter in the National League, some in the American League. Then he has to know the sequences of pitches that gives hitters problems. And then he comes up to bat, and then he's smart enough, and this is why he's, I think, a future Hall of Famer pretty easily. Then he knows, because he's a catcher, he knows what pitchers are maybe trying to do and the sequences that they're going to use to get him out. And he was so smart, he would use that to his advantage, going, well, if I was catching right here, what he just did to me, the next pitch is going to be here. And so Buster Posey, there's just no way that a second baseman, for the most part, would be able to have the same education as a catcher would, because they're having to study so much more than, and maybe Bobby could talk about that, a quarterback versus a wide receiver. Like, the quarterback has to know more and will know more because they're given more on their table than a wide receiver is.
So what I'm hearing is the fact that Justin Foscue is getting compared to Buster Posey, while he has all those advantages, only speaks to how incredible he is.
I hope so.
He's trying to ask you a serious question, Bob.
Yes, the quarterback and the safety generally are viewed as the guys who have to have the best awareness of everybody's responsibilities on both sides of the field, because they've got to know everything.
Center field and catch.
Whereas, Jason Kelsey recently talked about this with Travis Kelsey. They were talking about coverages. They do this cool segment on the New Heights podcast where people send in football 101 questions, really basic level questions that you think everybody should know, and then Travis and Jason explain it. And one of the things they asked about coverages, and Jason started to explain it, and he's like, I'm going to have to stop at some point, because he's like, I genuinely don't know. He's like, Travis is going to know better because Travis has to go up against us, so Travis knows these meetings. For me, I don't need to know those things necessarily. And he's like, so I won't have that same level of knowledge that Travis will. So that is an advantage that you get.
What have you guys been doing to get into trouble out there? What's been the fan?
Us? Never.
Peloton Mike.
Okay.
Oh,
all right,
really?
Sean, you remember, was it Oxnard or something like that, when you were taking video of Mike doing his boxing?
Yeah.
Whenever he was out there doing his thing, or maybe it was Arizona for the Super Bowl. I think it was Super Bowl.
Oxnard.
It was in that little gym.
I think it was Super Bowl. That being said, Mike got on the Peloton yesterday, and he started riding the Peloton, and I was in the gym on the treadmill just kind of watching a movie, and I have earbuds that have sound canceling earbuds.
Whoa.
I could hear Mike singing at the top of his lungs through my sound canceling earbuds, and it ruined the movie for me. And then he's like, "Hey Corey, you ever seen RoboCop? Oh my gosh, I just started watching RoboCop." And I was like, "Should I be rolling on this right now? Because Mike was so loud. You're the loudest Peloton rider. Why?
Your hotel has a Peloton? Sense. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's a nice hotel. Is this the nicest hotel we've ever stayed at?
For the fans,
these trips?
probably.
Yeah, I think so. It's really nice.
I've stayed in nicer hotels when I stayed.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
Thanks. Your
just saying-
CBA required 5-star isn't available here.
It is a quality place. It really is nice, and it's very close. Except for they closed the road off for our drive over. So a drive that should take 2 minutes ends up taking about 10 to go the mile around. So it's kind of crazy.
So, Mike, is that the first time you watched RoboCop?
I've never watched RoboCop before. I stuck with it. It was horrible. I mean,
hated it.
I'd buy
it
that
was
for
horrible.
$1.
There were two guys with samurai swords that I guess were also machines that were going to take out RoboCop. It was horrible because at some point the bad guy has a gun in his hand. He realizes these two girls are hitting in some sort of computer program to make the two samurai sword machine guys fight each other. And I'm like, you have a gun. You're a bad guy. Shoot the two girls. You know they're doing something wrong. And he's like, I can't believe. What are you guys doing? I'm like, I don't know. Shoot them and then they'll stop.
It would have been a lot better movie if RoboCop would have paid Demi Moore $1 million to like sleep with her or whatever.
Now, is this because it's a bad movie or it's just too old?
No, it's a great movie.
RoboCop? Yeah, I mean, look, if you see it now in the parlance of that, like the special effects, if you watch Terminator for the first time now, you're going to be like, this is awful.
RoboCop is great. It's an 80s classic.
It was shot at the City Hall, Dallas City Hall, right?
Really?
There's some scenes there from Dallas City Hall.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kevin, go ahead, Corey.
I was watching a movie called Self-Reliance on Hulu.
Excellent
If you haven't
movie.
seen this movie, the premise is
Self-Reliance.
dude just gets asked if he wants to win $1 million, but he can't be alone, otherwise he'll be murdered. And it is fantastic. It's really good. So get a chance, check that one out.
Kevin, have you booked anything? You know, a Super Bowl. You were getting Cirque du Soleil. Do they have anything out there in surprise for you to go and enjoy locally?
Yeah, I'm trying to spend more time with everybody because upon reflection, going to Cirque du Soleil and my magic and comedy shows, maybe I didn't spend all of the time with the people. So I went to Barrio Queen last night with the guys for their mediocre Mexican restaurant experience.
But what was happening there? And let's go ahead and bring this to the table. Maybe Broadus, we can talk about it with him later.
Dear.
What did you want to see happen?
Okay, look, and I have not discussed this with Broadus whatsoever. Broadus is just a polite person. I just want to put that out there, right? This is all my projection. But we had a younger gal as a waitress, and her and Broadus were kind of bantering back and forth. And at one point, like, nothing happened, but at one point I leaned over to Corey and I was like, I would really like it if, like, Broadus got her number or something. And I don't know why. I just thought
this conversation.
I just thought that they had a fun little back and forth, and I'm sure he was just being polite. But in my mind, I was like, that's good. I hope they get to hang out or something.
How old was she? What age range?
It's probably
25,
late 20s.
24?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, it's probably, I don't know.
Did he call her ma'am nonstop?
Yes.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't mean to ask for more water.
He's just a gentleman.
He's
That's what
polite.
he is.
Did he offer to buy any of you guys your dinner, even though
He
you can
bought
expense it?
Evans
Ruben?
and Rubens.
Yeah, again, why? He did this to me at breakfast in Vegas. He goes, I got your breakfast. I said,
We have an
the
expense
company
account.
has my breakfast. It's expense. And he's like, no. It's on me. Trust me.
Well,
Trust me.
and he wanted to, I know at least for me, because of the car rental rope-a-dope that we pulled on Thrifty. So I think
Yeah, you really
that
got
was
them.
important to him, and I appreciated it.
But
again, there's an expense account.
That would be good for me because I don't expense. So it actually would be saving me money
That's
if it
right.
did it to me.
Or
I
Bassett.
always try to save the company money. That's very
Thrifty. I
important
hope you're
to
not in
me.
a hurry because we're not.
The KMC Masterpiece is next from Surprise. We're back tomorrow with the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
KMC, right here on The Fan.
from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Surprise Stadium in Surprise, Arizona for Texas Rangers Spring Training, home of the defending world champion Texas Rangers, as Mike continues to try to get the attention of one of the grounds crew people, hoping that he knows
has to have
the
on
name.
earbuds because I yelled at him.
You.
Yeah,
it might
he's
not be
ignoring.
his name. It might not be the same guy.
But he is
He looks the same.
manicuring with a broom, pretty much, the front of home plate, that
get y'all
front
a
kind of
shot of this.
triangle area. And he has been manicuring this for a good 10 minutes. He's been on his hands and knees picking out the sunflower seeds.
Pride in your craft.
There's nothing I do in life that I care about as much as I think it's Jake, the grounds crew man, caring that much about just, I don't know, 1/100th of the baseball field that he's taking 15 to 20 minutes on to make sure it's perfectly manicured.
It's like watching a caker ice their cakes.
Okay.
I said caker.
Do you appreciate that level of detail, or do you think he's wasting his
No,
time?
I think it's awesome.
Okay.
Look at this field. It's gorgeous, dude.
I've always wanted to be a grounds crew guy.
I know.
But like on a grass field.
Right.
I think it's kind of boring on a turf field. All you're doing is messing with the dirt.
Right.
In fact, like the Rangers, I do know this, they had to get rid of all their grass guys, right? So when they moved, the grounds crew people that had an education on how to make sure your grass stays green and the mowing part of it and all that, they're like, well, and they got other jobs at golf courses or other stadiums or whatever, but I mean, they couldn't be a Ranger grounds crew guy anymore. There was no more grass.
Actually, I hadn't really thought about that at all, but that makes a lot of sense the way that you line that up. I want to go ahead, if we can, fire off cut number 4, because I'm going to put forth the idea, and I would like to discuss, is spring training most important for this gentleman?
The 3-1. And that ball is hit high and deep into right field. Tucker going back. He's at the wall. He leaps, and it is gone. Nathaniel Lowe with a 2-run home run. He puts Texas into double figures. It's 10-2.
I bet we win that ALCS as well. And then I bet we go on to win the World Series.
We did. Yeah, Kevin, I don't know if you've heard. Actually, there's a sign right there that says World Series champions. I think there's signs everywhere.
There are.
Everywhere I walk. I know not for the Royals because they didn't win. But for the Rangers, all the stuff around here says World Series champions.
Did you like my Stairway to Baseball heaven?
I did like that. That was nice. And, for that moment for Nate Lowe, that was a pretty relieving moment, right, for him to accomplish that. Like, that was a very big moment because he kind of struggled. And we were talking about, didn't he have like an 18-pitch at bat one time because he was struggling to hit a fastball, and so he was just fouling it off, and then finally he gets something that he can pull and turn on and puts it out there, and that was a really great moment for him, and I'm hoping to see a lot more really good moments for him this year.
So I was reading part of an article from Evan Grant, and it was illuminating, and we talked with Davis Wenzel about this kind of earlier today as well. We'll see if we roll that out today, is Nate Lowe has gone into several of these spring trainings with the Rangers with a singular focus.
Okay.
As I'm sure you can guess, last year it was, hey, let's work on that defense. And it is amazing to see how he went from I don't
struggling at times.
Yes, I was going to say one of the least best, let's go with that, fielding first baseman, to legitimately a Gold Glove. So you saw that effort, and that's what I think is really interesting, is that was his focus all spring long. And then the year before that, there was a lot of focus on turning the ball opposite field a little bit more, or popping a little bit more power, and you saw that reflect in the numbers 2 years ago, and then clearly there's been more of a dip. And the reason why I was fascinated by this is something that Bruce Bochy said, is 2022, Nate Lowe, that's his focus in spring training, wins the Silver Slugger. This last year, his focus is, I got to improve my defense, wins Gold Glove. Bruce Bochy was asked, what do you think his focus is for this spring training? And he goes, I don't know, probably to win them both at the same time. And so I was fascinated by that, because I feel like we're all okay with Nate Lowe, right? Like, you're okay to maybe really good with Nate Lowe, but you see flashes all the time and think, holy cow, this player could be really, really good. But then when the defense went up, the offense ebbed and his OPS dropped. And how do you strike the right balance in what's feeling like it could potentially be a loaded lineup all over again? How do you make Nate Lowe a bigger part of that lineup?
Well, I think one thing that when you're healthy, this team, it doesn't need a great hitting first baseman.
Okay.
You're kind of lucky in that, right? Because a lot of times you're not going to have as good of a hitter at second base that the Rangers have, or shortstop, or catcher. So you can kind of cover up a little bit at times if your first baseman isn't the prototypical 30 home runs, 100 RBI type of player that you kind of expect. When you think of a first baseman, that's kind of what you think of, about 30 or more home runs and 100 RBI type of guy. I think Nate Lowe can do that this year. 30 might be a little much, but I think he can. The one thing that I don't know, and this does come to the personal stuff, is last year, and I'm sorry, I don't know the follow-up on this, but his mom had cancer. I don't know.
Some people were just asking about that. I had to admit I hadn't checked that out either.
I haven't followed up to ask a Rangers organizational person, like, how is Nate Lowe's mother doing? Because that had to weigh on him a lot during the season, that his mom couldn't come when they played in the playoffs versus Tampa. I don't believe his mother was able to come to that. It ended up being a 2-game series, but she wasn't healthy enough. And just think about that as a parent. If you have a couple boys and they like a sport, can you imagine if both of them were in the playoffs against each other, but you physically couldn't go watch that situation? And so he was dealing with a lot last year off of the field with the health of his mother. So I don't know where she's at right now, but
I'm asking around right now. So I'll try and find out.
But hopefully he's, the off the field stuff is getting better and better, and he can be a guy who, in a way, you can kind of protect if Evan Carter is the guy who I think he's going to be, because he wasn't on the team mostly. So now you add a dude who might be a 300 batting average guy, a 375 on base percentage, and like a 900 OPS. Like, all of a sudden you add that, it kind of helps you a little bit more in your situation. What will Wyatt Langford be? How much will he be on the team? But yeah, Nate Lowe has to be a better hitter. We went over it. For some reason, it was weird. A lot of first base numbers were down last year amongst major league first basemen.
One thing I did want to throw out there that I think I personally just take for granted is Nate Lowe is always available. In the 3 years he's been here, I believe he's missed a total of 11 games. And I'm not saying he missed them because he wasn't capable of playing. They're probably just like, hey, why don't you just have a seat for the day? But 11 games in 3 years.
And Corey, you have 3 more years that he's not a free agent.
Wow.
So 24, 25, and 26, you have control of him. He's not he's gonna, this year he makes $4 million, which is up.
Great.
But that's still a pretty cheap contract for a guy who's won a Silver Slugger and a Gold Glove.
When he arrived, this kind of goes to the proof of how far this team's come with Chris Young at the helm too. But when he arrived, he was your best hitter. And you were like, oh man, is this guy, did he find something? And then they stacked better hitters around him, and he's like, okay, he's part of this group of really good talent, and that's what Chris Young keeps doing. He's like, hold on, is my talent good enough? No, let's go find somebody better, and let's keep doing this. But I think obviously how you are in a clubhouse matters a lot, and if this clubhouse seems to be very consistent, very steady. But his defensive presence, Kevin, definitely is a huge factor. As a left-handed bat, you hope to alternate some guys and protect some guys, and that's a factor of whether or not he can protect, and that's where he will be in the lineup based on how well he's protecting the guys in front of him.
So can Nate Lowe find the balance of having more power without sacrificing plate discipline? Because I realize those things can clearly go hand in hand. But if you just look at it, like the year he hit 27 home runs, there's a drastic drop in the amount of walks. Whereas the 2 years kind of sandwiched around it where he was 17, 18 home runs, is he has a significantly higher number of walks. Last year, he was 7th among all MLB qualifiers with 93 walks. So he's shown good plate discipline. Can you find a way for him specifically to merge that level of plate discipline with having some more power? Because I know a lot of times people think of power as more like reckless or free swingers. I don't think that always has to be the case, though.
Well, so he's going to get strikes. He doesn't really – you want plate discipline from all of your hitters. The more good pitches you swing at from a hitter's standpoint, the better chance you have of being successful. But if you look at it and you're pitching against the Texas Rangers, all right, who are you looking for in the lineup? If I'm going to pitch around a guy to get to a guy, Nate Lowe's going to be, at best, 5th on your list of threats in the Rangers lineup. So when he comes up, most likely the pitcher is going to say, I don't want to give him a free pass because the next guy coming up might be a better hitter, or I already have a couple guys on base, and I have those guys on base because I wanted to get Nate Lowe in this situation because this is the guy I believe I have the best chance of getting out. So, yes, you want the discipline, but yet I think like a guy like I talked to Mark McLemore obviously a lot over, the last years, is he said it was so awesome batting second in the Rangers lineup because behind him was Pudge Rodriguez and Juan Gonzalez. He's getting fastballs. He's like, when you have people like that behind you in your lineup, or if you're hitting right after those guys, now they're like, I have to get him, like just say it's Rusty Greer. I have to go after Rusty Greer. I've already allowed Pudge and Juan to be on base for free or to just get singles. I need to get this guy out because I can't put another guy on base, so those guys can really benefit.
And can you just imagine if the outcome of that was 2022 offensive Nate Lowe to go along with last year's defensive presence? I hear what you're saying. Like, you don't have to have that to succeed, but as long as we're at it, why not get greedy, Corey?
2022, you pointed out the 27 home runs. That's an outlier for him.
For sure.
The 302 is an outlier as well. And that's the number that matters. I know OPS is huge and everything, but 302 compared to 262, 30% of the time you're on base. Yeah. And you're creating a problem for somebody, more likely driving in runs. And that's where, like, you feel like the guys, Mike, in front of him, let's say the 4 guys in front of him, let's say he's hitting 5. I'm not sure where he's going to stay throughout the season. But let's say he's hitting 5. Those 4 guys in front of him, you have pretty good confidence that they're going to be on base or be in a position to produce runs. And that's where I want line drive gaps. I just want shots. I don't need home runs as much as I just definitely need a dude that is consistently on base, putting them in the gaps, driving in runs in that spot.
And he's a guy that obviously his weakness is fastballs inside. He's a guy that I don't want to say has slow bat speed, but you see a lot of his hits going to opposite field. I remember the big homer he hit against Houston. I believe it was Game 5. It was an opposite field home run. Can
we back up just really quick? Some baseball 101, because we like to help people out along the way. You might just be able to picture it in your head, but not always, but a lot of times you go opposite field because you were a little bit more behind the pitch than you might
or
have
the
been
ball was thrown away, so you have to kind of go with where the pitch is. So what you want to teach, a great hitter is able to hit the ball where it's pitched. The one that reminds me, I know I'm going way back when, is Tony Gwynn. He would show, this is the contact, this is the point of contact you want to make on an outside pitch. This is the point of contact you want to make on a pitch down the middle. This is the point of contact you want to make on a pitch in. And if you're making those points of contact, then you're going to hit the ball hard to all sides of the field. But when that ball gets in on Nate, he struggles. The thing that he does a good job of is he fouls it off into, let's say, the third base dugout or the third base stands,
until
and he lives
pitch,
for another pitch. And it's interesting because pitchers will just not believe on throwing that same pitch over and over and over again. They eventually go to a slider or an off-speed pitch, and if they don't locate it well, now Nate Lowe's bat head gets out in front and he pulls it. I know the segment's coming to an end. I wanted to look this up just to make sure. One of the Rangers' premium prospects is Abby Ortiz. I'm shortening his first name because everybody tells me he just goes by that. In A-ball last year, he's their biggest first base prospect. He had 33 home runs, 101 RBIs in 109 games, batted .294 with a .990 OPS. He's not ready for the major leagues. This year he'll start off in Frisco, but he has 3 years left, Nate Lowe. But there is a prospect that the Rangers believe maybe in 2025 could possibly be that big power-hitting first baseman.
And that might be potentially another asset that you're like, hey, either we have amazing depth or maybe we can move this and try to improve other shortcomings in the team. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live out at spring training in Surprise. Coming up next, Stankoven scores his first goal, but is an old problem starting to reappear for the Stars. Let's talk about it next right here on the Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Thompson able to turn it away from Ben, but it comes right to Wyatt Johnston. Johnston knocked off the puck by Pellick, kicked and alive, and they score!
It's the first NHL goal for Logan Stankoven, and it's a 2-2 tie.
And I figure as we're live from Surprise right here on 105.3 The Fan, that Mike, you would enjoy this. Is his name is spelled pretty much how you would think. It's Stank and Oven. So Stankoven is what we're going with. He scores his first ever goal, big-time prospect in the NHL. Big-time prospect for the Dallas Stars. However, they lose again.
This was from your boy Brian Rea last night. I don't know what's the weirder stat. That Logan Stankoven is the 18th player in NHL history to score his first career goal on his birthday, or that it's happened twice this month with Zach Bolduc in St. Louis 2 days ago. So that's 18th player to score their first goal on their birthday, and it's happened twice this month in the history of hockey.
That is pretty.
It's only happened 16 times, and it's happened twice this year.
How old's Stankoven? Is he 20? Like, he's a younger guy, though, right? I mean, what I'm saying is I'm getting concerned. At this point, I think they're going to get hammered tonight. I think it's on ESPN or ESPN
Plus, maybe.
So we're thinking about maybe going out to Booties, which we've been to for a decade now out here.
There's not a whole bunch of stuff right around here.
But they have the NBA package. They have the NHL package. It's a place with wings. It sounds like we're going to a place where they just got booties everywhere, but it's actually just a place where
they got great cheese and chili fries. They're really good.
I like their wings.
It's not as scandalous as you would think.
I don't know that I've ever seen a booty girl.
Tonight's trivia night. So you'll see. It used to be T.R. Sullivan was always there with Jeff Wilson. I don't know if Jeff Wilson is out here. I haven't seen him.
I think Levi's big into it as well.
I haven't seen Levi out here either.
I haven't seen him either.
But
Kevin, are you trying to? You want to go dominate?
No, I want to tell the
tonight?
T.R. Sullivan story that was the saddest thing I've ever heard, and I was like, someone please help this man.
I saw him at a gas station in Plano once.
He's super nice.
Very kind man.
One day in the media room, this was years ago, he said, I got a coupon for this restaurant. It was buy one meal, get one free. But I couldn't get anybody to go with me, so I just bought 2 meals and took the other one back to my hotel. And I didn't know him well enough to be like, hey, I'll go to dinner with you. I just looked around. I was like, will somebody help him? He's asking for a friend to go to dinner
and you
with
didn't
him.
Offer? You didn't
no,
offer.
We had spoken one time. I didn't know if that was weird.
Oh, because the one time you'd spoken to him, he went and turned the music off. He turned off Dancing Queen and turned it on.
He was like mad.
Kevin's like, I'll go, but I get the free meal.
So, all right. The Stars have a real problem. Now, you wanted to talk about, because you don't like the way they match up against Colorado, correct?
I've watched that game, one live. I was lucky enough to get to go to the last game in Dallas. I've watched, I believe, the other two on television, and to me, there's no doubt in my mind. I am not a hockey expert at all, but watching those teams play, the Colorado Avalanche are better than the Dallas Stars. I'm not trying to be a hater or anything. I think... I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a lot of NHL analysts out there go, you're wrong. And I'd be like, hey, then I am. I'm not. I don't feel like I'm an expert at this at all. But watching them, I just think that they're better than the Dallas Stars. And in the 7-game series, I think that they would lose. And if they pushed it to 7, I'd be surprised if they pushed it to 7.
Now, in terms of not just tonight, but these next 3 days, this is a huge stretch for the Stars. Because not only do you have the Avalanche tonight, but then you have Winnipeg coming up on Thursday. And these are the 3 teams. Like we've talked about this, I don't know, for like a month, there's a giant separation in the Central. These are the 3 teams that you're jockeying with for position. And one of the things that I am becoming more and more concerned about with the Stars is overtime and shootouts. I know you might be like, hold on, is this an episode from last year?
I guess at least in the playoffs, you don't have to deal with that issue.
Okay. That's interesting that you say that. You do still have overtime, and they were awful in overtime in the playoffs last year. 1-4.
Yeah.
Awful. I realize it's not the
3-on-3.
You're right. It's not the tweak. It doesn't go with the tweaked up format of then you get the shootout and everything. Like, you're right about that. But last year, the Stars were 8-14 in the overtime or shootouts. That was tied for the third most losses in the league in that scenario. And how did it translate? 1-4 in the playoffs in overtime. Again, setting up the fact that, yes, it is fundamentally different the way they will roll out overtime versus not having a shootout and everything like that. But 1-4 in overtime in the playoffs. This year, they have been significantly better. The Stars were 9-2 in overtime and shootouts. 9-6. Until the last 10 days, where they are 0-3. And you might be like, oh, okay, well, that's just a 3-game stretch. And you could be right about that. But look at how tight the Central is. This feels like whether it's a point, here, a point there, that could be the difference between drawing a wild card and then drawing either Winnipeg or Colorado in the first round of the playoffs.
And that matters to you a lot because matchups in playoffs, I think matchups in playoffs are one of the most important things. This is just like in college basketball as well, right? When you look at, hey, man, I might get a bad draw here, but if I get the right matchup for me, then it's going to help me advance. I mean, even the Mavericks, a lot of people will take shots at their run to that 2011 title. And yes, they did have very talented players along the way, but they matched up well against a lot of those teams at that point, and that was a big factor. And so for the Stars, what is the best matchup against them? Because they are a finesse team that does not like the lumber. They don't love that part of it. So
it feels like that is accurate a lot of times.
And that feels like the consistency. And I don't know how to change that mindset either. Somebody's got to be in there screaming for everybody or somebody to set the tone, and you got to have somebody willing to do that too. So that's where my concern is. I don't know what a good matchup is, because they lack that one component.
And not to be like super generic or basic with you, but Nashville, St. Louis, the Kings.
Okay, I gotcha.
I'll take
the teams that they kind of beat up on at times.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I will take whatever wild card matchup is presented. But then again, you know what? You might see today and Thursday. Let's just say you end up winning, 4-1 and 3-0. Maybe you look at Colorado and Winnipeg and you create a little bit of separation. You're like, oh, okay. Well, I feel a little bit better about this matchup in case you fall into the C2 or C3 spot. But shootouts in overtime is the last 10 days. That has hurt them a great deal, because if you were able to pick up even 2 more points, even 1 more point, it gives you that extra little bit of separation that could hopefully match you up with a wild card team. And my bigger concern is they were not good in this avenue last year, and it absolutely translated to the playoffs. Like, the whole reason they got bounced in the playoffs, you go back to that Vegas series, is you lost 2 games in overtime to start the series.
I wish I knew, and this is an answer for Hockey Hawk Gavin Spittle or Brian Ray or whoever, Turk. You would ask why? What changes? If they've played a team, I know even though the score is, let's just say 3-3 going into overtime, it doesn't mean both teams have played equally the same. But why does the other team seem to have maybe a 65% advantage in overtime over the Stars? What are the Stars doing aggressive-wise, defensive-wise, offensive-wise? What are they doing in, let's say, if you think of playoff hockey, not going down to 3-on-3, that is causing them to not be a good playoff overtime team?
One of the things I always wonder about is the tighter nature of overtime play not necessarily work into the flow that the Stars are looking for. Another issue is lack of top-line defensive players for the Stars. However, if you're looking for something on that front, Jim Nill, the GM for the Stars, did say something interesting in an interview with The Athletic. Is one of the things that he threw out there is, it's what every team says. Your team dictates what moves you're going to make at the trade deadline. And then he was quick to throw in there, well, they've shown that we're in the mix. And that's all I can ask for. And so I want to see how I can supplement the best I can given the price, essentially given the price of everything.
That's the biggest factor right there. What you need, Kevin, and I know I said top 4. You said top 4 the other day, and I was like top 4 in the league?
Team. On the team.
But a top 4, they need that one more. They need one more top 4 guy on the defensive side. And, man, to add something like that and to add a quality one, Mike, to add a Montgomery, Jordan Montgomery type addition is going to cost a lot.
That is an interesting comparison. I like
that. You know, like somebody that you're like, man, like he's going to come in and do something important. He's going to grind for you, and he's also, again, setting the tone when it comes to the physicality. That's something that's going to be pretty expensive. But Jim Nill, what he just said there is they have shown me that they're there. Kind of like when Chris Young was asking the question last year, are they this team? Can they do that? That's where the Stars are in that situation is they have everything else. They have a lot of the great components. This one thing is what they're kind of missing, and they need that Jordan Montgomery nobody was asking about Jordan Montgomery last year until we heard about Jordan Montgomery being traded. And then all of a sudden we were happy that we had that guy. And that's where the Stars they needed to find that.
And Jim Nill admitted as much. Like if you just look at the numbers, this reflects it, is the Stars are 4th in the NHL this season in goals per game. So good on you, doing great. They're 13th in goals against per game, which is not terrible, but last year they were 3rd in goals against per game. And then Nill said, hey, look, we've got a solid 13 forwards up top already, and then I know I've got a bunch of young guys down below. So they feel pretty good right there. In defense, you could never have enough defensemen. Obviously, Corey would like the best 4 defensive players in the league.
I would like the number 1 defensive player in the league.
Hey, we might get there eventually. And I support that. But he said it's a fair assumption to say that would be what we're looking for. But then it goes back to, Corey, what you were just talking about. What's the cost of acquisition? What's the asset cost? That's what we're monitoring right now. So obviously the next 2 games will make an impact in terms of the standings. I don't know if that will make them feel a little bit more urgent to do something, or if things will turn out really well and they're like, maybe we can figure this out.
Yeah, that is the part of being in his seat is kind of, and you feel like his history tells you he knows how to build a winning team, and he has a winning team right now. But how to build that championship roster, I need this one thing. And so I think he should be sitting there thinking that that's the thing that he needs to add.
This game means so much tonight. The Mavericks have a big game tonight.
Yes,
the Stars have a bigger game tonight.
Yeah, I can see that.
And if the Stars, I'll tell you this, if the Stars lose this game, I'm just going to say they're just going to lose in the first round.
No, come on, Mike. No, that's not it.
Ooh, let me ask you this. What if on Thursday they smoke Winnipeg, and then that looks like that will be the likely matchup? I hear what you're saying on Colorado.
I wouldn't say they were going to win in the first round, but I would say when they play Colorado, the season's over.
Okay, I got you.
But I just think that if they're playing bad, every team goes, the Rangers, they're the world, they're going to go through this year, they're going to go through a 10-game stretch where they win only 1 or 2 games out of the 10. It's going to happen, and it doesn't mean they're not going to have a good year. It just means everybody goes through that stretch. Right now, the Stars, from a fan standpoint, you can't feel confident about what they're doing or feel like, oh, don't worry, they're going to be the best team in the West at the end of the day. Right now, they're putting a lot of doubt in at least my mind.
I agree.
If you can't win, don't play. That's what I always say. Kevin. Thanks a lot.
I mean,
does that make sense to you? It took me a minute to completely grasp this line. If you can't win, don't play. And that line is...
But the Cowboys always play in the playoffs.
Damn it, Mike! All right, let's go to break, Kevin. I can't...
Wow.
I have to ride in the car with this guy, and now I got this going on.
Well, I mean, they know they can't win, obviously, but they still play the game.
We've gotten through 2 segments. I feel like yesterday we were mostly unscathed with any stray bullets fired at the Cowboys.
At a baseball field, Mike. This should be your
What
happy
if that was
place.
the Cowboys' new mantra in 24? We made the playoffs. We ain't showing up.
We open the windows. You can hear the birds. You can see the grounds crew. Somebody asked what happened to Hater Mike. Hater Mike is serene with baseball, but there you go.
Back to baseball now.
His body was rejecting too much niceness.
Tease me and I'll tease you back.
All right, coming up next, tease me, Mike, baseball nuggets.
Is there too much pressure on Wyatt Langford this spring?
Oh.
Next.
This is Sean Shreve here with Jeff Jr., owner of Trajan Wealth, talking about 401ks. I've always heard that 401ks were great, but you're telling me something different?
Well, 401ks are great when you're employed there. However, if you're
new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live in Surprise, Arizona, where Mike continues to effort to live out his dream. I believe in the next segment, he's going to go down to the field and try to get something going with the groundskeeper. Last year, you got to ride on the giant mower. What's in mind
that's
this
the
year?
the drag.
The drag.
Yeah, I didn't get
My
to mow
bad.
the yard. He's already has a nice, Jake is his name. Thank you to Atolo who sent that in on X. But he's painting right now the KC logo on the back of the mound. He's painted the rubber. So if you don't know what that is, I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about the one on the pitcher's mound.
It's ribbed for their pleasure.
I don't think it is. It's smooth. I've never seen a rubber that isn't just rubber and it's just normal flat. Like there's no ribbing in it.
Please send it to Baseball Nuggets. Please.
Oh, yeah, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Okay, so.
Is that not what we were doing?
Yesterday, I got to watch Wyatt Langford 2 at-bats. He probably got 2 to 4 more at-bats in that kind of inter-squad game.
But the 2 you saw were strikeouts.
2 I saw were strikeouts against Jesus Tinoco, who did look really good. I said hi to him in the clubhouse. And I just told him, because he gave up the home run to Aaron Judge. If people don't remember that, he was on the Rangers in 2022. That was the first inning of, it was a doubleheader game, right? Or something. Wasn't that something weird? Where it's like
I think you might. And then did he not play the second one?
I think, I can't remember, but it was in the first inning that he hit the home run of that game. So, said hi to him, said, hey, I know how you feel. Obviously, I gave up the home run to Barry Bonds, and he was like, it's a home run. And I'm like, that's how I feel too, but people make a big deal about it. I'll leave you alone now. There's an article on ESPN right now. It's a great article, and it says Wyatt Langford turning heads at MLB spring training. This is from Jeff Passan, and he's a very good writer. And it starts off by Mike Maddox returned to the team's clubhouse after watching a live batting practice session this spring training and declared, quote, I just saw the best player on the field. The room of coaches and assorted personnel perked up. The Rangers came into camp off a World Series title, but with questionable starting pitching depth, and they were hopeful Maddox, a coach for 20 seasons, had unearthed his latest gem on the mound. Then Greg Maddox said, Wyatt Langford.
Oh.
So this is interesting. And look, I'm not trying to take anything away from the guys that won the World Series last year. But think of that from a guy who's been a pitching coach for multiple decades, who's seen, whether it's he was on Washington and was with Bryce Harper, he was with Juan Soto. Like, he's been with a lot of different great players in his career. He was here with Josh Hamilton, Adrian Beltre, just to name a few.
Been around a lot of World Series, highest competition level stuff.
If I'm reading this correctly, he's saying, I think Wyatt Langford's better than Corey Seager. It doesn't mean he's going to be more successful than Corey Seager in 2024, but he's saying
Corey Seager's not on the field right now, though, so maybe that was included in that. So
maybe so, but it doesn't. There's no quote that says because Seager's hurt.
Okay, that's a good point. Valid point.
And so, just to give you an idea of what this young man does and what he looks like on the field, like I talked about it yesterday when I was watching the inter-squad game, is his body, his lower half is Mike Trout-like. And if people don't understand this, Mike Trout is bigger than most of the linebackers I've seen with the Dallas Cowboys. There's not a linebacker. He looks like, to give you an idea, Mike Trout looks like Micah Parsons. There's not much difference in their
lower
bodies.
half.
Yeah.
Okay.
And upper half too. His shoulders are forever. In fact, I might argue that Mike Trout is stronger than Micah Parsons.
Wow.
Now, Wyatt Langford's upper half is not as impressive as Micah Parsons or Mike Trout, but his lower half is.
And see, when we saw him at the card shop, he was sitting, so I saw a trim guy up top.
Yeah.
I didn't see the meaty thighs like you're talking
So
about.
he is a strong young man. And then the article goes on, and then Donnie Eckler, the Rangers bench coach, I'm trying to find it. It's a longer article that I'd say you need to read. But here it is. He says, he was right there in the conversation, and this is about the chatter in late September when the Rangers are struggling before they go on the road trip to the Angels and Seattle. They almost called him up. And so he's talking about he was in the conversation to be called up. Here's the next big quote, and just wondering about the pressure that he has right now in spring training. He says, and if he did play, this is last year, right before the playoffs, he was going right in the 3-hole. So they weren't talking about should we call him up and maybe play him in favorable matchups or whatever.
3 months after he got drafted.
Did you go a little bit further down and read Bochy's line?
Bochy says, I don't know if he would have hit third, to be honest, but watching him in live batting practice was impressive. The numbers, what he was doing was incredible. You can't ignore that. And then you get to know the man, and he's got no fear. And you saw what Carter did. So they were working off of Evan Carter has come up here in about 10 games. He's our best hitter right now.
Yeah.
So they're like, well, should we just do this again? Should we just call up the other guy who's actually, people don't realize this, Wyatt Langford's a year older than Evan Carter because Evan Carter was a 17-year-old draft pick. Evan Carter is approximately a year younger than Wyatt Langford, but they were working off of, I'll stop quoting everything and reading, but I'll move on to this. There's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Like, you can put pressure on. We're not trying to do it, but Wyatt Langford right now, all eyes are on him to go, should he, today he's batting third in the lineup. Should he bat third on opening day for the Texas Rangers? The Rangers are testing that out. They want to see throughout spring training pretty much the whole process, as Chris Young said at the end of the article, if I just go all the way down here, he will tell us when he's ready. And if that's now, it's now. So they're prepared to have him bat third. They're not penciling him in to bat third, but they're saying if his spring is impressive and he looks like he can handle it, they're not afraid on opening night against the Chicago Cubs to have Wyatt Langford batting third.
Now, and I don't. This is obviously Seager being out is kind of a part of this, but it looks like what we've seen on all the lineups that Evan Carter would be second, and then Wyatt Langford would be third. That's what we've seen so far: is Simeon, Carter, Langford, in that situation.
I think if you're healthy and Wyatt Langford makes this team, I think your lineup would be Simeon first, Seager second, Langford third, Carter fourth, Adolis Garcia fifth, Josh Young sixth. Then you go Jonah Heim, Nate Lowe, however you want to go. They might go Nate Lowe seventh.
Jonah Heim and Nate Lowe would be 7 and 8.
And then you'd have, I don't know in this case, because now if Wyatt Langford's batting third, is Leody Taveras the odd man out? Is it then Justin Foscue batting ninth?
So is that your DH now?
Like now Leody Taveras and Justin Foscue and Ezekiel Durand share some sort of role.
And
as
both loved having that speed from Leody down at the bottom of the lineup for the turnaround. So there's all sorts of fun he can have with drawing up these lineups.
And you could have Wyatt Langford as your DH batting third and then Leody as your center fielder batting ninth. But I think that's the plan of attack when everything is ready to go, and if everybody's healthy, that would be your lineup, and that's super dangerous. But I do think this. I'm wondering with the struggles. I've seen this before, getting to play 13 seasons. There can be a lot of pressure on a highly touted first-round pick when they're in their first big league spring training, and Wyatt Langford's not here. In a way, this is Jack Leiter's second big league spring training. And there's not really pressure on him. In fact, we want to kind of, just to be honest, because I love Al Leiter. He's a mentor of mine. I loved him as a teammate. I love him as a friend. I don't want to put any more pressure on Jack. Like, I don't want to bring Jack up here and ask, hey, what happened last year? Maybe I'm not doing my job. But I want Jack Leiter to not feel any more pressure. So that at this point, the media that's even not us, they're not really going to Jack Leiter's locker and asking him a lot of questions. It's kind of, a lot of the media has moved on. And that's the great thing about playing in Texas is we'll move on. We'll just move on and be like, look, we know that this isn't going perfect. It's
you
not
just
going
won't go back to him and dump on him.
Yeah, as to the plan. So we're not going to make this any worse. We're just going to kind of leave him alone and let him work on his deal, and hopefully he gets better. But Jack, right now, internally there can be pressure, but we as a media are not putting pressure on Jack Leiter to
We're just
do
kind
whatever.
of waiting at this point for him to do something, do multiple positive things consecutively. Like
Right.
I think that's with Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter. They just kept doing good things, and so the story was, hold on, these guys are already ready already.
In the article, Max Scherzer talks about he had no clue who Wyatt Langford was when he had to go down and kind of rehab, and then saw him hit, and he's like, who's that dude? And they're like, well, we just took him 4th overall. It goes to show a lot of times you wonder, players aren't following the draft, especially older players.
That
They're
makes
like,
sense to me. Yeah.
I don't care what people are doing in high school and college. When
Yeah.
they get to the majors, I'll worry about them type of deal. But Max Scherzer, because he was on the Be Ready squad, he got to see him in October when he was, testing out his back and shoulder and everything, and was like, dude, whoever this kid is looks like he's going to play the role. So I don't know if White's feeling the pressure or not, but I'm assuming there has to be some sort of pressure he's feeling with all the eyes on him when he goes up to bat. Because think about me. I'm like, dude, he's up to bat. Wyatt Langford's up. Let's see what he does.
And you heard our reactions. We're like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
So, and it's a backfield game.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even a spring training game, which even then you could question how viable those results are.
That is why, I am so excited, and I don't know how it's going to turn out because today they're on the road, and it looks like that lineup is what it is. Yesterday on the road, that lineup was it looked like a bunch of other guys.
Right.
And so I don't know. I feel like tomorrow against the Dodgers, they kind of want to roll out some good stuff.
We
but I don't know.
never started games this early.
Oh, really?
No. So what he's doing right
sleep
now.
off the waffle that he ate and stuff.
It was about March 1st when you started big league games. Like this is and this is not the first year, but today would be the first day you started games. They're already 4 games in. You usually didn't start till the last day of February or the first day of March when you had a real scheduled game.
But over the next 2 days, Kevin, we have potentially really good opportunities to see Wyatt Langford at the plate on this field against good pitching. So I'm stoked right now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with one of the Rangers' newest bullpen pieces, David Robertson, but also Mike Waite makes his way down to try to live his groundskeeper dream. All of it next, live at Surprise Stadium on 105.3 The Fan.
from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here, live on 105.3 The Fan. We're efforting with some technical difficulties to potentially get that grounds crew interview going. In the meantime, this morning we hit up the Rangers clubhouse. And just before we play this real quick, for people who are not familiar, is clubhouse opens, at least out here in spring training, usually for about 45 minutes. And some players do what I would probably do and like, hey, this is a good time to go eat breakfast. And other players have other assignments to do. And so not everybody is sitting in the clubhouse. And then there are also people who are just not going to be talking, and they'll face their locker to kind of let you know, hey, I'm not particularly interested. But there are plenty of players who you can try to talk to along the way.
I noticed two things this morning. One, Evan Carter is very quick to come in from practice and then go away.
Yeah.
Very fast. Because he knows he's going to – everybody wants to talk to Evan Carter.
Sure.
Jacob deGrom as well. And that was last year's case as well. He is the master of getting into the clubhouse, getting changed, and getting out.
Yeah.
And what I will say, what he is doing, Jared mentioned it yesterday, he is going to watch. He's going to be a teammate because he's got work to do to get back and get through his rehab. But he's going out there to be a teammate now.
Absolutely, and we kind of joked like, by no means are the people like you need to all be in the clubhouse to talk to us. Like I just like the different strategies that everybody has. Some people are like, no, I'll be here. But I'm going to be in my locker doing other stuff. And I'm like, that's fine. Other people are like, yes, I'm ready to talk. Would you like to talk with me? Other people are like, now's the time for breakfast. I just like the different strategies involved.
Even with Robertson here, we asked him, and he was like, I have to do a bullpen. Let me go see. And so he was kind of he was running around just a little bit.
He hustled, too.
And Mike was like, yeah, he probably was like, hey, can I get a pen? Can I get out of here this interview? And that did happen once with me when I asked Prince Fielder to talk, and he was like, yeah, I'll be right back. And he went and got a bat and left. And I was like, all right then, Prince.
But that was not the case this time, as we did, in fact, get to talk with David Robertson this morning.
We got David Robertson here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. And I see you have pictures of the kids up there. You're the only one that has those pictures. Do you have a ranking of your kids?
A ranking? Like the smallest one's by far the hardest.
Okay.
The middle one is my angel, and then the oldest one is like he's just basically a small me.
Gotcha.
Which is tough.
Is the middle one the angel? Is that a product of being a girl or
100%.
just okay?
Yeah, like she can't do anything wrong. Like if you yell at her for doing something bad, you feel instantly awful for saying no.
Sure. How fluid are these child rankings? Because with our children's rankings, we feel like they can definitely change on a dime.
they can. It's like the little one. He's like, you ever see that Sour Patch commercial where they're like, sometimes they're sour, sometimes they're sweet?
Yes.
He's sour a little more than he's sweet, but when he's sweet, you love him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, my daughter's number one, and then the boys are always fighting for second place. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, so. I feel like that. It's different because my sons are 10 years apart, so they, there's not really a huge fight between them, which is different.
I can't help it. Do you feel like that's a big age gap between your children?
A 5-year age gap's not ideal. We were out of it, sold all this stuff again, and then back in it. But it's been fun.
What would you think about, in theory, if somebody had a 17-and-a-half-year gap between their children?
That's up there. I mean,
that'd be weird, right?
I mean, yeah, it would be weird, but kind of cool. I feel like you'd have if it was a 17-year age gap and they were both boys, it'd be like, second dad, yeah.
Theoretically.
Yeah. Hey, son, can you drive him to daycare? Thank you.
My wife doesn't like it because our older son left for college, and I was like, this is our replacement son. And she said, please stop saying that. So she does not care for that dynamic. But perhaps we're skipping over the most important thing. You may or may not have a bullpen that we may or may not be keeping you from.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little screwed up on the board here. I mean, you'd think after 8 different camps and all the teams I've been on that I'd be able to read the spring training board, but I don't really know what's going on.
You also don't have the app, so does that fall on you a little bit?
It probably does, but to be honest with you, it's just too much to keep up with. It's like the apps are so confusing these days. It's like always an update or what's the code to this, and I'm like, I don't get it. Just tell me the time.
You're an older player, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah,
right there.
Usually they used to have it put it on the board and block lettering when you're leaving the field. It's like show up at 8. done. Chalk. I'm here. Yeah. Chalk, dry erase, whatever.
Now enter your QR code to get you to the spot to sign in to let you know.
Yeah. Can you give us your social security and date of birth, and then we'll tell you what time you're supposed to be here.
So a few weeks ago, there was an article that Max Scherzer reached out to you and said, hey, Texas could be a really cool place to come to. Can you kind of give more insight on that?
He just reached out because, obviously I don't have an agent, so he's like, hey, man, what do you think about Texas? I'm like, sounds great. I'd love to win, So we talked a little bit and just a few texts and stuff, and then nothing happened for a long time. So I was like, oh, gosh, maybe they're not going to call. But at that point I had a lot of other teams that were in the mix, and and then all of a sudden Chris reaches out, and then we have some great conversations, and things start moving quickly. And next thing you know, I'm like, well, I'm going to take this deal and I'm going to come join you guys. And so I send Max that. I'm like, hey, it's not official, but I'm coming. He's like, yes. He sends the emoji back from or not the emoji, the gift from oh gosh, what's the movie where it's like,
okay, we've already set up.
Napoleon Dynamite, yes. He sends me that one. He's like, yes. And I'm like, it's going to happen.
How surprised were not only maybe you, but your teammates that kind of Texas, after having 6 losing seasons in a row, then all of a sudden gets off to a great start and is able to hold on, make the playoffs, and then win the World Series?
It's funny because I didn't pay attention to Texas at all over the past few years. I've just been kind of bouncing around, doing my own thing, trying to survive and stay in the league and get my footing back in the league. But I'll tell you, after playing against Texas and seeing those bats in the lineup, there's no break in their lineup. They're just constantly scoring runs. They're putting pressure on you nonstop. Their pitching staff is getting better and better and better. I mean, I know it sucks to say this, but when you lose for 3 or 4 years, you're going to get better draft picks. You're going to develop more guys, and you're going to start to really put pressure on the rest of the teams in your division because you're going to get better. You're going to have younger players.
I was just going to say, Rangers fans rejoiced with your signing because, I'm not kidding, because obviously the run to the championship was filled with rough regular season bullpen stuff. I was curious what you feel like you bring to the club, and then we'll go from there.
Well, I'm just hoping to be a solid reliever. I don't care when they use me. I mean, if I could have another year like last year, maybe a little bit better in a few situations, not let a few games slip away, I think they'll be happy, having me. You're not going to see me out there throwing 100 miles an hour and punching out the world, but I'm going to fight tooth and nail to get every out as fast as I possibly can.
Do you think, I know getting the last 3 outs is really important, but do you ever think that's overblown because the real save situation might be in the 7th or it might be in the 8th, depending on where you are in the lineup?
Correct, yeah. Like last year when Edwin got hurt with the Mets, I had to basically take on the higher leverage innings, which I would flip-flop with Adam Ottavino because he's really good at getting righties out, and I kind of tend to have a little bit better numbers against lefties. So it made it easier for me to look at the lineup and see, like, oh gosh, you've got 2, 3, 4 coming up right here. I'm probably going to get those guys in the 8th right now, and then Otto's going to finish it in the 9th, and that was just kind of the way we worked through it. If that's the way they work it here, that's fine with me. But there's definitely nothing easy about getting those last 3 outs, especially in a 1-run game against some of these guys in the lineups these days. Feels like the strike zone's tightened up and hitters are better than ever.
How much do you think about your coming out of the bullpen song? Does that change up through the years, or do you have a song that's your song?
I mean, I've come out to Sweet Home Alabama by Leonard Skinner for pretty much my whole career. I switched it once and didn't have a great year, and then I was like, I'm switching it right back.
What did you switch it to?
I think I switched it to like AC/DC Back in Black when I signed with the White Sox because I thought it would be cool.
That makes sense.
But then we didn't have great years there. I didn't have great years.
Was that mostly the song? Was mostly responsible for the
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. In the freezing weather.
How enticing is a winning team whenever you're in a free agency?
It's very enticing. I mean, I signed with the Mets last year. They won 103 games. I was like, this could be the squad. We got Edwin Diaz behind me. I'll throw the 7th or 8th, and he's, electric. Strikes out over 50% of the guys he faces. It seemed like a great fit until it wasn't.
Is that like that adrenaline of being in those? I might be in playoffs. I might be rocking in those big time situations.
Yeah, that's what you play baseball for, is to get to the playoffs. I'm still searching for another ring. I won one, a long time ago, but it would be nice to get another shot at it. I had a chance with Philly, we just fell a little short. So it'd be great if we could run it back.
Let's do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you go.
Let's do it.
I really do love Corey's. Let's do it. There you go, David Robertson on the Blue Chew hot seat out here in Surprise.
I love the Blue Chew hot seat. I'm all about, like, Boch. I'm serious. Boch's quote for me last year I guess his granddaughter's quote, has stuck with me. This was a lot of fun. Let's do it again.
Yeah.
I'm like stuck on that was the most fun I've had, I think, in my life of watching sports. Was watching that World Series run.
Yeah.
It was intense. It was emotional. There was especially the Houston series. Arizona might have been a little like, oh, well, all right, we took care of them pretty quick. But like that was the most fun because I got to watch. It was the sport that I grew up playing. My team, they got it. They finally did it especially after the crushing way that we had, lost in the past. So, yeah, man, I'm totally about let's try and recapture that feeling another time because I honestly don't know. Since the Cowboys, I don't know what it's like to go try to do it again. And if it's the same feeling or how different it feels.
I think he also has the attitude that Chris Young is looking for.
Yes, he does.
And that is, you need me in the fifth inning, I'll be down in the pen and I'll be ready in the fifth inning. Now I know that probably won't happen with him much, but he's like seventh inning, eighth inning, ninth inning, whatever you need me, I'm ready to go. And I'm not trying to take a shot here at Trevor Bauer. And I get he said he would play for a league minimum and stuff, but I think that the Rangers are saying, look, we want attitudes like that. If I play, I play. I'll be ready. If you need me to pitch the sixth inning, I'll be ready to pitch the sixth inning and do that role to the best of my ability. And I think Spores, Leclerc, those are the guys I think that are going to pitch the eighth and ninth inning. But if they got moved to the seventh and eighth inning and Robertson got moved to the ninth inning, I think everybody will be just fine. I don't think that you're going to have people going into the office and wanting to talk to Mike Maddox and Bruce Bochy and going, what's going on here with my role? And that's one of the reasons that the Rangers were successful last year.
Now, a couple of things I want to address from the truckwreck.com text line is that a bird? Yes, we have opened up our windows in preparation for baseball.
It's not a bird.
There's
birds.
many birds.
Some of them are like right here in front of us sometimes.
That's true. And this is a great editorial note. Why isn't it the Blue Chew hard seat instead of hot seat?
Yeah.
That's a great question.
I love it.
We'll call it that from now on and see what happens. Let's see if our bosses say, wait a second.
We'll check in with our ad and marketing people and see how that goes. Now, this morning, you talked about let's do it again. Let's go and win the World Series again. Who is the number one person who is probably still the most stunned that the Rangers won the World Series to begin with?
Candy Maldonado.
I like that.
It's still Martine.
Yeah, Martine
it's
Maldonado,
still Martine.
I would say it has to be Astros people.
Okay. What about John Smoltz?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Him too,
okay, that
for
makes
sure.
sense.
Yeah.
So this morning, John Smoltz was on with Sean, RJ, and Bobby, and this is Smoltz responding to the criticism he received for hating on the Rangers.
It's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball, but it's all right. I was
You're
told
ridiculous.
that's what's going to happen when I get into this job. People are so used to their local broadcast that they have no conceptual idea that we come in neutral. And our play-by-play guy, Joe Davis, is going to call a home run as excited for the other team as excited for the other team. And Joe Buck told me, he said, listen, when you get into this, don't pay attention to everybody thinking you're rooting for somebody else. Just do your job. And that's what I've done. It really is ridiculous. Atlanta in the World Series against Houston, I got more criticism from the Atlanta fans that I wasn't a homer and I wasn't rooting for the Atlanta Braves. So if that doesn't tell you all you need to know.
I think what he meant to say, I just want one addendum. Joe Buck told him to ignore Rangers fans because he was also biased against them in the World Series. The thing that I always went back to is I didn't think he was necessarily always negative to the Rangers. I just felt like in series after series, he treated the Rangers as an afterthought that they were also there. Like, I get it with Houston, but some of the other series, I was like, hey, we're here playing too.
I love when John Smoltz calls a game.
He's good at
I think the education that he gives you as a baseball fan is tremendous. And as the series went along, and this was great because you got to hear him against Tampa, against Baltimore, against Houston, against Arizona. If you get to hear the same guy calling all your playoff games for a long time, that means you're also making it a long way.
Yes.
I felt like when you're doing a game, like this year, when I get to do some Ranger games, which I'm so excited about, is I'm going to call it from a Rangers perspective. So if I've said this before, if Corey Seager hits a home run on a fastball down the middle, at no point am I going to put out, man, that wasn't a very well executed 2-strike pitch. That would be the perspective from the other team that, oh, he just didn't execute the fastball high enough, or he didn't execute the breaking ball and get it down low enough. So he just kind of took, for some reason, I don't know why, I don't even know if he consciously knew he was doing it. He seemed to take the perspective of the Baltimore Orioles, or the perspective of the Houston Astros, or the perspective maybe of the Diamondbacks. I don't remember it being as hard of a perspective with the Diamondbacks. I just felt like Baltimore and Houston, I just remember him taking, hey, this is more the perspective I see from the pitcher on the mound for Baltimore. This is the perspective I see from the hitter for the Baltimore Orioles.
Yeah, that last line about people got mad with the Braves because I wasn't more of a homer for them. Troy dealt with that. And
He
Troy's
still
dealt with
does,
that for most of his career. Is why aren't you riding the Dallas Cowboys? Like, why aren't you all about them? And he's just like, I'm just trying to call it the way I see it. But there were moments where you're like, that was a big thing for the Rangers, and they'd go, and he'd be like, oh, the Diamondbacks are still in it here. They still got this. And you're like, that was a huge momentum shift right there. Like, you should be talking about that.
Alec, I want to see if you can just play the very beginning of Smolt's quote again. I want to see if we have a drop right here that we might be able to use for the future.
It's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball. But
all right, just stop right there.
I love that.
I think that needs to be a drop.
We're going to be able to pull stuff from Mike on Bally, and we're going to be like, oh, Mike made this claim, and then we'll play
It's
that.
the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball. You know what, Alec? We have more baseball segments today. Maybe just have that drop ready to go, because you never know when it might come up again. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Surprise. By the way, if you enjoyed that interview with Robertson, we will talk with Davis Wenzel later in the program as well. Hopefully, Josh Young. Thank you very much to Sonic, the presenting sponsor out here. And also,
it's good, man.
Yeah, Corey's dropping the ball on this.
I was reading the Twitch.
Sonic!
Let me scratch your back while you say it.
Oh,
that is, now it's weird. Also, on the on-time experts, Best Buy windows and siding. You don't have to say that for every single one of them. Coming up next is Josh Green now becoming the player we've all hoped he would be. Let's talk about it next, live from Surprise on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Now the next push again. Hart into Kleba, who gets another block. Back and forth we go. Green going up top. Oh, okay. Wow, Josh Green flying high.
KNC